Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Hopefully you are awake and about. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We have a full day ahead of us. We have the Karen Read trial all day. And during break, we have, well, the Lori Vallow trial. And then after the Karen Read trial is over for the day, we will go fully into the Lori Daybell trial. We are going to be doubling up until the Lori Daybell trial is done or the Karen Read, whichever is faster. Yeah, we'll be with Karen Read a little longer than Lori Daybell, that's for sure. Oh my gosh, gotta get my hat straight. Good morning, everybody. I hope this finds you well. I'm Ada K. Thank you so much for joining us. Well, it's been a week of shenanigans, that's for sure. I want to give a hello to First in Chat, which will be Erin, Lady Jane, and Gerald. Gerald, where are you? Thought you were going to be here this morning. It's National Donut Day. It is Donut Day. Chocolate, no sprinkles. Donut is my favorite, or glaze. Stuffed would be raspberry or lingonberry if you can find it. What about you guys? What are your favorite donuts? What is your favorite go-to donut? Because today is Donut Day. We're going to be talking about donut. So we have the giveaways up and running. We have the I shared up and running, the I liked up and running, the I bingo up and running. I got a bingo card. Let's do that. Let me bring that on the stage. And here we go. We got the bingo card going today. We got VCH. VCH, my brain isn't working yet this morning to do acronyms. Google search methodology, motion, tow truck, time drift, correct, right, 3-point turn time, 227, ARCA, key cycle, Sally port, condition of tail light or tail light, just saying, Karen SUV, KC 1162, open tabs, objection, sidebar, artifacts, running clock, taking pictures, exhibit, deleted messages. Oh, wow, June, you created a difficult bingo card. Ooh, I am in for it. And we have the ceiling Dion, who is vastly up and working. There I is. I guess I don't have to edit. Do me a favor, Gerald. Can you go into Facebook and make a comment? I just want to make sure it shows up. Because they've changed the format in Facebook a little bit, and I can't go in and edit anymore, edit my audience. And if I don't have to do that in the mornings, that'll be fabulous. Okay, guys, we also have, let me come this way a little. Oh, my camera drifted. See, it's drifty. This is not center. This is center, so I need to come this way just a tad. Oh, I feel lopsided. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, true crime, hockey mom. Ronnie, you like the plain glaze? One sunny day. Thank you for joining us one sunny day. Good morning, everybody. And all those out there who have yet to say hello to us. We love comments. We love chatters. So please comment, like, subscribe, chatter. We love it all. Turn on notifications, edit video, copy link. I guess it's okay. I'll find out. If we don't have some people in here that I need to have in here, maybe I should go over here and, let me go to my home. Excuse me. Oh, I hate it to see when people, 25, oh. Well, just so you know, Kay Robinson, Duck Dynasty just lost the father. Well, the mother is ailing.
So happy Friday. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday, day before? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into the case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left the other day? No. Everyone said no or she. Hey, I understand we have a witness this morning?
We do, Your Honor. Permission?
Yes.
Dr. Dan Wolf.
Okay. But we'll see how. Thank you, Tony.
I missed the name because I was too busy trying to fix Facebook.
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court and jury in the case down here to be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, sir, we're going to try and keep the keep the air conditioning on this morning, so I'm going to ask you to speak really loudly into that microphone. And Mr. Jackson, you do so as well, please, okay?
Of course, Your Honor. Dr. Wolf, could you please state your entire name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Daniel Michael Wolf, last name spelled W-O-L-F-E.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, what do you do for a living, sir?
I am the director of accident reconstruction at a company known as ARCA, A-R-C-C-A.
And I'm going to start right off the bat, getting really comfortable with that microphone. It's adjustable. Pull it right close to the area of your chin. It's really loud in here.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, you said you work for ARCA, A-R-C-C-A. What is ARCA?
ARCA is a forensic engineering consulting firm. We have a variety of disciplines: accident reconstruction, which is the group I'm a part of, biomechanics, failure analysis, and crashworthiness.
And you said that your title again, one more time?
The director of the accident reconstruction team.
And what sort of contracts does ARCA normally engage in routinely?
So in addition to our forensic consulting work, we have, going back in time, we've dealt with doing contracts with the Department of Defense, where we designed energy-absorbing seats for MRAP vehicles, mine-resistant armored protective vehicles, where these vehicles were going over explosive devices, and the energy from those explosions was going through the vehicle into the occupant. So ARCA designed energy-absorbing seats to help mitigate the injuries in that type of in those types of incidents. We also do work for the National Hockey League. I myself am part of that work. It has to do with scanning and analyzing player pads, but we certainly do impact testing and help set guidelines for player safety.
With regard to those MRAP vehicles, was that contract for the Department of Defense for the United States government?
Yes, sir.
For the military?
Correct.
Is ARCA both nationally and internationally recognized as a leader in accident reconstruction?
Okay.
Sustained.
Does ARCA have a reputation, or let me ask it this way. Does ARCA entertain or engage both domestic and international contracts and clientele?
Yes.
As the Director of Accident Reconstruction, do you specialize in anything other than just accident reconstruction? Anything having to do with human factors?
Yes. So my other specialties in addition to accident reconstruction are lighting and human factors.
What is, give us a 25-word overview of human factors. What is that?
So to give you a good example of that is, and again, this is a case that I commonly see, but let's say you're driving down the road at night. It's an unlit roadway. You're relying on your vehicle headlights to see the roadway ahead, right? And you've got a pedestrian that is entering the roadway. And you want to have an understanding based upon the lighting conditions, how much sky illumination there is, their clothing, right? When would a driver recognize that individual on the roadway? So that's where it starts from the vision aspect of human factors. Then we get into driver response, right? So the driver is presented with a hazard. So how do drivers typically respond to that? What are their actions and how long does that take to avoid and initiate a reaction?
That's human factors. Can you do the same thing and give us an explanation for accident reconstruction just in the broadest sense? What is that discipline?
I think a very simple definition of accident reconstruction is the application of physics and engineering science to collision events.
What role do you take as the Director of Accident Reconstruction for ARCA as contracts come in or engagements come in?
Well, my scope in cases can vary greatly. As I just mentioned, I could have a case where I'm assessing the conspicuity of a pedestrian and a driver's response time. It could be a 50-car pileup on a highway and I'm trying to figure out a sequence of events. It could be a rear-end collision where a seat back has failed in the vehicle and the occupant has sustained injuries, and we want to have an understanding of the crush, the damage, the forces. So again, it can vary case to case.
Do you engage in reconstruction or attempt to engage in reconstruction of all sorts of passenger vehicles and commercial vehicles?
Yes.
What about motorcycles?
Yes.
Bicycles?
Yes.
Involving pedestrians and sometimes involving no pedestrians?
Yes, I see all types of collisions.
How many cases, if you have a number in mind, have you been a part of in terms of engaging in accident reconstruction broadly?
That's something that I don't track, but I've been with the company now for over 8 years. So at this point, if I had to estimate, it's well over 1,000 at this point.
What education, training, and background do you have that allows you to perform the duties that you've described for these jurors in terms of accident reconstruction and human factors analyses?
In terms of, are you looking at additional training?
No, let's start with your education. I want
Absolutely,
education, training, and background, but we can do them in order.
Okay, yeah, so we'll go back to 2012. I received a Bachelor of Science in Engineering from James Madison University, along with a minor in mathematics. Some of my courses included physics, statics, dynamics, thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, your engineering sciences. Subsequent to that, I then went on to pursue my PhD in electrical and computer engineering with a concentration in electromagnetics and photonics. So my coursework while doing my PhD included optoelectronics, semiconductor physics, basically how to guide light on semiconductor devices.
Did you write a dissertation to get your PhD?
Yes.
What was the subject matter broadly of the dissertation that you drafted?
So my dissertation focused on a technology called smart glass. So you may have seen this technology where if you've seen a pane of glass that is transparent, somebody flips a switch and it goes opaque. That's a type of smart glass technology. So my PhD involved developing a new type of novel, what we coined optofluidic smart glass. So we are using geometric structures that we've optically designed to create a very reflective surface or medium, if you will. And then through the introduction of various fluids, we can then modulate the amount of visible light and electromagnetic energy that is passing through or being reflected. So not just visible light, but also energy that you can't see. As part of that process, I ended up prototyping these structures with a 3D printer that was capable of printing 3D printable polymers. And as we kind of got towards the end of my work, we looked at how we could scale this up on a larger scale. And we ultimately ended up researching and doing tests with a material known as polymethyl methacrylate, which is PMMA or acrylic.
What relevance does PMMA play in terms of this case?
So with respect to this case, the outer lens and the clear plastic diffusers of the taillights on the Lexus are comprised entirely of polymethyl methacrylate, or that PMMA material.
The same material that was the subject of your dissertation?
Correct.
What additional training and experience do you have as it relates to accident reconstruction beyond your BS and your PhD?
So certainly the 8 years of work that I've had at ARCA has certainly trained and taught me a lot over the last 8 years. Like I said, I've seen hundreds of collisions, all different types of accidents. But in addition to that, I've continued to take courses through Northwestern University in crash reconstruction, human factors and lighting, heavy vehicle forensics, heavy vehicle EDR downloads, Bosch data retrieval and black box downloads, photogrammetry, so a number of continuing education.
Are you accredited as a traffic accident reconstructionist?
Yes.
By whom?
An organization known as ACTAR.
Is that a nationally recognized organization?
Yes, sir.
What does that stand for, ACTAR?
The Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists.
Are you trained in photogrammetry?
Yes.
What is photogrammetry generally?
So photogrammetry is the science of extracting and measuring information in a photograph. So you don't actually have to physically inspect something to be able to get information about its measurements or where things are spatially. You can do that from a photograph alone.
Is that an accepted methodology in the field of accident reconstruction to use photographs and or videos without actually having been at the scene during the course of the crash?
Absolutely. It's very common.
You mentioned Bosch. What is the Bosch crash data retrieval analysis? What is that generally?
So generally, most modern vehicles on the roadway now have what's called an airbag control module, or more commonly known as a black box, which can contain crash-specific data in a collision.
Are you a member of any professional societies?
Yes.
Can you describe those for us, please?
So I'm a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers, the National Association for Professional Accident Reconstruction Specialists, the Illuminating Engineering Society, and the Optical Society of America.
Is it fair to say that you've authored a number of peer-reviewed papers in the field of physics and or accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Can you describe that for us?
So my most recent publication in the field of accident reconstruction deals with vehicle control history records. Publications prior to that were focused primarily on my dissertation PhD work.
I think you testified that you have dealt with probably over 1,000 different types of cases. Are you able to estimate, of those 1,000 different types of cases dealing with accident reconstruction, how many of those or what percentage of those have involved pedestrians?
I don't know if I can give a percentage. I would certainly say it's the majority of my casework. As I mentioned earlier, given one of my specialties being in human factors and lighting, there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian collisions. We certainly see a rise as sky illumination drops and the illumination levels go down. We're having to rely on artificial light sources. So given that occurrence happens in nighttime hours and low illumination, like I said, I certainly see many pedestrian accidents.
What types of pedestrian impacts have you been involved with in terms of your analysis or evaluations?
All different types, everything from pedestrians being run over, running into the side of vehicles, being hit by the front of a vehicle.
Down, girls, down. Be nice.
A vehicle backing up in a parking lot into a pedestrian. So I've seen it from all sides of a vehicle.
What is kinematics? Can you describe that or explain that phrase or term?
I think a simple definition would just be the motion of an object or a body.
Have you done any testing as it relates to kinematics and the interaction between pedestrians and motor vehicles?
Yes.
How many times have you engaged in such an analysis?
Numerous times. We frequently and routinely do testing at ARCA.
You mentioned ARCA has several different disciplines within it. What are some of those different disciplines in addition to accident reconstruction?
So, as I mentioned, we have biomechanics and...
Since when does Auntie Bev have the right to say that she wants a rebus? Cross. She didn't have the right to say that. That pissed me off when she
crash
said that.
worthiness, and
Didn't
there's a
have
few
right.
others. And I
They don't have to cross. They can sit there and say, nah, we're good.
will note that it's very common in our casework that we will work together as a team. So to give you an example of that, I mentioned earlier about, that rear end collision, right? So let's just say we have a rear end crash and there's crush and there's damage to the rear of the vehicle and the seat back failed, which caused the driver to ramp up in the seat and ultimately hit their head on something and sustain an injury. So I myself, as a reconstructionist, will analyze the forces, the speeds, and the severity of the crash. The biomechanist will evaluate the mechanism for the injury based upon those crash forces. And the crash worthiness expert may analyze, okay, is there a better or stronger seat that may have held up in this crash?
Is it normal for you, as the director of accident reconstruction at ARCA, to work with others in the other disciplines that are housed under the umbrella of ARCA?
Absolutely, yes.
Is that a normal process for you?
Very common, yes.
As a matter of fact, it probably would be uncommon if you didn't do that, correct?
Depending on the kind of case, but yes, certainly wouldn't be uncommon.
Tell me about the testing that you've undertaken to determine forces that are at play in a given accident or an impact.
Okay. So to give you maybe a simple example of it is, let's just say we have a sideswipe type collision where two vehicles sideswipe each other and a front bumper gets torn off or deflected essentially, and there's some deformation to it, right? We can do testing at ARCA to determine how much force does it take to bend that material so that we get the deformation that we have. That would be a good example.
Is there a specific type of testing, or is there varied types of testing that you've done and undertaken to determine the forces that would be, for instance, in your example, in that side, the forces at play in that sideswipe collision?
Yeah, absolutely. It would have been, again, as part of the test, we would be measuring the forces, we'd be measuring the displacement, we'd be able to calculate acceleration and things of that nature from that test data.
The tests that you undertake, are they generally accepted methodologies in the field of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
What are quasi-static tests?
So a quasi-static test would be like the example I just gave you, where we have basically the bumper would be stationary, right? And now we're pulling on it to determine how much force it takes to bend it. So that'd be an example of a quasi-static test.
So that test specifically is determining or attempting to determine the amount of force necessary to deform a bumper, for instance, in the way that it's seen after an impact.
Yes.
Or any other body panel, correct?
Correct.
And on the human side, also there are forces at play, I'm assuming, in terms of injuries that are sustained by pedestrians in the accident reconstructions that you've done involving pedestrians.
Yes.
Do you have experience in evaluating whether damage to a vehicle is consistent with a proposed scenario or set of facts?
Yes.
Describe those circumstances for us. What are the circumstances in which you're trying to determine whether or not the damage fits a proposed scenario?
So a case that commonly comes across my desk is we have two very different versions of how an accident unfolded according to party A and party B, right? And we have a set of evidence in terms of the damage to the vehicles, maybe some roadway evidence, right? So we can look at that objective evidence, utilize physics, maybe some calculations, determine whose version is most consistent based upon the damage and the roadway evidence.
Is that an accepted methodology in the field of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
In other cases in which you've undertaken such an engagement to determine whether or not the physics or the physical evidence matches a particular scenario or is inconsistent with that scenario, have you been able to ultimately reach conclusions and opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty in those cases?
Yes.
Is that normally what you're seeking, to ultimately come to an opinion or a conclusion about those scenarios or circumstances?
Yes.
Are your opinions and conclusions based on your education, your training, the background and experience that you've explained to the jurors?
Yes.
Is it also in furtherance of the scientific methodologies that you employ in order to come to those opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
And are those generally accepted in the scientific and accident reconstruction community as a proper methodology to come to opinions and conclusions of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Have you been qualified in other courts to testify in the area of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Let's talk about how you began your work in this particular case. When you were initially...
So let's stop for a minute. What do you think about his qualifications? I think he's rocking it. I think he's rocking the qualifications, y'all. I really do. He's got it. I'm impressed.
Retained in connection with this case. Were you hired by the defense?
No.
Did you know who we were?
Sustained.
Of course.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah, you can ask it differently, Mr. Judge.
Sure.
What?
Were you
Oh,
hired by
that's not
anybody
the one,
affiliated with the defense?
No.
At that time, did you know any of the names of the defense?
No.
At the time that you were hired to or engaged in this case, did you even know the name Karen Read?
Sustained.
Did you know any of the names or of any of the parties?
Sustained. I'll see it.
Sure.
Now she wants to go to sidebar. He wanted to go to sidebar. She didn't want to go to sidebar. He went to sidebar. Hello. We are at sidebar. While we're at sidebar, let's look at our bingo card. I have I hope I did that right. VCH. Vehicle crash. I don't know what that stands for. I can't think this morning. We have ARCA. We have sidebar. We have objection. Correct or right? He did say that. Someone said it. I heard it. So let's see if we're good to go. Of course, we do have the entire clan there for Karen Read. And today, are we going to have drama llama ding dong? I don't know. We'll see. And once again, I want to thank everybody so much, or so just said so much, for your support. We appreciate having all of my courtroom junkies, and I appreciate and love each and every one of you. Let's get that back up there. And for those of you who are kitty cat lovers, good morning. Hello. Thanks for joining us today. And don't forget, I forget we have a code red. I need to work on it a little bit, but I keep forgetting to play our code red. So hopefully I don't have to. It's too early for sidebars. Okay, this big burly guy next to mom here, is he personal protection? Oh, by the way, I need to let you guys know, this came across in my Discord. Thank you, June, so very much for letting us know that, come on, get to my Discord. Member information drop off. I'm going to share this. Jennifer McCabe's mother-in-law passed away. Elizabeth A. McCabe, Dever. Wait, she's a Dever? Is she related to the Dever woman that was up there? Oh, no. Please don't tell me there's a connection. 78-year-old of South Yarmouth passed away Saturday, the 21st at Cape Cod Hospital, surrounded by her family. She was a wife of Charles McCabe. They had 5 beautiful sons, Matthew and his wife Jennifer of Canton. She had a daughter. So we do offer condolences. Not everybody in that family is a Jennifer McCabe.
When you were initially hired to look at the facts and circumstances of this case, did you do so independently? In other words, were you given a series of facts and a series of data and asked, just look at these facts and look at these data and make a few determinations about accident reconstruction in this case?
Yes.
What were you asked to do specifically?
It was to look at that evidence that we were provided and determine whether or not the damage to the vehicle was consistent with the injuries to Mr. John O'Keefe.
At the time that you were asked to engage in this independent analysis, were you provided information or data?
Yes.
Who at ARCA was assigned to the team that would ultimately engage in this particular analysis?
It was myself, Dr. Andrew Rentschler, and Scott Klein.
Describe what the materials were that you were provided in your initial assessment of this case.
Could I refer to my report?
With the court's
Yes.
permission.
Would you like me to just go in order from the materials reviewed?
That would be fine.
The Norfolk SPDU homicide death report, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police crime scene report, OCME dispatch removal report, photographs of the incident location, videos of the incident location, photographs of the 2021 Lexus LX 570, photographs of recovered evidence, crash data retrieval report from the 2021 Lexus LX 570, report of autopsy photographs, and there was a few other items there, but those were generated internally.
There were about 14 things that were listed in terms of categories of information that you were provided, or ARCA was provided, is that right?
A little less than that, because some of those, like I said, were internally generated, but
Understood.
yes.
Why were you provided that data? What's the reason why it's important for you to get certain data as you begin your analysis?
Well, we wanted to have an understanding of, or ultimately the entity that retained us wanted to have an understanding of what, I guess, the evidence that we would need to reconstruct this.
Did you get enough information to engage in a fulsome analysis, an accident reconstruction, in terms of the initial request by the entity that hired you?
Yes, in terms of our scope, yes, we had sufficient information.
Were you able to review photographs of not only the Lexus involved, but John O'Keefe's body?
Yes.
Did you use those photographs in furtherance of your analysis?
Yes.
Did you use the reports detailing scenarios or possible scenarios in furtherance of your analysis?
From what I recall, I don't believe any of the reports indicated any type of theory or understanding of how the accident occurred.
Were you asked to determine whether or not certain scenarios could be possible?
I don't recall them giving us any scenarios to evaluate. They essentially left it in our hands. Here's the evidence. What do you think happened?
That was an open question, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you engage in an analysis that basically allowed you to think of any scenario?
I think that's fair, yes.
In your initial analysis, did you note damage to the vehicle?
Yes.
Describe the damage. Let's start with the vehicle. Describe the damage that you noted in furtherance of your analysis.
The primary damage was to the right rear taillight on the quarter panel section. The majority of the outer red lens was broken and shattered, as well as some of the underlying components and diffusers that are underneath that outer layer, as well as some damage to the back portion of the taillight.
Can I stop you right there? Describe when you say the outer lens material and some interior material as well was damaged. Describe that in detail for us.
So the outer lens is red, and it's about 5 millimeters in thickness, and it basically encompasses the majority of that quarter panel taillight. And then there's a small segment that is clear, that is for the turn signal indicator, which is yellow. Underneath that 5 millimeter thick red lens, there are additional diffusers that run along the bottom. There's two rows of those, I believe, and then they also go up vertically on the side, and those are clear. And I think the thicknesses of those are about 3 millimeters.
Is 5 millimeters of PMMC, have I got that right? PMMA?
You'd call it acrylic. That's the more common name.
Easier for me. Is 5 millimeters of that acrylic, that outer lens material, is that considered thick or thin in terms of just sort of what we'd see on a taillight?
I would describe that as a pretty thick piece of plastic. It's certainly by no means, you can't, if you had a segment of it and you try to bend it, it's not going to bend.
In addition to that outer taillight material, that acrylic, in terms of the information that you received, did the interior acrylic also have damage to it?
Yes, those clear diffusers that, again, there's 2 rows of those, and they also went up vertically. Those were shattered and broken as well.
Was that important to you in your ultimate analysis?
Yes.
Did you note any superficial scratches or dents anywhere on the tailgate area or the liftgate area?
Yes, there was a dent and some paint chips, if you will, above the liftgate taillight assembly. So again, that next to that quarter panel taillight, there's another assembly that is on the liftgate, and there was a small dent and some paint chips at that area. There was also on the wraparound section of the bumper cover, as it's going from the rear to the right side, there were some superficial scrapes in that area.
Did you note any other damage or deformation to the Lexus? Deformation in the the liftgate, the bumper, anything like that?
No.
Is it common in a vehicle-pedestrian collision that there is some sort of bumper deformation that's associated with a vehicle-pedestrian incident?
That can certainly occur if a pedestrian is in an normal upright position. You can certainly get displacement of the bumper.
Did you see any displacement or panel deformation on the Lexus?
No.
Is it more common that there's panel displacement or deformation if the collision is above, say, 10 or 15 miles an hour?
Yes.
During your review of all the investigative materials, did you note any items of evidence that were recovered or claimed to have been recovered on the bumper itself?
I recall there were 2 or 3 apparent glass fragments.
What's the significance of that? Let me ask it differently. Is there any glass in the taillight assembly? May I ask that again?
Yes.
Is there any glass in the taillight assembly?
No.
Was there any shattered glass anywhere on the Lexus? Meaning panes of glass, the back window, quarter panel windows, anything like that?
No.
Did you have any understanding at that time of what the Commonwealth's theory of the case was when you began your initial analysis?
Sustained.
Did you have any indication of what the Massachusetts State Police theory of the case was based on the investigative reports that you had received?
Sustained.
Did you perform an accident reconstruction analysis to determine whether or not the damage to the Lexus, that taillight housing material, was consistent with an interaction with a pedestrian?
Yes.
Specifically, did you perform an accident reconstruction to determine whether the damage to the Lexus was consistent with an interaction with John O'Keefe based on the injuries that you were aware of?
Yes.
Did you evaluate whether the investigative theories regarding, let me ask it a different way. Did you consider the possibility of Mr. O'Keefe's head striking the taillight?
Yes.
Did you consider the possibility of Mr. O'Keefe's arm striking the taillight?
Yes.
Did you entertain the possibility that Mr. O'Keefe's center of mass, his body, struck the taillight?
Yes.
Before we get into the initial testing, were you able to come to opinions and conclusions concerning those things that I just mentioned?
Yes.
Did you also entertain the possibility that a drinking glass could have damaged the taillight?
Yes.
Were these some of the things that you were it was left open to you to decide yourself?
Yes.
Did you later provide all of those opinions and conclusions in a report to the entity that hired you?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that those reports were then later supplied to both sides here in this case?
That was my understanding, yes.
Did you testify about those initial testing opinions and conclusions at a proceeding last year?
Yes.
Let's talk for a second about that initial testing that you conducted in connection with this case. When approximately did you begin your testing? And I'm going to phrase it as your initial testing, the testing that you testified to about last year. When did you start that initial testing?
From what I recall, it would have been late 2023 into early 2024.
I want to talk about the drinking glass first. Did you become aware
Sorry,
that there
guys.
was a drinking glass
Honey Bun
that
was asking
found
what kind
at
of
the scene?
donut I wanted.
Yes.
And what was the testing that you sought to
Donut.
determine as it relates to the drinking glass and the taillight?
So looking at the evidence, as I mentioned earlier, when we're looking at that quarter panel taillight, we have an isolated region of damage. And looking at the additional evidence in terms of a broken drinking glass at the scene, we wanted to do testing to determine if a small object or projectile such as the drinking would induce damage that was consistent with
Commonwealth's
Did we lose sound?
theory of the case was, when you began your initial,
How did we lose sound? Let me go
what
to
testing
another feed.
did you do? Did you undertake
Did
in
we lose
furtherance
sound?
of
Do
that
y'all have
specific,
sound?
answering
I don't
that
have
specific
sound.
question? Could the glass damage?
You guys have sound. I don't have sound. Why don't I have sound? I totally lost sound.
The taillight.
There it is.
right. So
You did seek to determine whether it was possible, correct? Okay.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way, Your Honor. What testing did you do? Did you undertake in furtherance of that specific, answering that specific question? Could the glass damage the taillight?
right. So we designed a pressurized cannon that was capable of firing the drinking glass into the taillight at various speeds. We aimed for speeds of 30 and 40 miles an hour. Our achieved speeds were at
The cannon is not on the bingo card, y'all. I forgot about the cannon. Oh,
31 and 37
Cannon.
miles per hour. And we found that in the 37 mile an hour impact, and again, this is to emulate or simulate an individual throwing a drinking glass. The purpose of the cannon, if you will, was to be able to hone in on a speed precisely and obviously aim for that target. So it would just serve as a means of getting that projectile to the taillight in a means that we could measure it. And what we observed in the 37 mile an hour test is that we got damage that was generally consistent with that of the subject taillight, and that there was a large portion of the outer lens that was shattered and fractured, as well as the underlying clear plastic diffusers and chrome piece.
Tell me a little bit about the methodology that you undertook, the scientific methodology in building that pneumatic cannon and aiming that glass directly at the taillight.
Absolutely. So, as I mentioned, it was a customized cannon, if you will. It had a barrel that was capable of fitting a rocks or an old-fashioned drinking glass in it, and that's a glass that has a thinner sidewall, if you will. I think the glass was about 3 inches in height or so, maybe 3.5 inches, with the bottom portion being solid glass or just a thick piece of glass. So we were able to design a kind of a holder for it, if you will. Almost, you could really think of it as stuffing an actual cannon with a cannonball. So we literally would put the drinking.
guys, I have a visual. He literally. Are you kidding me? What?
Glass in the cannon. There was a pressurized vessel behind that we would open up a valve rapidly, and when it was set to a certain pressure, that would determine the exit velocity that it would leave the barrel at. And we were able to aim that device into the taillight at those specified speeds to be able to determine what would the damage pattern be when we fired that glass.
Were you able, in this scientific experiment, to control for aim and trajectory?
Yes.
Were you able to control for velocity or exit speed of the glass?
Yes.
Were you able to control for damage patterns as it pertained to both the glass as well as the taillight at which it was aimed?
I don't know that we have had control over that. Ultimately, physics takes over after that interaction occurs. I can't influence how that material is going to perform or how the glass will break, per se.
It's a poor question on my part. Were you able to, or did you undertake to memorialize the damage pattern that you saw on the taillight and the glass as the glass was projected into the taillight?
Yes.
All right. Did you do that through photographs,
Yes.
high-speed video,
Yes.
and all of that was memorialized in your report?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you two photographs, or two 8.5 by 11 documents that contain two photographs each. Can you take a look at those two documents and tell me if you recognize those?
Yes.
Does one represent, you mentioned that one of the tests that you performed was at 37 miles an hour, correct?
Correct.
Did you mention the speed at which, or the velocity at which the other test was done?
If I didn't, it was 31 miles per hour.
All right, so 31 and 37. Do you see those two documents in front of you?
Yes.
Does one of them represent the 31 mile an hour test and the photographs associated with that?
And an extracted frame from the high speed, yes.
Okay, and does the other one represent the other test, the 37 mile an hour test?
Yes.
If we could take those one at a time. May I approach one more time? If I could ask that these be marked as next in order, one at a time, 31 mile an hour test, and hand it to the corner with the court's permission.
So there's no objection?
None, thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
113?
And the second document represents the 37 mile an hour test.
214.
Court's permission, I'd like to exhibit 213. I'm sorry, present exhibit 213.
Okay.
Why are we shooting glass out of a cannon, y'all?
Is this the photograph that was just marked as exhibit 213 that's in front of you?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what they're looking at?
So on the left part, you are looking at a frame from the high-speed video just after the contact with the taillight. On the right, you're looking at the post-damage to the taillight after the glass had been fired into it.
And if we could look at the next exhibit with the court's permission.
Okay.
And what are we looking at here?
Same thing on the left. Again, this is the 37 mile an hour test. The glass striking just in the area where the bottom of the turn signal indicator is, so right where it meets the red portion of the lens and the clear portion of the lens. That's about where the impact point was. You could see that a large portion of the outer red assembly, lens cover is missing and fractured. The clear portion of the part of the outer lens to the turn signal indicator is also fractured, as well as the underlying clear diffusers in that assembly.
Would your testing in both of these scenarios, the 31 mile an hour test and the 37 mile an hour test, represent an accepted methodology for controlling for aim, velocity, impact site, and those issues, if you will, as it relates to testing of this sort?
Yes, we were able to control those variables.
And is that an accepted methodology in the area or the field of accident reconstruction?
Absolutely, yes.
When you
I sent you a link, Diane.
finished your testing,
No
were you able
pressure.
to make a determination as to whether or not either one of these velocities, the 31 mile an hour velocity or the 37 mile an hour velocity, were consistent with the damage that you saw on the subject Lexus, which is the 2021 Lexus belonging to Ms. Reed?
Yes, from the 37 mile per hour test, we are getting damage that's generally consistent, and that I mentioned we have portions of the outer lens missing, the underlying diffuser. There was also some fracturing on the backside of the assembly. So again, we observed damage that was generally consistent with that of the subject taillight.
And that was the 31 or the 37?
The 37.
The 37. What about the 31?
Didn't have enough energy to create that damage.
So were you able to conclude, in your opinion, whether or not the velocity of that glass hitting the taillight would have to be somewhere in the vicinity of 37 miles an hour, well above 30 miles an hour?
Well above, and it certainly could have been above 40 miles per hour per se. I mean, we may have actually blown out more of the outer lens had the speed increased.
Did you have any information in the data or documents that you reviewed associated with this case, for instance, that John O'Keefe had a pneumatic cannon with him out there?
No.
Okay. So obviously, well, let me ask a different way. Based on this series of tests, were you concluding that the damage on the taillight conclusively was the product of a glass being hurled into the taillight?
Sustained.
Were you concluding, or did you opine, that the damage to the taillight came from a drinking glass?
No, I gave an opinion that the damage was generally consistent with that in the test compared to the subject taillight.
But only in the circumstance where the glass is being hurled at 37 miles an hour, correct?
Sustained. Can I ask it differently?
Under
Mr.
what circumstance did you determine that it was consistent with a drinking glass?
If that drinking glass, again, the purpose of the test was to do a test to evaluate or simulating somebody throwing a drinking glass at the taillight. So that's what that test was to demonstrate.
Understood. Let's turn to another test that you undertook regarding the head injuries that you became aware of. Did you become aware of, in the data that you received, that Mr. O'Keefe had suffered head injuries to the back of his skull?
Yes.
What sort of testing did you do to determine whether or not and under what circumstances that head injury may be connected or associated with the damage to the taillight?
We performed a drop test with a hybrid 3. So that's an instrumented anthropomorphic test device to be able to measure the accelerations on a head form and observe the damage to an impact to the taillight.
What is an ATD, anthropomorphic test device?
So it's a device that's commonly used in our field, and it's certainly approved by the federal government to evaluate crash forces and occupant kinematics, or I should say occupant crash forces. So it's a device that reconstructionists and biomechanists typically use or commonly use to be able to evaluate, like I said, whether it's forces in a motor vehicle, or let's say you have something being dropped on somebody's head or an impact to somebody's body part, right? We can use that instrumented dummy to evaluate and measure the acceleration and the forces.
Another word or another phrase often used in association with ATD devices are crash test dummies, correct?
Correct, yes.
Why was it important to do a drop test?
So we wanted to have an understanding based upon the fact that Mr. John O'Keefe had a skull fracture to the back of his head, whether or not an impact, a direct impact between the taillight and the back of his head could have caused that skull fracture.
What did your testing indicate?
When we did the test, the impact to the taillight was at 15 miles per hour, and we observed that the damage to that taillight was significantly more than the subject taillight at the 15-mile-an-hour speed. Furthermore, it did not generate, according to my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, enough forces to cause a skull fracture.
So ultimately, what was your conclusion related to the taillight potentially striking John O'Keefe in the head at above 15 miles an hour?
From a damage perspective, it was inconsistent.
Inconsistent.
Correct, inconsistent.
Did you consider temperature and control for temperature in any of your testing?
Yes.
Why is that important?
Well, that will affect how that, we've talked a lot about that acrylic material of the lens. That will certainly affect how it fractures. So we absolutely controlled the temperature during these tests.
How did you control for temperature?
So we had them sit overnight in chest freezers to get them to the desired temperature, which for our original set of testing was at 28 degrees Fahrenheit. We then rapidly moved them to our test fixture, and then they were fired almost immediately after that.
And when you're talking about them, you're talking about exemplar taillights.
Correct, yes.
Are those exact replica taillights that you would find on the 2021 Lexus SUV?
Yes.
After your testimony in the first proceeding last year in the spring of 2024, were you ultimately contacted by the defense in this case?
Yes.
When were you contacted by the defense?
I know that I had reached out to you, I believe it was in February of this year, because I think I saw some things in the media and was just wondering what was going on.
Sustained. Just when? Just a date, Dr. Wu?
I don't know if I could give a specific date. If I had to estimate, sometime in February or March, probably.
Were you still under contract with the other entity that hired you?
Sustained.
At some point, you and I spoke, correct?
Correct.
And that was, you believe it was February of 2025?
Yes.
Had we spoken at all between the end of your testimony at the proceeding last year and February of 2025?
No, that was the first time.
Did I ask you anything about retaining you?
Not at that time, no.
At some point, subsequent to that initial
Whenever you're
discussion,
Whenever you're ready. You're ready, Diane? Everybody get warm. Good. Welcome to Miss Diane. Miss Diane, your head's cut off.
No, don't do that. My name
Well,
is Antoinette.
yeah, well, you need to maybe just sit back in your chair and see. That's about a little better.
Is that a little better?
That better. Your head's still cut off, boo.
Give me just a second and I'll get it where I can see myself. Oh, I'm still cut off. That's not good. Let them eat cake. Nope. How's that? Better?
Oh, perfecto, honey.
Oh, God, I hit my fingers. Okay, we're good.
in February of 2025, did we have another discussion about the potential of retaining you?
Yes.
Tell me about that. When was that?
From what I recall, it was sometime in March, and we were trying to figure out.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Oh,
Did I
Auntie
ask
Bev,
you if you
no.
are available to be retained by the defense?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
Okay. Auntie Bev, you're being a little snot. Auntie Bev, no. We don't want you to be a little snot, but you are. I'm having to resize everything. I've got some new layouts I've been playing with Miss Diane. Today is National Donut Day.
Saw that.
Okay, guys, I need help on the bingo card. I gotta confess.
Budget.
No methodology, motions, tow truck, no drift time. Just saying, I haven't said it yet.
Done
Karen
ticket.
reads SUV, yes. Casey, no. Open tab, Sallyport, cycle time, 3-point turn girls, artifacts, running clock, exhibits.
Oh,
All right, that's what I got.
all right.
Good morning, Chris H. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
To you. Good morning to you. Good morning, good morning, good morning to
Diane,
Yes.
please. I'm not too early in the morning.
Hey, I've been up a bit.
Well,
Yeah.
you've been up longer than I have, that's for sure. Or maybe not. Your time zone's different.
Well, yeah, we're only what, an hour difference?
I don't know. It's 9 o'clock here.
And it's 9:59 here. So yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. How is everybody doing today?
I think we're all here. I didn't sleep much last night.
You didn't? Oh, you probably working on homework.
Yeah, you didn't get my email?
No, because tell you what, I went to bed fairly early and I crashed.
I called you last night.
I crashed. I didn't hear a phone. I don't know when I don't know when anybody did anything. I just went, "Click." You could have called me Marie Antoinette and I wouldn't have even known it. You could have, and I wouldn't have known it.
Well, I sent you in instant messenger my PowerPoint presentation for my college class.
I have,
I sent it to him and he said, well, the few corrections that I acknowledged needed to be done were needed to be done.
oh,
But I just sent you the final.
okay.
I sent it to him and say, before I submit, please let me know if I need to change anything. Y'all, this professor seems to be really cool. I mean, he really does.
Yeah, he's really nice. He is.
He's so young. Well, he's 34. He's not that young,
He
but to
can be
me,
nice. He's younger than all my children. Let's put it that way. Look, Ada Kay, we met.
in color.
In color. Hey, we've had some lots of It is so-
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Wolf. So ultimately, in March of 2025, were you hired by the defense?
Yes.
Okay. Were you asked to do anything or to review anything from the Commonwealth and any of their experts in relation to testing that was undertaken by them regarding the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
What were you asked to do?
My understanding is that we were asked to review and evaluate the report and analysis conducted by Dr. Welcher.
Did you receive Dr. Welcher's reports?
Yes.
Did you receive his raw data?
Yes.
Did you receive his 140 plus page PowerPoint?
Yes.
And did you undertake a review of that, all of that data, in order to evaluate that data?
Yes.
What methodology did you undertake at that juncture before you began any testing? Just your review process. What methodology did you undertake in terms of your review of his evaluations and his opinions and conclusions?
Well, I think when reviewing his report and his analysis, I look to his opinions, and then I look to what's the basis and the foundation to those opinions, right? How did he ultimately arrive at those final conclusions? So I'm looking for the methodologies that he followed, what testing did he do, what type of experiments, what type of data analysis, ultimately to provide that opinion.
Ultimately, did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of memorializing your review and opinions and conclusions of his evaluation and testing?
Yes.
Did you bring that with you today?
Yes.
Do you have that with you on your computer, or are we going to run the PowerPoint?
It's on this computer up here with me.
With the court's permission, could Dr. Wolf present his PowerPoint presentation?
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a thumb drive that I can represents the PowerPoint. Do we have this marked?
Yes, is this coming into evidence? All right, so we'll mark it for
We
identification.
can mark it for identification for the time being and discuss it. Thank you.
Should it BBB for identification?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, do you see what's displayed or presented up on the TV screen?
Yes.
All right. Do you have with you, by the way, just a matter of housekeeping, something called a spotlight?
Yes.
Something that can do whatever spotlight did that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
I may ask you to employ that, or I may take it from you at some point as we're discussing this. Do you recognize what's on the screen?
Yes.
What is this?
This is my PowerPoint with just the first page, the title.
If we could move to the next slide, please.
Diane, I need you
Describe
to
what we're
move
looking
again.
at
You're sliding
In this
off.
slide.
This is from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation, slide 121, in which he's indicating that there are lacerations on John O'Keefe's right arm and forearm, and he's indicated in this slide that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right rear taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
In coming to your opinions and conclusions, and I know this is a mouthful, did you consider the opinions and conclusions of Dr. Welcher in conducting your analysis and your ultimate testing?
Yes.
Did you rely on Dr. Welcher's report and his PowerPoint in reaching your conclusions and opinions ultimately in this case?
I don't know that I relied on it. Certainly, I utilized them to have an understanding of what his basis was for his opinion and what his opinion was. Ultimately, at ARCA, we did our own independent testing to evaluate that.
So just to be clear, I'm not asking Dr. Wolf if you agreed with his opinions and conclusions. I'm simply asking, did you rely on those in order to come to your opinions and conclusions? Did you incorporate them?
Sustained is too.
Did you agree ultimately with Dr. Welcher's opinions and conclusions?
Sustained.
You certainly were aware of what his opinions and conclusions were, correct?
The form, Mr. Jackson, on that one.
Were you aware of Dr. Welcher's opinions?
I'll let you sign the objections.
Yes.
Are some of those opinions and conclusions represented in your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Are some of them represented on this slide in your PowerPoint?
Yes.
You indicated that this slide indicates that the location and orientation of the lacerations on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arms are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right rear taillight, correct?
Correct.
Are the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm lacerations?
That would be an opinion for my colleague, Dr. Retrial.
Have you ever heard the phrase abrasion?
Yes.
In your opinion, are the injuries to John O'Keefe's right arm better described as lacerations or abrasions?
I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay. Slide number 2, please. Based on your review of Dr. Welcher's reports and his data, what testing did Dr. Welcher undertake or conduct?
So he did, initially it appeared that he did a static test, if you will, just demonstrating holding his right arm out adjacent to the rear taillights on the right side of an exemplar Lexus to demonstrate his theory of how the arm contacted the taillight.
What is a static test? So I sustaining that, ask it differently, Mr. Jackson. And I'm going to strike that.
What testing did you note that Dr. Welcher did with regard to this particular photograph? What is a static test?
Well, in a static test, that neither the arm or the vehicle is moving. It's just he's aligning his right arm adjacent to show how his arm aligns to the geometry and the dimensions of the Lexus.
Did Dr. Welcher appear to be wearing similar clothing as John O'Keefe was wearing on January 29, 2022?
Yeah.
I need to expand for the deaf. I need to expand for the deaf community. Static means
Outside.
what? Stays, does not move. Sometime we have to do an expansion because the word static and the way that they're using it is not something that is easily understood.
Yes.
Is there any significance or purpose for that, in your opinion?
In this test, no.
Did you identify any limitations with regard to this sort of testing undertaken by Dr. Welcher?
Well, it's very basic in that the only thing that this demonstrates is that you can get your right arm to align with the taillight. Beyond that, it doesn't tell you anything with respect to what happens to the arm when it makes contact with the taillight, right? What's the motion of the arm? What's the damage to the taillight? What's the acceleration of the arm? What's the forces of the arm? So it doesn't answer any of those other questions. The only question it answers is, does the arm align with the taillight?
You're aware that John O'Keefe was 6'1", correct?
Correct.
Is the only person, let me ask that a different way. Can only a 6'1" person align their arm with the taillight?
No, the arm is adjustable, so certainly people of different heights could also meet that alignment as well.
Just by pivoting your arm a little bit, right?
Sustain.
How would you describe the ability of somebody 5'7" or 6'3" being able to align their arm with the taillight?
Just changing the orientation and the posture of your arm.
Was there any scientific significance, in your opinion, of this particular test?
Again, other than just demonstrating that it aligns with it, no, nothing beyond that.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So this is an extracted frame from one of his dynamic tests in which the vehicle is moving at about 2 miles per hour into his arm, making contact with his hand, his forearm, and his elbow.
What is a dynamic test as it relates to a static test?
So that's when something's in motion, and in this instance, it's the Lexus moving at about 2 miles per hour into his arm.
Did Dr. Welcher explain what the purpose of this test was?
From what I recall, I think it was to demonstrate that when his arm makes contact with the taillight, he observed paint transfer in the general location that there were the abrasions or the lacerations on his arm.
Did he appear to paint the taillight?
He did, yes.
Do you see that Dr. Welcher appears to be wearing an orange t-shirt?
Sustain.
What is he wearing?
Appears to be an orange t-shirt.
Is that similar to what was described as John O'Keefe having worn that night on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Is there any significance to wearing that t-shirt?
Not that I can think of, no.
Did you note any or identify any shortcomings with this particular test?
Well, much like the static test, again, it leaves the door open to all those questions, right? About, again, doing this at 2 miles an hour doesn't tell you anything about, well, what happens at 10? What happens at 15? What happens at 20, right? In terms of what are the collision forces? What's the damage? How does the arm move? What would the expected injuries be, right? This dynamic test, as well as the static test, doesn't answer any of those questions for us.
Is this test from Dr. Welcher considered a force calculation?
I'm not aware of him making any type of force calculations or measuring accelerations or anything of that nature, no.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any testing to determine whether the damage to Ms. Reed's Lexus was consistent with the striking of an arm of a pedestrian?
I'm not aware of any impact testing that he did, no.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any testing to determine the forces necessary to cause the damage to the taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did Dr. Welcher conduct any testing to determine the forces necessary to cause the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinions as it relates to the speed of the subject Lexus at the time of the alleged incident?
No, from reviewing his report and his PowerPoint and analysis, I could not find anywhere in it a specified speed or even a range of speeds.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinion as it relates to the forces experienced by the taillight in such an impact?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Did Dr. Welcher provide any opinion at all as it relates to the post-impact trajectory or movement, if you will, of John O'Keefe's mass or his body subsequent to the alleged conduct?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Next slide, please. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
What is this?
So this is something that you probably have heard and certainly I've discussed already, but this is looking at the right rear corner of the subject Lexus, specifically in the area of the damaged right taillight.
Did you consider this photograph in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
What, if anything, of significance did you note about this taillight other than the fact that it's damaged?
Well, I'm going to jump to the next slide, if you will. So this is now the taillight obviously has been removed from the vehicle. So obviously what's important here is looking at what is the damage that we have to this taillight. What components were damaged in this alleged interaction. So we're looking at the clear diffuser at the bottom is fractured and missing. Same with the ones on the vertical side. The majority of the outer red lens is also missing and fractured. And then on the back side, we also have some damage in terms of some fracturing to that black plastic. And there's also a chunk of plastic missing on the top portion of the taillight as well.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about that diffuser. If you could focus your attention on this area. Describe for the jurors what they're looking at in terms of the diffuser. What is the diffuser?
Right, let me see if this. So the diffusers, right where my mouse is, there's a clear diffuser that runs along the bottom, and then there's another diffuser that runs along here, and then it also goes up vertically. Same here on the bottom one, that also goes up vertically. So this piece was missing and fractured on the bottom, along with the vertical portion. The chrome piece here you can see is also fractured and damaged. And then the kind of the second tier, if you will, that clear diffuser was also fractured and broken on the upper section as well.
Was that of significance to you in your review of the damage to the taillight?
Yes.
Why?
Well, because that tells me that we have to have enough force and energy to break, we talked about earlier that 5mm thick red outer lens. We have to have enough force to be able to get beyond that to now start penetrating into the interior components of the taillight to get to, again, those clear diffusers and certainly cause damage to get induced out the back end of the taillight as well.
May I have just one more?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, did you bring with you an undamaged taillight exemplar?
Yes. It's up here with me.
It's up there. Oh, I was just looking for it.
Yep.
Thanks for nothing. Describe what it is that you brought with you.
So I brought a two-part assembly. So what I did is I 3D printed a bracket so that I could mount the lift gate taillight assembly as well as the quarter panel taillight assembly.
And these are undamaged in sort of manufacturing specs, correct?
Correct, yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Diane,
Yes,
what is your sign for manufacturer?
make, manufacture, make, product,
Product, make. It's a piece. So anything that's a purchase, like product manufactured, made.
product, make. So just this, okay, with it here, manufacture, okay.
That's what we use. No, manufacture, not.
Well, a rabbit, okay, I know,
Okay, people, this is a sign language funny. Rabbit,
rabbit,
product or manufacturer. Some people may do an M. Some people will do an M, but that's very English.
very English.
English sign, not ASL.
And if it was really, really strong ASL, it would be made, as manufacturer.
Made thing.
At
Make
the,
thing.
witness stand?
We can use
Yes.
that. We'll use that.
Retrieve
Make
that
thing.
with the court's permission.
Okay.
By the way, Gerald, thank you, honey bun, for my donut. I woke up with a mild. Is that you, Diane Dingen?
Yes, my
Yeah,
computer
okay.
did.
Okay.
It did. Let me see.
I'm
if I
gonna
can
mute. I'm
hear
gonna
you.
mute you for a sec. So I woke up with a mild headache today. So I've had my coffee. I've had a little sugar. Hopefully, I'll be doing better in about 10 minutes. Got my cold tea.
If you could remain standing for just a quick second. Do you
Have my-
recognize what that is?
Yes.
Is that what you just described?
Correct, yes.
Describe it one more time for the court and the jury. What is it that we're looking at right here?
So this is an exemplar set of taillights from a 2021 Lexus LX570. On my left side here, this is the lift gate taillight assembly, and it's attached to the quarter panel taillight assembly. And I will note it's not normally like that. Obviously, you can't have a connector, else you wouldn't be able to open the lift gate. But I've printed a bracket back here so that these can remain as one unit.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have that marked as next in order.
Is that coming into evidence?
Yes, if possible.
Is that okay?
Objection?
Okay. So how,
May I approach?
yes.
This might be
She's
fun.
like, how
Thank you.
how is this marked in as evidence when this is manufactured by the witness? Go for it, Jackson.
If you just have the tag, perhaps put somewhere on the maybe the lift gate side.
And is Dr. Wolf going to use it for his testimony now?
He is.
Okay,
Very
so
briefly.
Sidebar.
give it back over there, please, Chrissy. Just give it to him. Thank you.
Is it 250?
Okay, real quick, while they're doing that, we've got Diane. Did you want to take a picture of this? And I don't know, what are you looking up in your book?
I happened to look up just to clarify. Oh
Take
yeah,
a picture so I can get going.
yeah, I can't.
Yeah. I would not have drinking. I can't do energy drinks. They make me sick as dogs. I do kratom sometimes, depending on what it is. And actually, I see my logic over there, which is what I should be taking. Go ahead, Diana.
I was looking up when
Hey,
somebody
Gerald, come here.
says objection and the judge says sustained. You know what that is? Judge accept.
Well, yeah, I just do accept.
Well, I
Objection, accept, or deny. Can you hand me that blue and
Yeah.
black round thing right there, baby?
and that's what overruled is
Judge accept, judge deny. Okay, that sounds like a plan.
I use them so many times I get confused. So I have to clarify for myself. You lost your sound.
Oh, sorry. This is hard. This is not easy. This is why it's better to have two of us bouncing back and forth if we can do it.
Yes, it's much easier. What is that?
Okay.
Energy and pain relief
There was a
or
5
discomfort relief.
Much.
millimeter area of
You know,
acrylic covering the diffusers, correct?
Correct.
What I'm knocking on, is that the 5 millimeter acrylic?
Yes, both on the quarter panel part that you just pointed to, as well as the lift gate part.
Mr.
Those are-
Jackson, why don't we give that back to the witness and let him do it instead of you?
Sure. Is there
Alrighty then.
seed through that loose material into the diffuser that you've just been describing?
Yes, so as I mentioned earlier, in this area here, there's a diffuser that's running along the bottom.
So, Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to not have that so close to
Oh,
the court reporters.
My apologies.
Use the other side of the witness stand.
Yes, Your
please.
Honor. So along the bottom is the clear
She's protecting her court reporter. I get it.
diffuser that runs along and then goes up vertically. And then on the second tier, there's also a clear diffuser that runs along here and then goes up vertically. And you might be able to see it through, it kind of looks like there's little dots on it. So that's what I'm referring to in terms of the diffuser that's underneath. And that, again, so you have that outer
Stay.
material that's 5 millimeters roughly in thickness. And then those diffusers are about 3 millimeters in thickness underneath this.
Could you make a determination, and you can go ahead and have a seat. Well, actually, you may not want to. Could you make a determination of the space, the gap between the outer plasticine area, the outer acrylic area, and the internal diffusers? If you could just estimate that gap.
If I had to estimate, I'd probably estimate around an inch, maybe inch and a half.
Okay. You indicated that something was of significance to you in this photograph about the diffusers on the subject taillight, correct?
Correct.
Describe, now that you're holding that, what was it that was of note to you, Dr. Wolf?
So as I mentioned, we have damage not only to this outer thick portion, but it was enough force and energy to then penetrate deep enough to fracture the underlying diffusers that sit below this outer surface, and certainly enough force then to work its way back through inducement into the backside, and ultimately there was a top portion of the taillight that was also fractured up here.
Was all that significant to you in your review of the subject taillight material?
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead and put that away.
I can't go back there because it's in evidence, so why don't you take it and... Mr.
I was
McDermott.
just going to store it there until he's finished with his testimony, and then we can give it to the clerk magistrate.
Okay.
However you want to do it, Your Honor.
All right.
I have
Do
no
you wanna take
preference.
it? Is he using it still for his testimony?
Not right now.
All right, so, thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay,
May I continue?
yes.
Can we go to the next slide? What are we looking at here?
This is a collection of photographs that depict various fragments from the right rear tail lamp assembly of the Lexus. And I will note that, and I'll try to spotlight it, there are a few fragments in this photograph that are glass fragments, which, as I discussed earlier, there's no glass in the taillight, so these did not originate from...
What? Okay, guys, I already knew this. And, you know, I said this weeks ago when they had all of these images in the original reporting and witness. They talked about glass. There is zero glass in this taillight. This taillight does not have a glass bulb like my car. You have the housing and then you screw in the bulb in the middle and anyway. Sorry, that shirt had to be turned around backwards, so I interpreted. Old interpreter's trick, turn it around backwards so you get a clean
on your
slate.
back. Have you got dogs on your back now?
So I got a dog on my back. So this glass, where did it come from? It is not a part of the tail light in any way, shape, or form. These particular tail lights, the diffuser is plugged in at the top. It has these little connectors. And as long as that diffuser is connected in at the top, the light goes through the diffuser. It is all plastic. It is all plastic. Just saying. Bingo
the
card.
assembly. But altogether, from what I recall, there's about 50 fragments, I believe, that were counted or so, maybe a little less than that from the right taillight.
If we could go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So these are photographs depicting the sweatshirt or hoodie that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing on the night of the alleged incident.
And what was the role that this played in your analysis ultimately?
Well, so one of the things that I noted, and I can go to the next slide, is there were a series of small punctures or holes in the sleeve, on the right sleeve of the sweatshirt in varying sizes. I think some as small as just a few millimeters. Again, I think there was maybe 10 or 12, I think I recall, on the right sleeve of that sweatshirt.
If we could go back to the larger photo, the previous slide, do you see the right sleeve denoted on the photograph to the right?
Yes.
Does it? Your review of these photographs, what was the significance of the triangular arrows or markers?
I believe those were to annotate or draw attention to those holes.
Okay, the defects in the right sleeve?
Correct.
Can you count those for us, please?
On the photograph on the right, I believe I see a total of 9.
And what about the photograph on the left, just the right sleeve area?
9 as well.
If we can go to the next slide. What are the arrows pointing to in these photographs?
So this is basically the previous shot, but what appears to be close-ups of some of those evidence markers.
You indicated some of the sizes. What were some of the smaller sizes of those defects or holes?
From what I recall, like I said, I think it was around 3 to 5 millimeters, maybe some of the smaller ones.
How big is 3 millimeters in inches?
It'd be probably around like an eighth of an inch or so.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are you describing when you say the word fundamental, or do you write the word fundamentals?
So I want to discuss some very basic concepts that I hope will kind of resonate as we go through the PowerPoint so that you have an understanding of the underlying physics and what I'm talking about.
Can you go ahead and describe the role of an accident reconstructionist and
when I was describing what a simple definition of accident reconstruction is, it's the application of physics and engineering to collision events. So this is, I want to go through some very basic elements of that so that you have an understanding of the physics.
Can we go to the next slide, please?
What's the sign for physics?
What are we looking at here?
So
I'll look it up.
this might be something you all remember back from high school physics, but even though it's been around since the late 1600s, we still use these laws today. So what we're looking at here is what I've done is just describe Newton's laws very simply. So, and again, you might be familiar with these. So, for instance, if we're talking about Newton's first law, an object at rest tends to stay at rest and at a constant speed unless it's acted on by an outside force, right? So if my arm is just here, right, it's just going to stay there until I give it a push or a pull, right? When I do that, that's going to induce an acceleration, right? So that's when we get into Newton's law, where if I apply a force to a mass, I'm going to cause it to change its speed. It's going to accelerate. And then Newton's third law, basically the law of reaction, indicates that when I push on my arm, there's also an equal and opposite force going back to my hand that I'm pushing with.
What role did these three very fundamental laws of physics play in your reconstruction or your ultimate opinions and conclusions following your accident reconstruction in this case?
So when we're talking about the concept of acceleration, what you will see in the dynamic test that we did and conducted, we measured the acceleration of an arm when it's impacted by a taillight. If we know the mass of the arm and we've measured the acceleration, we can use Newton's second law, which is force is equal to mass times the acceleration, to calculate what that force is applied on the arm, which ultimately you will hear from my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, to talk about that.
Is that broadly considered a force analysis?
Yes.
What role did force analysis, your force analysis, play in the accident reconstruction that you did or you undertook in this case?
Well, there's certainly going to be a correlation between the impact speed and the damage that we see. The higher the impact speed, the greater the force. So from my perspective, I was interested in the speed and the force to look at what's the observed damage to the test taillights that we did.
Do you think that's fundamental to an accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Did Dr. Welcher engage in any force analysis with regard to John O'Keefe's arm and the taillight?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So don't be too afraid. This is some really simple equations that I want to show you. So that first one, delta V. So what do I mean by that? That simply just means you could think of delta, change in. So change in velocity. So if you look at that equation, the change in velocity, really simple. If I've got an object that's, let's say it's initially, for what V naught is, initially at 0 miles per hour, I hit it, and it's now moving 10 miles per hour. That means it underwent a change in speed of 10 miles an hour and is moving at that velocity. Acceleration is essentially how quickly did that velocity change occur, right? Did it go from 10 miles an hour in a split second, or did it go to 10 miles an hour over a few seconds? So depending on the timing of how quickly that change in velocity occurred will determine what the acceleration is. And as I've already mentioned on the previous slide with Newton's second law, we can then take that information about acceleration and apply it to, if we have a known mass, to calculate what the force on that object is.
How did these math equations, delta V, acceleration, force, how did these play into, what role did they play in terms of the accident reconstruction here in this case?
Well, they're extremely fundamental. And I think as we go through the PowerPoint, you will have an appreciation and understanding of what these concepts are. You'll see that I have plotted graphs with acceleration that shows the rate in that change in speed over time. You will see graphs of delta V, so the change in speed of the arm as it's being impacted by the taillight. And then ultimately we can calculate the force of that impact to be able to assess whether or not there's a mechanism for the injuries. And as I mentioned, that'll be my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, that will discuss that.
Can I ask you about delta V specifically? I'd like to focus on that for a second. Is that okay?
Yes.
When you say that equation suggests or dictates that an object that is struck by another object with mass moves up to the same speed of the object that struck it, describe that in a little bit more detail in colloquial terms, if you will. Sixth grade terms.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Probably not, because I don't understand it as well as you do. If an object, does delta V describe the circumstance in which you have an object that may be at rest and it's struck by another object moving? Is that calculating the speed at which the object that is struck moves to the same speed as the object that's struck it?
So that's sustained. Just ask him a simple question, let him answer.
Easier said than done. Sure. Can you describe in more conversational?
Did she just say that was a simple answer?
No, she said, ask it in a more simple question.
And he said what?
Yeah, he didn't say anything.
Are you
Really?
kidding me?
Okay, hang on. What he should, in my humble opinion, what he should ask is if you've got the arm and then it's hit by the taillight, say, are you measuring how fast the arm moves from the hit, or are you measuring how fast the taillight hit the arm? So that's what he's asking. What are you measuring? In my humble opinion, which means nothing. Go on. Oh, well.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow.
All right.
Okay. I'm going to get this going. I really got to take a comfort break. I'll be right back.
Go ahead.
What delta V
Oh.
is describing in terms of mathematics?
Right. So let's just give an example specific to this case. If the majority of the arm is struck by a 6,000-pound vehicle moving, let's say at 20 miles an hour, that arm will experience a change in speed. It'll go from 0 up to about 20 miles per hour due to that impact. So that would be the change in speed. If my arm is at rest, stationary, is impacted by a 6,000-pound vehicle, it's going to change its speed up to roughly what that impact speed is.
And what about acceleration? What are you describing, or what is math or physics describing in that equation in terms of the time it takes for that arm to now move from 0 to 20?
Right, so that's how quickly that change in speed is occurring. So to give you maybe an example you're more familiar with, let's say you're driving down the road, you come up, you see a red light at the intersection, right? You're going to get on the brakes lightly, and your vehicle is going to change in speed, right? It's going to slowly decelerate. Let's say you're driving and a deer jumps out in front of you, you got to slam on the brakes, right? You're going to change your speed much quicker. So that's an example of two different rates of acceleration. One where you're mildly braking, right? You're going to coast down slowly, versus a sudden, emergency in front of you like a deer. You're going to slam on the brakes, and your speed change is going to be it's going to happen much quicker with that acceleration rate.
Are there circumstances in which the acceleration can be from 0 to, say, 20 miles an hour in milliseconds?
Yes, when we're talking about impact durations, especially of this nature, yes, they're not going to be, we're not talking about the impact occurring over a second, 2 seconds. That's extremely long. Even a duration of a couple hundred milliseconds in the context of this is considered long.
And then, of course, the force calculation is associated with the delta V and the acceleration calculations. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
In what way? What are we looking at in terms of that a little bit more complex calculation?
Absolutely. So if you look at the bottom equation there where I have force is equal to mass, and then that top component is the change in speed, right? That delta V, V1 minus V naught, divided by the change in time, T1 minus T naught. So if you substitute in that equation, right, that's delta V over delta T, which is acceleration. So there's a relationship between all of these equations.
And do all of these equations, or did all of these equations assist you in coming to determinations and opinions and conclusions concerning this case?
Yes.
Are these normally accepted methodologies in determining delta V, acceleration, force, all the force dynamics or impact dynamics in an accident reconstruction?
Absolutely. They are the core of physics.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at here? Scientific method. What does that mean?
So the scientific method is a process that scientists typically use to be able to reach conclusions. And so you can think about it in this case, we make an observation, right? We have injuries to the arm. We've got a damaged taillight. So let's try to do some research to figure out, okay, has anyone done testing with that, right? Has anyone hit an arm with the taillight, see what happens, see what the forces are, right? And then we start to make a hypothesis, right? So what happens, it's kind of an if-then statement. If the arm contacts the taillight, does the taillight break? Does it not break, right? What's the hypothesis there? And at least my understanding of reviewing Dr. Welcher's work, it appeared to be that his hypothesis...
Sustained. Next question.
Sure. Did you review, well, let me ask a different question. Going back to the calculations previously, the delta V, the acceleration, the force calculations that you described to the jury, did you see anywhere in any of Dr. Welcher's reports or his data that he undertook those core calculations?
No.
With regard to the scientific method, did you see whether or not Dr. Welcher followed?
I'm trying to do mathematical numbers.
I know.
Math, numbers.
Numbers.
I was doing number math.
Doing perfect.
Day.
This scientific method as you're explaining it to the jury?
Sustained.
What did you note, or what opinions or conclusions did you come to about the scientific method, if any, that Dr. Welcher did or did not undertake?
Sustained.
Did you review Dr. Welcher's entire database? In other words, all the reports, all the raw data, and his PowerPoint?
Yes.
Did he undertake the scientific method as you know it?
Right, so that's sustained.
Continue to describe
Can we
the
approach, Your
scientific
Honor?
method as you know it and you employ it.
Certainly. So again, from reviewing Dr. Welcher's report, he indicated...
Sustained. I'm going to see you at sidebar.
Do it.
Yay!
Okay, guys, here is the bingo card. She really is.
There ain't no bingo card. You telling stories.
Facebook has changed everything, and I cannot edit my audience for them to see it live.
Yeah, they have changed everything, and I don't like it.
I've had 1 3-second view. But the problem is I had to go in and edit my view. I can edit audience public on that. But when I'm live, I can't edit audience while I'm live.
Oh, look,
Only after the live. only after live.
Hmm,
Why is that?
not fun.
No, and it's pissing me off because I have people who want to watch me live. And it's not letting me. See? No, that's not what I want. So if I go back to me and we're live right here, I go here, it won't give me edit audience. If anybody knows about this or knows how to handle this,
We need our original fella. You know who I'm talking about?
yeah, Braxton, he didn't. I don't think Braxton.
He works.
Hey, that's a good freeze. Here we go, Diane.
All right.
Where are we on the
Oh,
Dr. Wolf, may I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Wolf, where are we on the chart? I've lost my place.
I think hypothesis.
Okay. Let's describe, if you would, please, what hypothesis, what
How do you sign
role
hypothesis?
hypothesis plays in the general scientific method.
So generally, it's like I said, it's an if-then statement. So if you make a statement, if the arm contacts the taillight, then the taillight will shatter, right? So you want to do tests and experimentation and analyze that data to see whether you can accept or reject that hypothesis.
And what's the next stage?
So as I mentioned, after hypothesis, it's once you've determined that, what your hypothesis is, you want to test with experimentation, analyze that data, and that certainly may be an iterative process that you do multiple times to then be able to draw a conclusion from that analysis and testing.
What's the next stage?
To basically report those conclusions and findings.
Why is it important to report those conclusions and findings?
Well, I think so that you can, whether you can accept or reject the hypothesis that was put forward earlier.
Do you have to analyze the data following the testing that you undertake?
Yes, like I mentioned, I think it's an iterative process, because certainly you could do one test and it may not be clear what the answer is at that point. So you may have to do additional tests to basically parametrically evaluate your hypothesis.
what a word.
Did you see this well, let me ask you first, did you undertake this scientific method with regard to your reconstruction or your testing in this case?
Yes.
Did you observe this same scenario in Dr. Welch's report?
Sustained as to that point, Mr. Jackson.
Did you see this undertaken anywhere else?
Sustained there.
She doesn't want any. Oh, Diane, I'm going to have to mute you. There's sound. She does not want to hear any contradiction to Dr. Welcher's report or reference to.
Did you look for testing in Dr. Welcher's evaluation, all of his data?
Yes.
Did you find any,
No.
other than the static blue paint test?
That was the only test, correct.
Did you see any force dynamics testing?
That's leading, so you can
Sure.
get to it without that.
What about any other testing? Anything else that we've talked about? Do you see anything else done in Dr. Welcher's?
As it
report?
pertains to an analysis to the taillight and the damage and the forces, no.
Let's move on to the next slide. Did you actually undertake testing in furtherance of the scientific method?
Yes.
Let's move on to the next slide and you can describe what we're talking about. What are we looking at here?
So you're looking at a test matrix of the various tests that we conducted at ARCA. I could go through them one by one if you want.
Let me ask you foundationally, Was your testing directed toward determining whether or not the scenario proposed in Dr. Welcher's report was consistent or inconsistent with what you would find ultimately?
The objection sustained.
Was your testing specifically designed to determine whether the damage to Ms. Reed's vehicle, her Lexus, was consistent with the scenario that was proposed by Dr. Welcher?
That's sustained too. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Really?
What was your testing? What were you engaged in terms of your testing? What were you trying to find out?
Well, I think it was to, again, we talked about earlier about that hypothesis, right? My understanding, Dr. Welcher indicated that the arm contacted the taillight, but there was no analysis or testing to determine what's the expected outcome of that. What's the damage to the taillight?
So you answered the first question. I'm striking that second part. Ask another question.
Was there anything else?
I think simply put, it's to find out what happens when you impact an arm with a Lexus taillight at various speeds. What happens?
What was your understanding of Dr. Welcher's hypothesis?
That's sustained.
Did you have an understanding of Dr. Welcher's hypothesis?
That's sustained too.
Ultimately, what were you trying to find out through your testing?
As I mentioned, I think it was to determine when you impact a taillight at 10 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour, 25 miles an hour, what happens to the taillight? What's the expected damage? What happens to a sweatshirt when it makes contact with that? What happens to the fragments? How does the arm move? What's the acceleration of the arm? What's the change in speed of the arm? And certainly, as I mentioned, my colleague, Dr. Rentschler, will discuss what are the expected injuries in that type of impact.
Did you see any of those questions answered in Dr. Welcher's report?
Yes.
Ask it differently.
What did you see in terms of Dr. Welcher's report as it relates to those types of questions?
That's sustained.
Ultimately, did you undertake a methodology to perform the testing to answer the questions that you've just explained needed to be answered for this jury?
Yes.
Describe that, please.
So we started out, we kind of worked at this incrementally, right? We didn't start right off the bat with utilizing an exemplar Lexus going right into an ATD or a test dummy, right? We wanted to start in the laboratory to have an understanding what happens at a range of speeds, in this instance, in our first two tests, between 10 and 17 miles per hour, right? What happens, what kind of damage do we observe, right? At 10 miles an hour, do we even brake the light? At 17, what kind of damage do we get? What kind of accelerations do we get? And then we moved up to full-scale vehicle impact testing.
Is that methodology that you just described generally accepted in the field of accident reconstruction, in the broader field of engineering?
Absolutely. Everything from utilizing an instrumented test dummy to using an exemplar vehicle to all the data acquisition systems that we had in the laboratory as well as the vehicle. All of that is generally accepted techniques in the field of accident reconstruction to evaluate what we did in this case.
And are those techniques also supported by peer-reviewed articles in scientific literature related to accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Did you rely on this methodology that you just described to render opinions and conclusions as it relates to this case?
Yes.
Have you relied on that same methodology in rendering opinions and conclusions in other courts?
Yes.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So we've gone over this before, but this is looking at the exemplar vehicle that we utilize for the latter part of our testing. You're looking at again, just annotating where the liftgate taillight is as well as the quarter panel taillight.
When you say exemplar vehicle, what is this SUV that we're looking at?
So it's the same year, make, and model of the subject vehicle. So it's a 2021 Lexus LX 570. So it's the same weight, same geometry, same as the subject vehicle.
Is this a picture off the internet, or do you actually have access to this truck?
We have access to that vehicle, yes.
And ultimately, what testing did you undertake specifically as it relates to this particular vehicle?
We did full-scale vehicle testing with the vehicle driving into an ATD arm, as well as an ATD arm attached to a dummy, and then a full-on impact to a test dummy.
Did you assess the damage to the right tail light after these various tests?
Yes, after all of the tests.
Did you assess the acceleration and quantify the forces that were involved?
Yes.
Did you assess the material and textile damage to the clothed ATD?
Yes.
Ultimately, did you conduct lab tests in an effort to answer some of these questions as well?
Yes.
And you've already mentioned this, but you utilized in your testing the exemplar vehicle to the fullest extent that you felt necessary?
Absolutely.
Were
yes.
you hampered or hindered in any way in terms of damaging the vehicle or utilizing the vehicle in any way that you wished?
No.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are tests A and B? What are those laboratory tests?
So these were the initial two tests that we did to get an idea of starting to test this hypothesis. As I mentioned, we weren't sure at 10 miles an hour what would happen to the taillight. We wanted to see what would happen at 17 miles an hour with the arm. So again, it was to evaluate from a starting point what happens in this interaction based upon how Dr. Welcher had his arm oriented in his PowerPoint and analysis.
Next slide, please. What is this?
So you're looking at a photograph of our lab setup. You can see on the left side of that is our Hybrid 3 anthropomorphic test device. To the right is a linear impactor, and this is something we already have in-house that we built years ago for our testing that we do for the National Hockey League when we're looking at, what's the accelerations on an impact to a goalie wearing a helmet, right? We use this same device for that type of testing to measure head acceleration. So we applied this same linear impactor to be able to project, if you will, or accelerate the taillight at a known speed into the ATD arm.
What are some of the instrumentation that you use in addition to the mechanical impactor? What's some of the instrumentation you use to track the data?
Certainly. So you could see, I'll get my, see around here. So at the top here, there's a blue camera here. There's another blue camera here. So these are our high-speed cameras. And you'll see there's a bunch of lights around those high speeds. That's just because the frame rate's so high. And again, it's only sampling a very, very short amount of time. So you have to have a lot of light when you do these high-speed tests. So we have the high-speed cameras running. We have an accelerometer mounted to the ATD arm here on the other side. So that's some of the instrumentation. There's also a couple other cameras that we're documenting this overall.
Can we move to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in these photographs?
So this is looking at, and not to be confused, this wasn't the arm position when the impact occurred. This is just showing you the setup. So on the left is just kind of an overall shot, and then on the right is right here is a uniaxial accelerometer. So that's going to measure, we talked about that term earlier, right? The acceleration. So that's going to measure how quickly is this arm changing its speed, right? What's the acceleration of the arm as it's impacted?
Does that accelerometer put into motion some of the mathematical formulations that you talked about earlier?
Yes.
Let's move to the next slide, please. Tell me about these photographs.
So the importance of this is more specifically looking at the right photograph here. Might be a little bit hard to see, but we wanted to get the same exact sweatshirt or hoodie for the testing to evaluate if the taillight breaks, is there a mechanism for the fragments to penetrate and cause holes in the sweatshirt as were observed in Mr. John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Next slide. Were you successful in finding the exact replica sweatshirt?
Yes, and I will note, as I mentioned, I know it probably is hard to see, but the material blend on the sleeves are the exact same. They are 60% cotton and 40% polyester.
Was it important in your mind to maintain consistency with the data that you had received concerning John O'Keefe's clothing?
Certainly. I think we wanted to try to control as many variables as we could.
Let's move to the next slide, please. Test A. Describe Test A for us, please.
So you're going to see a series of photographs and then videos, but Test A was mounting a preconditioned taillight on that linear impactor to accelerate it into the hybrid 3 arm to, again, evaluate the damage to the taillight and the acceleration to the arm.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in these photographs?
So you're looking on the left, a photograph just before the impact test was conducted. On the right, you're looking at a thermal image that is depicting the temperature profile of the taillight.
Describe that thermal image.
Certainly. Your Honor, may I refer to my notes?
Yes.
So what I did is I analyzed the profile of the temperature down in this area. And when we look at that segment, that lower portion here, where contact was made, the average temperature in that area was about 34 degrees with a minimum of about 33 degrees.
How did you get that exemplar taillight down to around freezing?
So all of the taillights that we tested were preconditioned overnight in a freezer.
Why was that important?
Well, it's my understanding that at the time that this allegedly occurred, the ambient temperature was 31 degrees Fahrenheit. So as I mentioned earlier, certainly there's a correlation between how plastics perform in cold weather. So we wanted to take that variable into account in our testing to precondition them down to temperatures that were consistent with at the time of the alleged incident.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide, on this photograph?
So this is a video. Do you want me to go ahead and play the video?
Tell us what we're about to see, and then I'll ask the court's permission.
So you were looking at a camera that is mounted above the entire setup. If you look at the top portion of this video, you will see the taillight. Part of it's covered by the high-speed camera. But what will happen is the linear impactor will fire, and the taillight will be accelerated up to 10 miles per hour, striking the clothed ATD arm.
With the court's permission,
Okay.
let's go ahead and play the video. Next slide, please. What is this?
So this is also a video, but with the high-speed camera. So it's the high-speed camera that's looking top down at the arm. So you will see when the video plays, you will see the taillight enter from the left and contact the arm. And I will note that this is essentially slow mode, so it's not happening in real time. So you'll see the taillight slowly moving, but it's actually in reality moving at 10 miles per hour.
Understood. Go ahead and play that. Can I ask a question now that that's played? How did you mount the taillight to the accelerator, that linear accelerator?
Right. So we had to get a little bit creative there because you may have observed this when we had the physical assembly out earlier. The back of that, it's not some nice clean surface that we can just bolt on. So what we had to do is 3D print a bracket that we could bolt onto the linear impactor, and we used a polyurethane expanding foam to be able to marry those two together so that we could then bolt it onto the linear impactor to use it for this test.
Did you see any debris from that foam mounting mechanism?
Yes, there's a few flakes you can see of that polyurethane foam off the backside kind of going into being dispersed there.
Okay. With regard to this particular 10-mile-an-hour test, what did you note in terms of the damage to the taillight?
It was very minimal.
And what did you note in terms of any damage at all to the hoodie?
There was none.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is looking at a side view. So same test, just looking at it from the side. And similarly, you'll see the taillight come from the left. and impact the arm.
If we could play this, please. What did you note in terms of deflection of the arm, the test arm?
Well, the arm essentially, and we'll see this in the data later, it reaches a common velocity with the taillight. Based upon the portion of the arm that was contacted, again, consistent with how Dr. Welcher has it oriented, it will become accelerated up to 10 miles an hour roughly.
Over approximately what period of time is that arm accelerated up to 10 miles an hour along with the taillight?
We'll see it on the data plots. I think it's about 10 milliseconds or so.
How long, do you know how long an eye blink on average takes?
Off the top of my head, no, I don't. Probably pretty quick.
Somewhere around 250 milliseconds? Does that sound right?
Sustained.
Let's move to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So these are extracted frames from the high-speed video that we just saw on the previous slide, basically showing just at contact, just after contact, and then post-contact, so you can see the kinematics of the arm and how the arm is moving.
Okay. Let's move to the next slide, please. What is this photograph?
So this is photographs taken of the taillight after the 10-mile-an-hour test. I will note that there was a couple small fragments of the clear portion of the assembly, the outer lens that was missing from that turn signal area towards the left here. There's a couple fragments missing, and then there was some small fracturing here in that area.
How would you describe the damage to the taillight at the 10-mile-an-hour test?
If I may go to the next slide, I think it might.
Sure.
So this was the totality of that damage at 10 miles per hour. So I would describe it as minimal and superficial.
Okay. Next slide, please. What is this?
So this is the photograph that I just shown you compared to that of the subject taillight so that you can have a side-by-side comparison of the test taillight compared to that of the subject.
Were you able to reach any opinions and conclusions about whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 10 miles an hour?
It's inconsistent, in my opinion.
Next slide, please. This is still test A, is that correct?
Correct.
Were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether or not the damage to Mr. O'Keefe's clothing is consistent with being struck by the taillight at 10 miles per hour?
What I observed from the test is that there was no mechanism to create any of the holes that we observed on the subject sweatshirt.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty,
Yes.
as well as the former opinion that you just gave us?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
So this is a graph that shows the roughly, on the next graph, you're going to see a 24 millisecond window. So what I want to show you on this graph is what does that look like over a full second so you can have an appreciation of just how quickly this is occurring. As you mentioned earlier, I think your comment about a blink of an eye, this is even shorter than that. We're looking at, as you'll see on the next graph, again, it spans over just a few milliseconds. So that yellow tick that you see in the middle there, what I've done is I've plotted that over a full second. So 1 second is equal to 1,000 milliseconds. So if we go 500 milliseconds to the right, 500 milliseconds to the left, this whole graph represents 1 second in time. This impact duration is occurring very quickly.
1 second, is that reflected from the beginning of the graph to the end of the graph? That's representative of 1 second, is that right?
Correct. So starting at this y-axis all the way to here is 1 second in time with our impact duration happening over just a few milliseconds.
And this was at 10 miles an hour?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
So we're looking at the acceleration or the change in speed over time, that parameter that we discussed earlier. So what you can see is that as the arm is impacted, we had the accelerometer mounted on the inside portion of the forearm, if you will. You see that it starts to accelerate, right? Because it's changing its speed And then it starts to level off after the impact has subsided, basically, and it's reached a common velocity.
What do we see in terms of the G forces that are the arm is subject to?
So the peak is occurring right around here at about, looks like just over 6 milliseconds. And the peak acceleration is just over 130 Gs.
And what does that mean? What is a G?
So a G is acceleration due to gravity. So if we're being held down by 1 G, so you could think of it as basically a multiplication factor, that it's 131 times the acceleration due to gravity.
And the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is, again, that concept that we talked about earlier, delta V. This is the change in speed. So if we do some math to the previous data that we collected, it's a technique called integration, but we can actually add up all of that acceleration to determine what speed did the arm get up to. And when we do that calculation to this data, what we see is that initially at the impact, right, the arm's at rest, right, Newton's law, first law. And then we impart a force on it in terms of the tail light impacting it. It's going to cause the arm to accelerate and change its speed. So as I noted earlier, it's essentially going to reach a common velocity with the impact force based upon how Dr. Welcher has the arm oriented. And we can see that it's a tick over 10 miles per hour at just over 10 milliseconds. So that means that the arm in a 10 millisecond period is going from 0 up to about 10 miles per hour, which was the speed of the impact.
And 131 times the force of gravity is exerted on the arm at the same time?
Sustained us to that point.
Where does gravity play into this? What is the 131 Gs? Where's that force exerted?
So that is the acceleration that the arm experienced as a result of that impact. So that's how quickly it was changing in speed.
Understood. Let's go to the next slide.
So is this a good place to
It
take
is.
the morning recess? All right, folks, we'll take a recess. Dr. Wilkinson, file our jurors. Want to see counsel regarding just scheduling, please?
All rise for the court, please.
All righty, guys. I am royally beyond frustrated. They changed the rules in Facebook. And now my Facebook Live will not. It's not showing up live. And I don't know how to fix it.
That's just bad. Bad, bad, bad.
I hate it when they get in the middle of something and they change it like that. That sucks. Because I have people that watch this on Facebook and they're like, where are you? Where are you? And I'm like,
I don't know. I'm lost.
They changed it.
They moved me. I'm going under my desk. I'll be right back.
Wrong stop screen. That one. Didn't mean to do that. There we go. So yeah, that's a little unnerving that I can't go live there through this anymore, so I'll have to figure it out later. I feel bad for all of I have a decent following on Facebook too. So that's a little frustrating. Well, oh, Turtle Boy is in the house. There's Turtle Boy right there with the glasses on his head bending over. So Turtle Boy's in the house. Security is really keeping an eye on him if you haven't noticed. But he's in the house today. What do you guys think about this guy? I think he's doing it. By the way, we will be going to Lori Daybell, but she won't be live until at least 12 something our time, 12:30 at least. 12:30 our time. We've got some memes. Guess what? I got demonetized for playing some of the memes. So I can't play them. Oh, let's see. Move to case one meme. Okay, we listened to trial during the trial and the words in the card said we mark. Oh, okay. Someone talking about bingo. So let's go over bingo while we have this break. Here is our fabulous bingo card. Let me know if I've missed one. Probably did since I'm interpreting. Oh, I did. Hello, Britt. So we have VCH, we have methodology, motion, tow truck time, correct or right, 3-point term time 227, ARCA, key cycle, Sally port free. We have condition of tail light. We have just saying. Karen SUV, objection, sidebar, artifacts. They showed artifacts, taking pictures and exhibits. So that's what I have. If I'm wrong, please let me know. Let me know if I'm wrong. I did, babe. I'll do it again. So I removed the live. Now I'm going to add it again. It doesn't give me anything. Yep, I did it yesterday. I did it again. But on the old the live from yesterday, once it's no longer live, once it is no longer live, it shows. It'll show. I mean, I can see the live on my end, but when I go into edit audience, they have taken that out. You can no longer edit audience. You can edit post and video, turn on notifications, share partnership AD code. No, that's not what I need. Turn off translations, copy link, save video, pin post. I can pin it, but nobody's seeing it. Anybody here who is friends with me on Facebook, go and look and see if you can see the live. Diane, what you doing?
I'm looking for gravity. I know it's heavy, but I'm not like gravity. I'm looking for gravity. I know 1G's holding me to the earth, but I want to see what the gravity is.
It's the same thing as exaggerated strength.
Oh, yeah.
Like this.
Yay. But
Some people would do it with a G, but that's excessively English, and we don't do that here.
No, we don't. We don't or don't.
No, we do not. We do not.
Gave that up. I hear my teachers going, get rid of the English.
Are you seeing me?
I saw you earlier on Facebook. Oh, no, Facebook. No, not Facebook.
Okay, so you're able to comment. Let me see if it shows up. Because some people are not seeing me. I guess you have to be friends with me to see me. Okay, let's see if that worked. I don't know. Some people, do you know, remember Mary Collins or something like that? She was on all the time. The Mary and all those other women, they're not seeing me. No.
How's our lady doing that was always in the courtroom? I think it was in Florida. She was sick.
Oh, hold on, huh? Facebook, yeah. They made changes. She survived her cancer, but I'm not in contact with her anymore.
Oh.
Ronnie says she doesn't see me live. Ronnie, are you friends with me on Facebook? It's Ada K. ADAKAY. You just followed me. Thank you. Aww.
Ada K.
That granddaughter's lovely. Well, Gerald can see me.
Facebook.
Why can't you?
Let's see if I can see Ada K. No,
Okay,
no.
Ronnie, can you see me now? I had it public, so now you must have to follow me, which they changed, not me. I am totally public on that site. Here, I'll
Okay.
share this page. I'll
Okay.
show you what I mean. So if you come down here, click on that, you go to edit audience and you make it public and you save it, right? That's what I had to do every time I went live. And you had to do it once you went live. So I'm live here. I click on those. You cannot edit audience anymore. That has been removed.
I see you,
See?
Ada K. And you're
Okay,
like,
so when you go here, I can go to edit audience and it's public. But
okay,
I had to do that the moment I went live. That's why I have that intro music and that screen, because I'm on several platforms and I have to go in and make those public, but you can't make them public here.
I have a question. And maybe
Thanks
there's
for following
somebody
me, June.
watching who can help me.
God help you.
Okay, y'all ready?
Whoa, was that you?
Yeah, I'm dinging and I'm trying to figure out how to stop dinging.
Okay, guys. So are you guys not able to see me live?
I
Hello,
can't.
Brit followed. Can you?
Yeah, I see you live. But
See, they're only seeing my replays.
I do know this is live. Yeah,
Maybe give it a few minutes and then refresh your page.
okay.
Not them. Ronnie, Hello It, Britt, June, all of y'all. One sunny day.
I got
We got a bingo on one sunny day.
a
I
question.
don't have one yet. I'm close,
I
but no
did
cigar.
got a question, important question.
Important answer.
On my Facebook thing, you know how up at the top it comes across with create a story and then it has different people's pictures. I have started getting really nasty pictures, and I don't know how
What are
to
you
get
talking about?
on Facebook.
What do you mean? Create a story and then you're getting nasty pictures. I have
No,
no idea what you mean.
all across the top when you just open up Facebook, just your home page, and it you scroll like I see you here. 80K is live now.
Hey, all right there.
Okay, but above that, I have across
I
the
don't.
top, I have, there's a picture of me, create a
There,
story,
these.
and then there's somebody else and stuff. Anyway, I've started getting really nasty pictures.
Well, those are coming from those people's, and you can right click on that.
Okay,
You can't.
well,
I
yes,
don't
I
know.
right click on it, and what do I do? It up here at the top, three little dots. Report the story.
Dang. Somebody. Okay, I'm right up top.
And I'm like, report the story. Are you on my page?
No, I'm on my page.
Oh, well, thankfully you're not getting what I'm getting.
Well, I won't see that even if I go to your page.
Well,
Here, let's see. See, this is what I see.
okay, hold on. Facebook. Let me go back.
See, that's 4 days ago. You don't get mine.
No.
Content is unavailable.
I don't know why. Because you're still right there.
And I didn't share it with a small group of people. That's the problem.
I'll back it up. More options. Report the story. Adult content. Nudity or sexual activity. Submit.
See, I'm public. So why am I not?
Do you know that Dolly Parton's 91?
No, she's not.
Oh, that's
She's
what
turning 81.
81. I read it wrong then. Heck, that
She
woman's
should be turning 80, I thought.
well, she looks fantastic to even just be 81. Well,
Because here's why, Ronnie, because I stopped that live. So it's not showing me live anymore. It shows me when I'm no longer live.
mm,
See, it shows some of that's her page. And see, it shows me live now, but anyway, I'm frustrated. Nothing I can do about it. We're still in the proverbial ceiling Dion. Uh,
mm, mm, mm. Well, let's see. I see Mary Chula says she's here. Gerald Lofton.
today, right now,
Yeah.
let me get back to my Facebook page and see if it finally clicked in. I see no comments under the live that I'm in now. Oh, yay, we got it.
Yay! I just said I'm seeing ya.
Okay, I guess we refreshed it and it worked. Yay. Welcome, all my Facebook people. I am so sorry you have not been able to see this live. I don't know what was blocked, but we just did a hard reset, and I'm so grateful that you can see me now. Can you see me now?
Yeah.
I love my Facebook people.
I know.
They're awesome. And I don't like it when I can't see you. I don't. So I'm okay. I feel better now. But my head hurts. This gave me a headache. No, we have allergies. I mean, allergy. There's a lot of stuff popping right now. A lot. A lot of stuff. So I just took a leave. Yay! Today is hey Colleen. Welcome. We are in National Donut Day. I had my donut. I got my sugar high. I'm knocking the hat off because I got my sugar high. Yesterday it was National Moonshine Day, and I had moonshine all day.
Maybe that's why you got a headache today.
No, I gotta tell you, there's my cherries. But see the red in the bottom of that thing? I took less than half of that in a sip. It was so minuscule when I was sampling those moonshines.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're not going there. No, 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 no.
Not a gonna do that, huh?
This chick is not going to get drunk on live TV.
I
I can't even get drunk. I can't. I go to sleep. I literally will pass out and go to sleep before I can even remotely get drunk.
I tell you what.
And so if I'm really struggling sleeping and I know that I don't have to get up first thing in the morning, I have no problem going in there and getting me just a little swig. One, like a fourth of a shot will put me to sleep.
You'd be toast.
But I have to go lay down immediately. Huh?
I said, you'd be toast, huh?
I'm out. You can all but do anything you want to me, and I wouldn't know a thing. Do you know what, Mary? If you go, just FYI, now your posts are not showing up in my live.
Better than nobody has it. Now that song is running through my head.
So now I got to I'm going to have to pop out the chats. Can I pop out chats in this? Let me see. I
Oh,
thought you could. Guess not. So anyway, that's what it is. So Mary says, "Wow, I'm getting a donut then." Well, go get your donut, Dunkin' Donuts and Krispy Kreme. They're having a free donut today. So I think you can get one free donut today. Um, we don't, I cannot stand our Dunkin' Donuts. I don't like them. It's like a cake. It's not a donut. It's a piece of cake.
called a cake donut, darling.
Well,
Same
but
rulers are
even their glazed donuts to me are just so heavy, and they sit in my gut like a brick. So I can't do Dunkin'. Krispy Kreme, however, girl, I could eat a whole dozen of those.
darling, I got a cousin. Oh, she lives for Krispy Kreme. She does.
I'll never forget. I was 25 years old, living in an apartment, and literally my apartment faced a street, and literally just right across a 2-lane with the turning lane, so it's 3 lanes, and a crosswalk opened up a Krispy Kreme. And I was all of 100 pounds back then. I could eat anything and wouldn't gain an ounce. And
Yeah.
this chick would go over every morning and get 2 donuts and a cup of coffee every freaking morning. Never gained an ounce.
Isn't that the way it goes?
It decided to go. I paid for it 20 years later.
Oh, yeah.
That's a gift that keeps on giving.
I weighed 99 pounds for years, so much so that my parents took me to the doctor because they thought something was wrong with me. And the doctor said, no, she's just busy. She's just growing. And I was just growing. Well, evidently I stopped growing tall and I started growing otherwise. So sad. So sad.
Yep, it is.
Better than
And
44, 5.
so this PowerPoint, guys, let me see if I can pull it up. I have my teacher. He is so kind. And we have to create PowerPoints for our class. Well, not really PowerPoint. He wanted it in another program. And I'm all like, dude, this chick can't do that.
You're going to be so
I am not going to be. I said, I'm 54 and you want me to learn an entire new
program
for one
class. Class is the word.
Oh, that is not what I wanted to happen. No, stop. Okay. So here's my PowerPoint presentation that I had to do for my class. Yeah. And he says, I said, give me a written report and I'll write your pants off. But he goes, I don't want written reports. I don't want to sit and read a bunch of papers. I want this. And he goes, but use PowerPoint. That's fine. So what I have to study, my theme for my geography class is Introduction to Geography Activity. Mine is sign language. How and where did it start? Sign language, where did it begin and move across the world? Geography and sign language, the scientists basically, yeah. And then I don't know why he wanted me geographical coordinates corresponding to the location of the definition of geodes, geocodes. So this is my house address, and there's my geocode, and then the movement of sign language. So anyway, this is what I had to do that was driving me up the freaking wall, y'all.
It was. If she'd been a spider, she'd have been hanging by her web.
Oh my God, I love that. Well, here's the thing. When you're dyslexic and they give you a page of instructions, oh my God, the instructions. Oh my gosh. The instructions were like,
What? You want me to what? Weren't they?
I was like, just the instructions alone for this assignment was overwhelming to me because I
Yeah, they were. When we talked, she was practically in tears. She goes, I can't do this. I can't do this.
okay, but understand reading this for a dyslexic person is just astronomical. Step 2. So this is all the steps you get to. You have to answer all these questions, then get to the step 4 and 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are the slides instructions. And it's like, my brain, if I was a computer, I would have been fried.
Oh, she was, I could say it now. I couldn't say it then, but she really was so funny because she was like, I'm just so frustrated. I can't even read this stuff. I was going A to K. One thing at, but you don't understand. You don't understand. I'm like, A to K. I do understand. No, you don't. I'm just like, A to K, it's going to be okay. No, it's not. I'm just going to drop the class. I just won't graduate. She was frying people. She was in the fry pan under high heat.
But guys, okay, I've told you my son's business is struggling a little bit.
Well, may it be.
We're having some struggles here, and there's a chance that we may have to move all this to the house.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh,
And we're really stressing over here.
or-
We have a landlord that's being difficult, and things have just been tough. And that's why every penny y'all give is important, because it helps me pay a bill. But and I've got stresses of trying to do a wedding. I've got stresses of school. I've got stresses with the shop. We all have our stressors, but it is so difficult for me when it comes to reading.
Mm,
And Diane knows that.
mhm. Yeah, it is.
And just for me to read your comments here can be overwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
Now, luckily, I got the black with the white is easier than the white with the black for me. Uh-oh, I got a email. Oh, no, duh. Of course I'm going to get emails from my professors. Why are you texting me, sending me information? You may be getting emails from your professor. Really? I hope so. I hope so.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Okay, are you all set, Dr. Wolf?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Wolf, before we get into laboratory test B, I failed to ask you, were you compensated or was ARCA paid following the proceeding last year for any of the time?
Yes, last year.
Last year?
Correct,
Do
yes.
you know how much that was?
From what I recall, I think it was around $20,000.
Was ARCA paid by the defense
Not $325,000.
Who said?
Remember,
Who said
that other expert got $325,000, not including the 44 plus thousand he had already been paid. Almost $380,000.
Defense,
What was
your
his name?
initial testing, okay, initial analysis, which we talked about earlier this morning, was ARCA paid by the defense for any of that?
No, not the report, testing, none of that.
Okay. What were you paid for last year related to the first proceeding?
My time to appear at the proceeding.
Travel?
Correct, travel,
testimony.
testimony. Yes, sir.
So the form, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. What about now? Have you been paid any additional sums by the defense specifically for your undertaking that you're testifying about today?
Yes.
About how much have you been paid?
I think when I spoke to accounting, I think they indicated it was around $50,000.
Okay. Let's talk about laboratory test B, as in Bravo. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
What was different about lab
What?
We're in the wrong field.
test B as opposed to lab test A?
So the tests were essentially identical aside from the speed increase going from 10 up to 17.
Okay. Let's take a look at the next slide. Just so I'm clear, Doctor, I want to make sure I'm on the same slide as you. Is this slide 35 pursuant to your notes?
This is slide 36.
36, got it. Okay. We could be a little bit more brief, I think, because is this similar to the 10-mile-an-hour test, just with increased velocity?
Correct.
Okay. What about the purple-hued taillight on the right? What is that?
So again, that is a thermal image depicting the temperature profile of the right, right tail light that was tested.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to note that the average temperature profile of the tail light here in this test was approximately 30 degrees Fahrenheit.
Is that below freezing?
It is, yes.
And the ATD, the test dummy, if you will,
Yes.
is it also clothed?
Correct, yes. With you may notice a difference in the sweatshirt color. We put on a new sweatshirt in this test.
Was it also an exact replica of the sweatshirt at issue worn by John O'Keefe? I'll ask it a different way. How did it compare to the sweatshirt that was worn by John O'Keefe?
It was made by the same company and had the same material blend as the previous test and the one that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So this will be a video. You will see, much like you did in the other one, where the taillight will be accelerated up to 17 miles an hour, impact the arm. And one of the things you'll see is actually an artifact of the test, if you will, where the taillight, due to the fact that the impactor stops at the end of the stroke, that force actually causes it to decouple from that polyurethane foam that we use to adhere the two.
What do you mean by decouple? What does that mean?
So, as I mentioned, it once the linear impactor reaches the end of its stroke, it stops instantaneously, and the force of that stop just caused where we adhered the two together, just caused it to detach, basically break away. So, in essence, it doesn't matter because we only care about that. Remember, we're talking about that short duration of time, that 10 milliseconds. So once it breaks, it's already reached a common velocity to the taillight.
Okay. Can we go ahead and go to the next slide, please? What do you note about this impact?
So one of the things you'll see is kind of that dust cloud that you see. Again, that's all the particulates from the expanding foam that we use. So that's kind of what you see in the background there, kind of going over kind of the arm and the taillight there.
Do you note more damage or less damage to the taillight at 17 miles an hour versus the 10 mile an hour test?
There is more damage, yes.
Let's go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So you're looking at a top-down view from the high-speed camera. You'll see the taillight enter from the left, impacting the arm at about 17 miles per hour.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Can you describe the decoupling that's shown here?
Absolutely. So as you can see where the two are basically married together, right? It's kind of actually coming back together now. So that bond that we had, right? This is the most effective way that we could mount it to the impactor. It just became detached due to the force of that impactor stopping at the end of the stroke.
Understood. Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
So in this slide, you're looking at another high-speed video. This is just a side view. Again, you're going to see the taillight enter the frame from the left, impacting the arm at 17 miles per hour.
Is this in slow motion as well?
This is in slow motion, correct, not real time.
Okay. What do you note in terms of the deflection on the arm?
The arm, as we saw in the previous one, is accelerated up, so it's moving now at roughly a common velocity with what the impact speed was.
And what did you note about the damage to the taillight?
It was more significant than the 10-mile-an-hour test, which, again, there was very minimal damage to that, where several fragments of that red outer lens fractured as well as the clear lens.
Okay, next slide. And what is this depicting?
This is extracted frames from the previous video just showing right at contact, during contact, and post-contact.
Next slide, please.
I want to know what the damage. I want to know what the damage to the arm is.
I gotta get my cover. Hold on.
What is this a photograph of?
What?
My cover. I'm back.
I know I need to go get my cover. I am so cold on my feet. So I put the heating pad up here, but I need another. Mine got coffee on it yesterday, so it's washing.
She said she's so cold on her feet.
This photograph is depicting
On her neck.
Feetsies are cold.
the damage to the taillight at the conclusion of the test, where, again, it's missing fragments of the outer red lens. I will note that the interior diffusers
Is that
and
the one-
plastic components
Wait,
are
that's the
intact
one
in this
from
test.
before?
When you say intact, what do you mean?
They are not damaged or broken.
At all?
Correct, at all.
Next slide, please. What is that a picture of?
Another photograph showing the taillight post-test. Again, no damage to the underlying diffusers in terms of being cracked, shattered, or broken.
And what did you note in terms of the damage to the outer acrylic, the red piece?
It broke into a few fragments, and I think on the next slide I depict those in a photograph.
Let's take a look at that. What is that?
So this is a photograph depicting the collection of the fragments post-test. I will note there's one clear piece, one red piece, another clear piece, and then there is one more red piece in this bag. So the outer lens broke into approximately 4 pieces in the 17-mile-per-hour test. And I'll point out one other thing just because you can see it in the photograph. This is that 3D printed bracket that we used to bolt it onto the linear impactor with the foam on the other side that mounted it to the taillight.
Thank you for that. Next slide, please. What is this a picture of, or pictures of?
This is a side-by-side comparison showing a depiction of the 17-mile-an-hour test impact to the test taillight, comparing it to that of the subject taillight.
Were you able to reach any conclusions or opinions as to whether or not the damage to the subject taillight on the right is consistent with striking an arm at 17 miles per hour?
It's inconsistent from a damage perspective.
What's the basis of that opinion?
The test that I've just showed you all.
Was that testing that we've just talked about conducted in accordance with the scientific literature and generally accepted methodologies that you've earlier described?
Yes.
Is the damage to the right rear taillight consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 17 miles per hour?
No.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Slide 45, please. What is this?
You're looking at photographs post-test of the sweatshirt that the ATD was wearing at the time of the impact.
Is this the 17-mile-an-hour impact?
Correct, yes.
Did you note any defects in the fabric of the right arm?
There were no punctures, holes, or fraying of the material during this impact test.
Why can't I remember how to sign fabric?
Fabric.
That's right.
Based on this testing that you conducted in this case, is the damage that you saw of the shirt that John O'Keefe was wearing consistent or inconsistent with the shirt that's on the ATD?
It was inconsistent compared to the sweatshirt that Mr. John O'Keefe was wearing.
Based on that, do you have an opinion or a conclusion as to whether or not the damage on Mr. O'Keefe's clothing was consistent with being struck by the right rear taillight at 17 miles per hour?
It is inconsistent.
Next slide, please. What is this graph depicting?
So going back to these terms that we've talked about, this is the acceleration trace of the 17-mile-an-hour impact test. And you can see that we reach a peak of acceleration at around 5 milliseconds, and that's at about almost 270 Gs.
You said 270 Gs?
Correct.
Or 217?
270.
Thank you.
70.
Did that have any significance on your analysis?
Yes.
What was that?
Well, we can use that to estimate. Obviously, we can integrate that to get the speed, but we can also estimate the force applied to the taillight with that information.
Can we go to the next slide, please? What is the delta V as it relates to the 17-mile-an-hour lab test?
So you can see, again, the arm initially at rest is accelerated up, increasing in speed, and then reaches just about 16 miles per hour, so reaching nearly a common velocity with the taillight at about 8 milliseconds in time.
Next slide, please. Did you conduct additional tests other than the 2 lab tests that we've talked about?
Yes, sir.
Describe just in general, and then we'll talk in more specifics. What were the tests that you undertook after the lab tests?
So we conducted 2 tests with a suspended ATD arm that was impacted by an exemplar 2021 Lexus.
A hot coffee chat. He tried and Bev denied. Anytime he tried to compare the test in any way, shape, or form, there was an objection and it was sustained. Auntie Bev would not let it in.
So she accepts the objections.
Yep. Accept. So but he's working around it. We're trying, y'all. He's trying. I'm trying to get the microphones where y'all can hear me better while I'm signing. Can you hear me okay, Diane? Are y'all hearing me okay like this?
I hear you
This
just
LX570. We then conducted a test where the arm was then attached to a test dummy, and then our final test was a full-on impact to a test dummy.
Can we go to slide 48, please? What are we looking at in this slide?
This is the exemplar 2021 Lexus LX570 that was utilized during this test program.
Okay, my bad. Exemplar.
I do copy car.
Copy car.
Copy car.
Copy car.
Copy car.
Yep. You can say it 5 different ways, or car copy.
Yeah.
So someone was like, exemplar, is that the kind of car it is? No, it is a car that they have purchased that is the same exact make, model, year, all the features that she had. It's a copy car.
Yep, it's a copy.
Is this the same vehicle that was utilized in all the tests, C, D, E, and F?
Correct, yes.
If we could go to slide 49, the next slide. What's depicted in this photograph?
Well, so there's a number of things here, so I'll try to point them all out. So obviously, we talked about just now the Lexus here, the exemplar vehicle. We have a forklift that was hoisted up that ultimately was suspending the arm. I think I have an additional photograph that shows it close up. But the arm was suspended from the forklift at the correct height to interact with the taillight. We have our high-speed cameras set up under this umbrella. There's another one over here. Another thing you'll note is we brought out the chest freezer when we were installing these in the Lexus to, again, keep them at that steady state temperature for as long as possible.
If we could go to the next slide, please. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the approximate position that we plan to have contact occur in these tests. So as you could see,
What, love?
I said, that looks weird.
What did?
That arm, just,
Oh, yeah.
there's the rest of the person.
the
I want to see how far he flew.
forearm is in contact with the lift gate and the quarter panel taillight along with the elbow.
Why did you choose this configuration for the arm, the forearm, the hand, the elbow?
It was based upon my review of Dr. Welcher's work, and that he did through his static and dynamic test or paint test, that this is how the arm was roughly oriented when the alleged contact occurred.
What were you trying to replicate in positioning the arm this direction, this way, as it relates to the SUV?
Well, I think as I stated earlier, it was to understand, okay, let's get beyond just simple geometry, aligning things. What happens to the arm, right? What are the accelerations? What's the damage, right? What we want to answer some of those other questions that Dr. Welcher didn't answer.
Does this
I'm going to strike the last part of that answer.
Does this configuration align with your understanding of Dr. Welcher's alignment of the arm as it relates to the vehicle?
Sustain.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Why are you sustaining me? Why are you taking their
He's
very-
mocking a lefty. Well, he's rolling over my cords here. Let me try and get it off the cord. Dagnabbit. There we go. I have a heating pad on me trying to warm me up. I don't know why I'm cold.
Margie's been cold the last week, and I'm sitting around in sleeveless and shorts and barefooted.
Well, let me turn up my ears, get my monitors up. Okay. So, it's lame to compare to Welcher's presentation. Sorry. Well, not if you're here to debunk it. This case is going to hinge on experts. And when you have a case where you have an expert opinion and everybody's trying to decide whose expert's better, I mean, it's what my dad used to call a pissing contest.
Yeah, who could do it further?
But the thing is it's what the jury believes is going to be important. Yes. And the prosecution put their case on first, of course. So the defense is there to debunk it. Now he's done more than what Welcher did. Wolf and Welcher. That almost sounds like a law firm. Welcher and Wolf and Welcher. All right, Diane, you ready?
Yep.
Thank you.
I like having you.
Yes.
I like being here.
Okay, let's go to the next slide.
Yes, he does.
It's maybe self-explanatory. What was the speed of your first test out in the field?
15 miles per hour.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in these two photographs?
So on the left is a photograph of the installed preconditioned taillights just after the install, and on the right is a thermal image of that. And if I may just point out with the temperature. So one of the things you may see here is that due to the reflective chrome here, this is just an artifact of that being really reflective. So when we look at the average temperature profile of the taillight for this test, the average was approximately 17 degrees Fahrenheit for the taillight.
Was it important in this testing to account for the temperature variance of the taillight assembly?
Yes, absolutely. And I will note we certainly strive to maintain that. One of the things you actually may see in this photograph on the left are these pellets on the ground, and that is due to the fact during the installation process, one of my colleagues was positioned adjacent to that to the taillight fixtures, applying a compress of dry ice to help mitigate any heat transfer during the install process.
Let's move on to the next slide.
I want to explain something. It was important that they try to get the plastic of the tail light. I go backlight. Back. This was hard. Back is B-A-C-K. Real fast. Back. That's how we signed it. And you do it in the direction.
Yeah.
So the back BK, back light.
They
wanted to try to keep the temperature as close to what it would have been that night.
Mhm.
So I appreciate them thinking of that point.
Of that freezer.
Why? Because plastic will break different at different temperatures. The impact at 90 degrees maybe not will break the plastic because it's not as brittle. Versus over here at 20 degrees, it may become more brittle.
Okay.
Just saying.
When I do back, if I was to do back the way you do back, I would do BK.
Yeah, but
I wouldn't go
because but
no
back.
BK and turn it around. Not BK here, but BK.
No, I'm doing it this way.
Yeah.
See, that's the difference in interpretation. We were taught if we're moving this way, it's facing BK. If back that way, I want you to, if I'm got a car here and I want you to back up that way, I'm going to go back.
Yeah.
If I want you to put something back and it's on a shelf over there, I'm going to go back.
I think
Back. Directional.
I think the reason I would do BK is because I've learned to do less strain on my wrist. And this is
Yeah.
the wrist I broke.
BK is more straining than back.
But yeah, it is.
Back is less movement than BK. All right.
All right.
Diane, your beeping's driving me nuts, girlfriend.
Well, it's got you got. Well, let me turn my beeping off on this one.
Well, it's just it just hits that hearing aid and it's like, "Yee." All right, and we're ready.
What are we looking at in this overhead view?
This is it's a drone video, so you're going to see the Lexus accelerate from left to right, impacting the hybrid suspended arm in the area where you could see the umbrella.
Can you use your spotlight and orient us? Where are the vehicles and the testing locations?
Yes. So the Lexus is starting here. You will see it accelerate in reverse with the hybrid arm suspended in this area here.
Okay. Is this a video or just a still shot?
This is a drone video.
Let's go ahead and play that. Dr. Wolf, is that in real time or slowed down, sped up?
This is in real time.
Okay. Next video, please. What is this?
This is a camera that was mounted on top of the forklift that was suspending the arm.
I'm sorry.
Is this a still shot or is it a video?
It's a video.
What is the orientation of that arm as it relates to the vehicle that we'll see?
So it will make contact with the taillight, although I will note in this test, ultimately the contact ended up being more of a clip or a side swipe in this test.
Go ahead. Did you see the impact area?
It's quick.
We're going to go back. That was quick.
That's what he said. Watch, do it again and watch the shadow.
Did you see the?
Okay, but listen, the one thing that does bother me about this, is the fact that this arm is being suspended. It won't spin and react that way if it's on body. But because the crash dummies are probably a boatload of money more than the car or close to it, I can see why they didn't use it. But let's watch that
The
again.
impact area?
Watch a shadow. Whoa! Make you dizzy.
Did you see the impact area?
It did.
It's quick.
Right. What did you mean when you said more of a side swipe or a clip?
So I think the next couple of videos will help demonstrate that.
Let's move on to the next one. What are we looking at in this video? Or, I'm sorry, in this photograph?
So this is going to be a high speed or a slow-mo video. You're going to see the Lexus come in from the right and then move across the screen to the left. And you'll see
Hello,
contact
Defender
occur between
Faith.
the tail light and the arm.
Okay.
Welcome. The light did not break. Sorry, I'm yelling. The light did not break.
Can you explain for the jurors using this video what you meant by more of a side swipe or a clip?
Right. So this is where the hand and the wrist are kind of in the area of the quarter panel tail light, and then a portion of the forearm in contact with, I'm sorry, what I previously said, the wrist and the hand in contact with the lift gate portion of the tail light, and then on the forearm is more in contact with the quarter panel tail light.
Okay. Can we move to the next slide? And what is this angle?
This is, yeah, same test, just a different angle with the high-speed cameras in slow motion.
And this is at 15 miles per hour, correct?
15 miles an hour, correct.
Can you explain for the jurors, given the fact that this is suspended, does that have any impact on the ultimate analysis or reconstruction, rather than being attached to an ATT?
Effectively, mass is mass. So whether we have an arm that is suspended or attached, again, it's the arm is on a joint, right? So the arm can accelerate freely of the rest of the body, right? So if anything, even if it is attached to the body, there may actually be some additional force associated with that, just because there could be more mass attached to it.
Understood. Okay, let's go ahead and play this video.
I hate to see what it looked like at 28, 24, whatever they say it is. No braking. No brakey. No brakey.
Rio, oh Rio. You said a
Can we go to the next slide, please?
you would say, that's how she'd say bro.
What are we looking at in these three photographs?
So you're looking at, on the left, starting from left to right, just at contact, and then just after contact, and then post-contact. So as I mentioned, you can see that in this first one at contact, again, we don't have, the hand isn't and the arm aren't positioned as far out on the previous tests, and the hand is in the area and the wrist of the lift gate taillight, with part of the forearm in contact with the quarter panel taillight.
Okay, remember guys, he set this up to be more of a side swipe and not more of a full elbow body direct hit. It's more of a glazing, meaning the arm is a little further from the body. It's not as in, the tail light is not hitting directly on the elbow. So that would be considered the full direct hit. This is the side swipe or a clipping. He's showing the difference.
And as you saw in the video, essentially the arm just kind of moves out of the way of the vehicle as it comes by.
Understood. Next slide, please. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the test vehicle subsequent to the test, depicting the, I'll say, lack of damage to the taillights.
Describe what you did see in terms of damage or lack of damage on the taillight.
There was no damage or fracturing to the taillights.
Describe the orientation of the arm in this particular test that you said was more of a side swipe. What was the orientation of the arm to the tail light in terms of how much of the arm touched the tail light? It's probably a clunky question, but I think you understand it.
I don't know if I could break it down into, I think just Qualitatively speaking, like I said, it appears to be the hand and the wrist and kind of the lower portion of the forearm, maybe to the mid forearm or so.
So nothing on the upper arm?
Correct.
Making contact?
Correct. Nothing on the upper arm. Yes.
Okay. If we can move past this slide and onto the next slide. What is this depicting?
So this is depicting the test taillights of the 15 mile per hour impact into the hybrid arm compared to that of the subject taillight.
Was there any notable damage at all on the on the exemplar taillight following test C at 15 miles an hour?
The only thing there may have been was some very slight abrasions maybe to the plastic, but there certainly was no breaking or fracturing of the lens assembly.
Were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 15 miles per hour?
In this test, it was inconsistent.
Even in a side swipe?
Correct.
Was that testing that we just saw done in accordance with scientific literature and generally accepted methodologies in the area of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Is the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject vehicle consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 15 miles per hour in a side swipe configuration?
It's inconsistent.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Can we move to the next slide, please? What are we looking at in this graph?
So you're looking at the hand acceleration over time. So you can see that because, as you saw in the previous video and slides, the hand initially made contact with the taillight. So that gets accelerated up first. So we're getting peak accelerations in this test for the hand of about 254 Gs. And yes, over a period of about a little over 6 seconds or 6 milliseconds or so.
What was the arm or the appendage outfitted with to determine the data on this graph?
Right. So if you think back to the lab testing that we did, right, because we didn't have, and again, this is kind of why we did the testing incrementally as we went about it, but in the lab test, we didn't have a way to mount the liftgate assembly to also evaluate that interaction. So when we moved outside the full-scale vehicle testing, we had a liftgate taillight, obviously the full vehicle. So we also instrumented the hand with an accelerometer as well as the forearm. So we were able to measure the acceleration of both the hand and the forearm in these tests.
Can we move to the next slide, please? And what are we looking at here?
So this is the acceleration of the arm. So you can see that it reaches a peak around 5 milliseconds at about, looks like just under 200 Gs.
And the next slide. What's depicted in this graph?
So this is doing, again, the integration of the acceleration data for the hand to determine what speed did the hand get accelerated up to. And you can see that at the onset of this, it's at rest, it's impacted, and then gets up almost to 15 miles an hour in 4 milliseconds. Ultimately does reach at about 18 milliseconds, it does reach that 15, but it's nearly at 15 at contact.
Thank you. The next slide, please. And what is this delta V showing us?
So this is showing the change in speed of the arm. And again, because the hand was, and the wrist was more of the central impact to the ATD arm, this ultimately saw less acceleration, therefore less of a change in speed. So at around 6 milliseconds, well, roughly actually about 1 millisecond after it started to increase in acceleration, it's at about 5 miles per hour.
Is that reflected in the fact that the arm pivoted?
Yes,
Spun?
there's some rotation going on, so it's not translating or accelerating.
Understood. Can we move to the next slide, please? Test D. What was the speed that you undertook in test D as in Delta?
So this is a 29 mile per hour impact into the suspended hybrid arm.
We move to the next slide. What are we looking at in this series of photographs?
So on the left is my colleague, again, compressing the tail light while we install the upper tail, the liftgate tail light to, again, try to maintain that steady state temperature. Over here on the right is the thermal image of the tail light after the install. So the average temperature of this tail light during the test was approximately 17 degrees Fahrenheit.
Next slide, please. Staying with test D, what is this depicting?
This is a drone video showing a top-down perspective of the test with the Lexus starting on the left-hand part of the screen, accelerating in reverse into the suspended hybrid arm over here at the location of the forklift.
Okay, if we could watch this video, please. Do your next slides show?
Okay, Diane, we're going to get this correct. My bad. There are two ways to sign drone. I do this for the small drones, just kind of like, but for the big ones, the real big ones, I'll do this or this because they have the multiple, sometimes up to 8 arms. And so it, depending on the size, I would bet this one's one of these.
Yeah. I like this for the big one. Easier.
Not this, that.
This is a dead spider. Okay.
See, guys, here we go.
All right.
There you go. The suspended arm. What are we looking at here?
So this is a video camera that was positioned on top of the forklift looking down at the arm. So you'll see the vehicle move from bottom to top as this video plays.
By the way, Dr. Wolf, what are the purple and white lines that we see have predominated? I'm sorry, I was talking over that.
Sorry, I
That's
didn't.
okay. What are the purple and white lines that we see?
So those are guidelines to help. I will note that this is kind of like a needle in a haystack. It's very hard to hit this small of a.
Did you say something?
I got a cramp in my arm.
Okay, I'll
Target.
take
So
over for a minute.
just served as a guideline to reference as we're accelerating rearward into this.
Is this in real time?
This is in real time, yes.
What's the speed that the vehicle is entering the frame at?
29 miles per hour.
Thank you. What happened to the arm in terms of its suspension?
It actually gets ripped off from the mounting location.
Is there a reason you believe physically that that arm was ripped off from the suspension tethers?
Well, certainly there was enough force to break the tie lines to the forklift.
Was there a test value of those tie lines?
I think they were rated at 150 pounds.
What does that suggest in terms of the force that was exerted just before we get to the other testing? The force that was exerted on the arms to tear off the tie lines.
Well, it indicates that the arm saw at least 150 pounds of force.
Okay. Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this video?
So this is going to be a slow motion video. You'll see the Lexus accelerate in reverse, making contact with the arm. And again, this is the 29 mile per hour impact test.
Okay.
Wow. It's still flying.
Now, if it's connected to a body, it ain't going to fly. Now, I'm going to be honest.
And
I
what,
can already see where some of the prosecution's going to try and eat his lunch. Why did you not have a full dummy? Why are we only using an arm? That's not equal representation. And I would say, bitch, please, like using a dummy to fall in a dead weighted position isn't equal. Because John O'Keefe was not passed out, standing vertical, passed out when he was allegedly hit by the car. So for me, it's kind of like their testing was not as, there's going to be flaws in both testing. But if I'm nailing this, I'm going to go, okay, why didn't you, hold on, Diane, why in the heck did you not keep it on the body and show that versus dangling it from a cord?
What is this?
Hold on. I'll get you. Hold on. Yes, ma'am.
Put me on the stand. I can answer that question. Depending on the technology used, a test crash dummy can cost anywhere from $100,000 to $1 million.
Yeah,
For
there's
what?
the reason why.
Yeah, put me on the stand. Put me on the stand.
Yeah, like they had a test dummy standing and they let it go and did a vertical drop where the head hits the ground. Well, if John O'Keefe was at least conscious when he was allegedly hit by this vehicle, even though he may have been intoxicated, his body reflex may have been slightly slower, but it still would have tried to stop himself from the fall. It's called a reflex. So there's flaws in both sides. There's going to be flaws. Nothing's going to be a perfect representation. However, I want to see the tail light at 29 miles an hour. How damaged
This is
was
a
it?
video, a high-speed video, so slow motion of Test D at 29 miles per hour into the ATD arm that is suspended. So you'll see the Lexus enter the frame from the right and impact the arm.
Okay.
Okay, there's damage.
Yeah.
Damage have.
Was this strike more reflective of what you were attempting to replicate?
Yes, this was a more central impact to the arm. Yes.
Thank you. Next slide, please.
Reflect.
And
Mirror.
what is this?
So this is a high-speed or slow-motion video depicting the Test D
Or
at
this.
29 miles per hour,
No,
just a different
this.
perspective than the previous video.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, it did tear it up. Wow.
Next slide. And what are we looking at here?
So this is extracted frames from the high-speed video. So starting out left to right, this is roughly at first contact with the majority of the hand, the majority of the forearm in contact with the liftgate taillight, with a portion of the elbow in contact with the quarter panel taillight.
Can I stop you right there?
Okay. Diane, three
Yeah.
things. Glass reflection. Like I'm looking in the mirror, would be glass reflect. Glass reflect.
Okay.
If it's reflection, reflect, it's hit almost like a deflect, but it's reflect. But with this, it's kind of like demonstration copy reflecting, meaning what is this showing? And that's how I do it. I could be wrong, but that's the way I learned it. Reflect or reflect. But if you want to use this,
I'll look it up later and then we'll see.
but that's what this to me is.
it would
I'm
show.
looking and then it's copying, reflecting. I don't know. I Googled it just to make sure.
There on that far left frame, does that fairly replicate what you were attempting to approximate in terms of the orientation of the arm versus the taillight?
Yes, more of a central impact compared to that first test at 15. Yes.
Is that more or less consistent with what you saw in Dr. Welcher's test where he had his arm in that still shot associated with the geometry of the car?
Sustained.
Is this consistent with what you were trying to replicate after your review of Dr. Welcher's report?
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
What were you trying to replicate, or why were you trying to replicate this at the 29 mile an hour test in this particular orientation?
We were trying to see, based upon Dr. Welcher's orientation, what happens to the arm in terms of the acceleration and the damage to the taillight at that configuration at contact.
Okay, next slide, please.
Most definitely would have had far more damage.
What are we looking at?
So this is a photograph depicting the damage to the liftgate taillight as well as the quarter panel taillight.
And what do you note?
But if you notice, it's all the clear, this is more gone. All the red here is gone, and you have some damage in the white up here, but look at all that that's gone there. This is still intact. It just depends on where the brunt force of that elbow, I guess, impacts the
In
car.
terms of that damage?
So on the liftgate taillight, a significant portion of that thick 5mm red outer lens is fractured and broken off. The underlying diffusers are still in place. There was a small crack in, I believe it was the upper diffuser here. The quarter panel taillight had the clear section damaged with the outer lens missing, along with some fragments from the outer portion of the red part of the lens.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is another photograph depicting the quarter panel taillight. As I indicated, there is portions of the red lens cover missing. The interior diffusers remained largely intact in this test.
Next slide. What is this side-by-side depicting?
This is showing the results of
Comfort
the
break.
29 mile per hour impact test to the test vehicle compared to that of the subject taillight.
Given that orientation of test D, were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether or not the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 29 miles per hour?
It was inconsistent.
What's the basis for that opinion, Dr. Wolf?
The results of this test.
And was that testing conducted in accordance with the scientific literature and generally accepted methodologies in the field of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
Is the damage to the right rear taillight consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 29 miles per hour? When I say the right rear taillight, I mean of the subject vehicle.
Sustained as to that.
With regard to your opinion concerning whether the subject taillight is consistent with striking an arm at 29 miles per hour, do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What is depicted in this graph?
So this is looking at the acceleration of the hand in the 29 mile per hour impact test with peak accelerations close to 800 Gs at 2 milliseconds.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
This is the acceleration of the arm, reaching peak acceleration of about 500 Gs.
You indicated 800 Gs in the last graph. What's the difference? What's the difference in the delta between the 500 and the 800?
Between the hand and the arm?
Understood. Which one suffered or was subject to 800 Gs?
That would be the hand.
And which one was subject to the 500 Gs?
That would be the arm.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this graph?
So this is looking at the change in speed. So what speed did the hand get
I'm
up
still
to as a
here. I'm
result
just
of the
not going to
impact?
sign for a minute.
So we can see that in about 3 milliseconds, the arm is moving nearly at almost 25 miles per hour. And then a little bit later, again, this is still very quick in time, at about 14 milliseconds, it's at about 30 miles per hour.
Next slide, please. What's depicted in this graph?
So this is looking at the change in speed of the arm as a result of the contact. So starting here at about 2 milliseconds, the arm accelerates up to, by 8 milliseconds, we're at about 35 miles per hour. And this, you may be wondering, why are we getting more speed than what the input was? And that's because you get a phenomenon known as restitution. Basically, there's an elastic collision between the two where you can get almost a bouncing effect. So when you have something that weighs 6,000 pounds striking something that's much, much lighter than that, it can actually cause it to accelerate up to a greater velocity than the impact speed.
Next slide, please. Test E, 24-mile-an-hour impact test. What is that?
So this is a 24-mile-an-hour impact test to the ATD arm attached to a test dummy.
Oh, yeah,
Next slide,
we have the
please.
test dummy. Woo, woo.
Why did you utilize
Oh, thank you, dear Jesus. We have a test dummy. We have a test, and he did not have a broken arm. I mean, come on, y'all. I'm sorry. We're gonna order lunch. Y'all don't panic if I'm getting a little quiet. We'll be right back.
24 miles an hour for this test?
So it's my understanding that this is the upper end. There is a triggering event of, I believe it's 1162.2, and I think at the end of that data, the speed is approximately 24 miles per hour. So we did a test at the end point, if you will, in that data set.
What is this photograph showing in terms of the orientation of the arm and the hybrid test dummy, or ATD?
So the orientation is to depict, again, the orientation that Dr. Welcher indicated in his static and dynamic test to show what happens when again, that ATD arm that we had is attached to a test dummy and is struck at 24 miles per hour.
Next slide, please.
I have a hard time with
And what is
MPH for
this?
some reason.
So this is a thermal image of the taillights
I need
just
to take
after
a
the
break.
install,
I'll wait for her to come back.
with the average temperature at about just over 33 degrees Fahrenheit.
Next slide. And what are we looking at?
So you're looking at a top-down drone video with the Lexus here on the left that will accelerate in reverse up to 24 miles an hour, striking the ATD arm.
You would
Watch that,
think.
please.
You would think. Okay, but look where the body lands. Look where the body lands.
Next slide.
Oh, it doesn't because it's being held up.
What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is a top-down video from atop of the forklift, or where the arm is suspended attached to the dummy. So you're going to see the vehicle enter from the bottom into going to the top of the screen.
Next slide. What is this view?
It's just another perspective. This is a slow motion video where you'll see the Lexus in reverse. I think this one actually has kind of a long build up before it starts here.
And could we go to the next slide, please? And what is this?
So this is a perspective from the high-speed camera, so a slow-motion video with the Lexus reversing into the ATD arm at 24 miles per hour.
Before you play this, Dr. Wolf, I failed to ask this, it may be obvious. After each of the tests, C, D, E, F, were you replacing the taillight with new exemplar taillights that had been temperature accounted for?
Yes, every test had a new set of quarter panel taillights, as well as liftgate taillights. And even in the test where the taillight in the 50-mile-an-hour test where the taillight was not damaged, we still put on new taillights. We did not repurpose or reuse any of the taillights.
Okay, thank you. you could play this for us, please.
That's a lot of tail light. That's a lot of money. A lot of money. I will tell you that because the dummy is suspended, it's not going to fall, but the rotation is correct. And he would not have flown 7 to 20 feet. I don't remember how many feet. I've heard differences in feet, but he would not have flown that far. He may have rotated and fallen. I would say his head could have been 8 feet from the car, but I would suspect from what I've seen in people who've literally been hit, both from the front and the rear. I actually witnessed several people being hit, 3 to be exact. Horrible experiences, but the impact rotation's legit. That rotation, at least through the first quarter to half of a full body rotation, is legit, and then he probably would have fallen. It still didn't total $400,000. That right there is where I would say it would change. He probably would have fallen.
Next slide. In this configuration,
Oh, but he didn't come out of his shoes. And he's got 1 foot that's stuck on the ground. You see it dragging and turning, and he didn't come out of his shoes.
was the ATD outfitted with the hoodie that you've earlier described?
Yes.
At the time you outfitted the ATD with the hoodie in this configuration before this test E, did you confirm that the sleeve, the right sleeve, was damaged or undamaged?
After this test?
No, before.
Before, it was undamaged before the test.
Okay. What are we looking at in this slide?
So this is still frames from the high speed. So starting out on the left here, just at contact. So the forearm making contact with the liftgate taillight, and then the upper part of the forearm and the elbow making contact, a direct hit into the quarter panel taillight. And the middle here is just after contact, and on the right is post contact.
Thank you. Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this video?
Oh, that would be funny to have a stunt man. Come on now.
Or in this picture?
So this is a overall
That'd be bad.
photograph depicting the taillights subsequent to this test at 24 miles per hour. I will note that there's no damage to the liftgate taillight, and then there is damage to the quarter panel taillight.
Is there any damage to
bit.
the internal diffusers on this taillight?
So if I go to the next photograph, if I may.
Please.
So you can see here, there is this kind of thicker, it's actually not a crack. So I'm looking at the clear diffuser here with the dots that you see. This line that you see, kind of opaque. I don't know if you've got a laser pointer to.
Donna, may I?
Yes.
Just so there's no confusion, thank you.
Okay, Matt.
So the line right here that's part of the assembly. So that's just a part of how the plastic is molded. There's a very small crack right here in the underlying diffuser, but all of the remaining part of the diffuser in terms of this portion here and here are all intact, and same with this portion of it.
What about the chrome piece that's running between the diffusers?
I don't believe that was damaged during this test, no.
And what about the clear acrylic toward the top left of that taillight housing?
It was partially fractured, but not the entire outer portion of it.
Next slide, please. What is this depicting?
So this is a photograph depicting the quarter panel taillight subsequent to the 24-mile-an-hour impact test with the ATD arm compared to that of the subject taillight.
Based on this test, were you able to reach any opinions and conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject taillight is consistent with striking John O'Keefe's arm at 24 miles an hour?
Sustained in that form.
Were you able to reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the subject tail light is consistent with striking an arm at 24 miles per hour?
Based upon the test results, it's inconsistent with striking an arm.
On what do you base that opinion?
I base it upon the test results that I've shown in terms of the video and the data acquisition.
Can you describe that in a little bit more detail?
So during this test, we had the instrumented hybrid arm outstretched from the test dummy with the accelerometer on the hand and the forearm. We had data acquisition on the vehicle, monitoring the speeds of the vehicle. We accelerated that vehicle into the arm at 24 miles an hour to conduct a dynamic impact test to collect data certainly about the acceleration that the arm experienced, but then also make observations about the damage that we observed to the taillight.
Do you hold that opinion that we've just discussed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
And were your tests conducted in accordance with methodologies that are generally accepted in the field of accident reconstruction in this particular test cycle?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this series of photos?
So these are photographs depicting, excuse me, the test clothing. Again, prior to the test, there were no holes or damage to the sweatshirt. That was the same post-test. We did not see make any observations with respect to any fraying, holes, punctures to the material of the sleeve.
Was there any damage whatsoever observed on the right sleeve of that ATD?
No.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in terms of this graph?
So what you're looking at in this graph is the acceleration of the hand reaching a peak acceleration just after 10 milliseconds of approximately 435 Gs.
Next slide. What are we looking at here?
This is the acceleration of the arm during this 24 mile an hour impact test, reaching peak Gs of about 300 at 4 milliseconds.
And the next slide. What is this delta V graph showing us?
So this is showing the change in speed of the hand as a result of the impact, ultimately getting up to approximately 24 miles an hour, which again is the impact velocity of the Lexus.
And how fast did it get up to 24 miles an hour?
In probably about 10 milliseconds or less.
Next slide, please. And what is this delta V showing us?
This is showing the change in speed of the arm going to about just over, looks like about 22 miles per hour at about 10 milliseconds. So total window of time of about 8 milliseconds that it took to get up to that 22 mile an hour speed or so.
Understood. And next slide, please. Did you undertake, by the way, another question. On that, when the ATD was oriented in test E, as an echo, where it was standing with its right arm out, and the impact was on the right arm. What happened to the mass of the body of the ATD?
It rotated.
Was it projected at all off to the side?
No.
Was it projected rearward?
No.
Was that rotation expected based on your experience?
Yes.
What is the 29 mile an hour impact test in test F?
So this was a test that we conducted with a what's known as a rescue Randy or a test dummy that was a full
Rescue Randy. That was Rescue Randy. I didn't know it had a name.
on impact to the right rear corner of the Lexus.
Let's take a look at the next slide, please. With regard to test E, if I could please ask you about that. I will go back to that test even though we're looking at this one. with test E, was that reflective of a direct impact on the arm itself,
Correct, right in the area of the elbow to the quarter panel taillight.
as opposed to a side swipe on the arm?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Did you undertake to test a direct impact on the body of the ATD in this test?
Of the Rescue Randy dummy?
Yes.
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
So this is the intended impact configuration with the Rescue Randy suspended here by the forklift, and again, kind of in the path of the profile at that right rear corner.
How much does this test dummy weigh?
Approximately 200 pounds.
Next slide, please. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is a video. We had a little bit of a false start, so our high speeds weren't triggered, but thankfully we were able to pull our surveillance video to get at least an overall video of the test taking place.
Do you have, or well, let me ask you that did you intend to have high-speed video just like you've had in every other test?
Yes.
What went wrong? Something
Just
didn't get
miscommunication between the driver and the rest of the test engineers.
Got it.
So false start.
Okay. Was the taillight housing reassembled for this test?
Yes, it had a preconditioned new set of taillights on it.
And other than the taillight being damaged several times that we've seen, was there any other damage to the rear of that exemplar vehicle?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Other than the taillight damage that you rotated through in your testing, C through F, was there any other inherent damage to the the lift gate that existed when the exemplar vehicle was received by you?
When it was received, no. It was
Okay.
in good condition. No defects or damage were noted.
Okay. What are we going to expect to see in this video?
So in this video, you'll see in the surveillance video, the Lexus will come from the right to left, strike the Rescue Randy, and then you'll see the Rescue Randy projected and slide on the ground.
Okay. Can you play that one more time, please?
See, I have to say, I expected to see this from Welcher. I expected to see this from Welcher, and we did not see this from Welcher, which is surprising.
So wrong.
If you're going to reconstruct an accident, this is what I was hoping to see, and both of them battle out equally together. They may have had different analysis and different results, but this is what I was hoping to see. And I have to say, I mean, Welcher, I'm not against Welcher, but I have to say this is more impressive.
What is it? Oh,
That. Oh my gosh, look how he flew
Next
straight
slide,
back.
please.
Yeah, that's
What are we
impressive.
looking at in this series of photographs?
So this is a extract from our VBox software and data acquisition system. So on the top, you'll see the video. On the bottom is the data. So this is another feed that we had of video. This was triggered. So we do have data from this perspective. So what you'll see is my colleague will move away from the assembly with the dry ice, and then the vehicle will accelerate in reverse.
That was my question. The blue, that's dry ice, gloves.
You can't, you don't want to touch dry ice with your bare hands. So
Okay.
it's, he's wearing gloves. He's capturing the thermal images now.
Next slide, please. And what are we looking at in this?
So these are
I'm digging
extracted
mine
frames
so I
from
can
that
see it
video
better.
you just saw from the data acquisition system. So on the left here is just before contact between the test dummy and the Lexus. On the right is
They did.
just at contact.
Yes.
Next slide, please. And what are we seeing in these series of photos?
So this is obviously during the collision sequence. The body now has loaded into the lift gate and the back window. What you're seeing here is the back window shattering. And this is just a few split second later in time where, again, the body is continuing to move with the vehicle as it's
I'll wait
contacted.
and interpret
Next slide.
Diane. I can't do it all.
And what is this?
This
Whoa,
depicts
look at
the
that damage.
post-impact damage to the rear of the Lexus. As I noted, the rear window is completely shattered. There's deformation and crush to the liftgate section of the vehicle. The bumper step was popped out, and then there was some minor fracturing in the bumper cover at the lower level.
Yep.
Did you note anything regarding the internal components of the exemplar taillight, even at this direct impact?
So the taillight, as you can see, it blew out the outer lens cover. I believe the part of the clear diffusers were actually still in place. I think the lower one might have been fractured here, but I think the upper one was still in place.
At 29 miles an hour with a direct impact, did the exemplar taillight exhibit the same type of damage to the diffuser as the subject taillight?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
More or less damage in this photo to the diffuser specifically than in the subject taillight?
Well, I think there was more in the subject taillight. As I mentioned, I believe the top diffuser
More
on this
damage?
was correct.
Okay, that was my question. And is there another slide at the on the back end of this one?
That's it.
Okay, we can have the lights. Dr. Wolf, you conducted tests at what miles per hour? Tell me the sequence.
It would be 10 miles per hour, 17 miles per hour, 15 miles per hour, 29 miles per hour, 24 miles per hour, and then a full-on hit at 29 miles per hour.
Regarding all of the tests you conducted, what did you observe with regard to the damage, if any, to the internal components of the quarter panel taillight? And I'm talking about the chrome pieces and the diffusers.
It was less in all of the tested taillights than that of the subject taillight.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject 2021 Lexus is consistent with an impact to John O'Keefe's right arm during a high-speed reversing maneuver?
Sustained in F1, Mr. Jackson.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the damage to the right rear taillight of the subject vehicle is consistent or inconsistent with an impact to a right arm during a high-speed reversing maneuver?
It was inconsistent.
What's the basis for that opinion?
All of the test data that we did from the laboratory testing, moving up to full-scale vehicle testing, all of the collected data in terms of the photographs, the observations, all of the acceleration data collected. So all of the testing that we've walked through in this PowerPoint, along with certainly that was based upon all generally accepted and peer-reviewed methodologies in the accident reconstruction community.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based on your experience, training, and education?
Yes.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to relating to the punctures, holes in the hoodie that you saw that was related to John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion or conclusion as to whether or not the damage that you saw to the hoodie related to John O'Keefe is consistent or inconsistent with a impact from a right rear taillight of the subject SUV?
It was inconsistent.
And what do you base that opinion on?
Based upon all of the impact testing that we did with the clothed ATD arm in the laboratory as well as the field.
In any of the testing that you did you ever see taillight pieces cut, puncture, or fray the sleeve of that hoodie?
No.
The exemplar hoodie, I should say.
Correct.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions as to whether the rear taillight of the subject SUV was involved in a center of mass strike of a pedestrian at a high-speed rearward maneuver?
Yes.
What is your opinion?
That the damage to the subject Lexus is inconsistent with a center of mass hit.
What do you base that opinion on?
The testing that we conducted in that last test that you just saw.
Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, Dr. Wolf?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Is this a good place for a break, or do you want to get started?
What's preference? Lunch is not yet.
Joyce, why don't we let you have your lunch? Okay? So we'll
Lunch, glorious lunch.
All rise in court, please.
I'm not sure what I'm moving. I think I better stop. Okay, so we got lunch there. We are waiting for the day bell to start. We are waiting for Daybell to start. We are waiting for everybody. Diane, are you back? Are you on the phone? Okay, she's still on the phone with her daughter. We have some fabulous memes that y'all have given us, but the problem is a lot of them I can't play because I'll get copyright. I'll get in trouble.
Okay.
But we do got one that I tried to play for y'all yesterday and we couldn't play it. So we're going to play it today. But we'll wait until we have. The court is on lunch break. We're on lunch. Hallelujah. We got lunch coming now. I have lunch coming, so we'll take a break. But I hate it when I have stuff on my shirt. Now I am wearing my shirt backwards. Don't tell me. I know. Don't tell me. I know. I know, man. Okay, there we go. Whoa, I muted the wrong one. Okay. Yeah, I can get hit for that too. Okay, guys. We'll do it this way. Nope. We'll do it this way. Give me a minute. We're going to play this. This is funny as heck. I'm going to go large here. Share the screen. Yeah, yes. Okay, guys. Let's see if we can hear this. Let me get the sound on. This is what I tried to get you to hear yesterday. Hopefully you can hear it today.
Okay, double click on my computer. I can see your computer. No. Click on my computer on your computer. How can I click on your computer from my computer? There is an icon labeled my computer on your computer. Double click it. What the hell? What is your computer doing on my computer? Double click on your computer. Which icon do I have to click? My computer. Tell me, where do you live? I go to your house to click on your computer. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes, been there, done that. Yes, I see that. And we're going to look at that. Okay, well, let's guess. Oh, well, maybe not. I don't think I can make this any bigger in this app. I guess I could upload it. Nope. Okay, Lori Daybell is hitting us again with some lovely motions. Minute entry, Lori Daybell. The court has reviewed the motion and change of judge for the case of filed on June 5th of 2025 pursuant to Rule 10.1 of the Arizona Rules for Criminal Procedure. The defendant requests the court remove Judge Bursky from her case because she alleges he's prejudiced against her and she cannot receive a fair and impartial trial. Motion 1 specifically, she alleged that he denied her a hearing in which she was entitled to. Oh, Aaron, we'll go back and watch it. Speed dial. Speed dial it. So, Rule 10.1 of Arizona Rule Criminal Procedures permit a party from seeking a change of judge for cause no later than 10 days after the discovery of the grounds exists, but may not file a motion after the hearing of the trial begins. So, boo, you shot yourself out of the water. The trial has begun. Thus, you're screwed. The jury trial in this case has begun. Therefore, the motion cannot be permitted to in pursuant of Rule 10.1. The court also notes that the motion filed under the rule must demonstrate, quote, the assigned judge interest or prejudice would prevent a fair trial at an impartial hearing or trial. In this case, the defendants maintained that Judge, my glasses are too scratched. Berinsky's legal ruling was in error, and the court addressed at the previous hearing the defendant's Rule 10.1 motion. Rule 10.1 motion does not provide parties an opportunity to challenge the ruling. The allegations that the judge did not appropriately grant a hearing, even if true, does not provide appropriate grounds for the Rule of 10.1 motion. Filing that 10.1 motions are not legally allowable after the hearing or trial begins. It is ordered. The summary denying the motion. Denied. Yep. Denied. Sorry, boo. Not sorry. Sorry. Not sorry. We are still waiting, patiently awaiting. So it'll probably be another 30 minutes before she hops in. Well, maybe not. I love my sister, but what a chatty catty. Yes, I know. And Diane Reddick had a call from her daughter, and they're chatting. What are y'all doing this weekend? First of all, how many of you got your free donuts today? Today is National Donut Day. Real quick, let's go over here and look at the bingo card. Did I miss anything? We still have available Google search, motions. Well, we did do a motion. I just did it. Tow truck, time drift, 3-point turn, time stamp at 2:27, key cycle, Sallyport, open tab, KC of 1162, running clock, and deleted messages. Those are still available. Okay, now I'm going back and looking at more posts of, why do I get all these? Nate? Oh, yeah, I need to get the, let me get this up. Channel 20. Hold on. I should have saved the link. Dag nabbit. There it is. Okay. Okay, so we have, I'm not going to read what's happening, but I do have it up. Okay, we are waiting, patiently waiting. Let me get this over here. We do have the door now. Let me see. I'm looking. Judge goes over the schedule. Gilbert detective will finish his testimony, and then another witness who has ring camera footage will testify. Then Lori will cross Brandon. So that's where we are. I don't want to give away anything, guys. So if y'all are looking ahead at notes and whatnot, I think it's great, but please don't give it away until we can watch. Day 2, Nate Eaton is in the courthouse. He's in the back of the courtroom. Light numbers today. There's not very many, only 4 people from the media on Media Row. About 20 members of the public. The judge's assistant came into the lobby and asked if any family members were here for the defense. Nobody is there for the defense. Nobody has shown up for the defense in any of the trials, both in Arizona and in Idaho. So Heidi ho, she's not getting very much support. And that doesn't really surprise me, in all honesty. It doesn't surprise me. So we're not surprised. We're not surprised. I'm looking at. I'm wondering if they brought anything up concerning the fact that her 2 minutes ago, back to her argument opening doors previous murder because you mentioned the jury that she's a loving person and okay, so we'll wait for all of the stuff on that. You mentioned that she does call you often, Aaron, but that's a blessing. It really is. Just not during important testimony. And a good-looking witness. You guys are so into the looks of the witness. I guess I'm not there. I only have eyes for one person.
Okay.
You're back, my love. How was your phone call with your daughter? Can you hear me, Diane? Hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, my sound was down. Yes. That was my daughter. I've not talked to her in almost 2 weeks. So she stays swamped, and so do I.
Well, that's priority. Well, the interesting thing is we're waiting for the Lori Daybell trial to start while we're on our lunch break. And they have started, but there is a delay.
Okay.
Now, there has not been a single family person show up for Lori Daybell.
Okay. Well,
in both any of the Idaho or the Arizona trials.
wow.
Just thought that was an interesting little fact.
Maybe they need a Friday off. I tell you what, I'm going to take this lunch because I have got some things I've got to get done, but I will definitely, as soon as I get them finished, I will try to get back here for, where are you going to?
Just leave it running. I'll just do that little remove thing
All
so you don't
right.
have to come back in and out.
That works.
All right,
right.
bye.
I love you.
Get that back here, get this, and we're up and go. I'm really loving some of the new things that they've done with my StreamYard. I was about ready to give up on them, but man, they made some cute, good changes, and I'm loving being a beta tester. Okay. Oh, they banged on the door. That was interesting. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, here's some donut facts. Since today is National Donut Day, why don't we go over some donut facts? How about that? Would that be okay with y'all? While we're waiting for Miss Prima Donna to show up, donut facts include their origins are oil cakes by Dutch settlers, the invention of the donut shaped by a sailor and then rolled and the role of Salvation Army volunteers serving donuts to soldiers in World War I. Donut-related trivia include the largest donut weighing 1.7 ton. The most donuts eaten in 8 minutes is 257 donuts. How big were they? And the longest donut line was over 5,000. The donut history begins in North Amsterdam, now Newark, where Dutch settlers introduced the olikekes and olie cakes, which were simply fried donut treats. The term donut later came when the attributing to a woman named Elizabeth Gregory, who added nuts to her dough and fried it, hence the dough nut. Now, the donut shape was iconic shape that is supposedly created by a sailor who needed a way to eat while steering a ship. So he screwed the donut on a ship's wheel, resulting in a hole. During World War II, Salvation Army volunteers known as donut dummies, I remember seeing a movie with this in it, served donuts to the soldiers on the front lines, boosting morale. National Donut Day was established in 1938 in honor of these volunteers. The image of police officers with donut is a stereotype that emerged in the late 1940s and early 1950s. Krispy Kreme was the first national donut chain, and their secret recipe is famously kept in a locked vault. I didn't know Krispy Kreme was the first donut chain. The donut industry in the United States employs over 200,000 people and generates $14 billion in revenue annually. Americans consume over 10 billion donuts a year. The most expensive donut was covered in 24-karat gold, costing $1,600. Some bakeries offer spud nuts, which is a donut made with mashed potatoes added to the dough, giving them a unique texture. Wow. Dunkin' Donuts invented munchkins, which is small donut holes, as a way to utilize the leftover dough from the ring donuts. Okay, we now have court. No sound, but we're up.
Yesterday, Mr. Abernathy, one of the advisory council, said he would be late today because he had a childcare issue, but that Ms. Hicks, the other advisory council, would be here and ready to start at 9:30. What time did that email come in? All right, so we got an email at 9:20 saying she's still at her office printing off pictures, which is wholly unacceptable.
Yeah, no shite.
Ms. Daybell, you represent yourself. You do not need your advisory council here. But I'm going to split the difference. She's being sent an email that says if she's not here at 9:50, we're going to start. If there's pictures that need to be printed off, staff can do that. Staff can bring it over later, but she should have been here at 9:30. If this were federal court, she'd probably be going into custody. I mean, this is ridiculous. All right, I'm just letting everyone know what the holdup is. We're going to start at 9:50.
Judge, at 9:50, I do need to make a record regarding character evidence and the defendant opening the door before she questions some witnesses.
Okay.
Just want to make sure that that's out there so she's aware of that.
We'll do that at 9:50. Do you want to stay out here or go back?
So this thing you see around her, the bumps on the back of her, all that back there is the shock belt. Oh, somebody's in trouble. Somebody's in trouble. We have the Lori Daybell copy. Thank you for that link. I've got the Lori Daybell. Let's look at it. We have, of course, our free space. Idaho Falls case agent. We're about Detective Marcella. Okay. 911 called Tokelville, Fairview. We actually have Fairview in 2 cases. 2. That's crazy. Rescue, recusal motion. I've already talked about that, so we'll go ahead and do that one. Want justice, Alex Jeep Tire, Black Tesla, yes, no, I do not remember. In my humble opinion, I'm a hoe. Correct, right, body cam, gadget, Gilded, Arizona, LDS, shattered glass interview, Rexbury PD, no question, unalived and denied. Well, that's already been said. They denied the motion we talked about. So that is the Lori Daybell. And again, thank you, June, so very much for your consistent and wonderful, wonderful, wonderful bingo cards. You're fabulous. Love, you're fabulous. Case agent was mentioned on bingo. Where? When? Right now? I didn't hear it. But then again, I don't hear everything. We only have 13 likes. We have 5 shared. We have no iSubs. We have 2 bingos. All right, guys, come on now. We need to start sharing this. Oh my gosh, we have 100 people watching us. Yay, from YouTube. Thank you so much for joining. We have the alternate jurors. We have on X. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. If you're new here, please, we have some fun things that you can participate in. Like I said, we have the bingo card for the Karen Read. We have the Lori Daybell bingo card. If you like and give me a thumbs up, comment I like, because you can be in a drawing for the end of the month giveaway. I shared, same thing. If you shared it, put that. If you're a new person and you're subbing for the first time, please put I sub. And then that way you can be in the end of the month giveaway. And of course, the end of trial giveaways will be the I bingos. So at the end of trials, we'll give away something from the I bingos. We are also on Facebook if you are interested in watching over there. But we are going to be bouncing for the rest of the day. So this is how it's going to look. We're going to be over here on the Karen Read trial while Karen Read is live. When there is a break, we will hop over and pick up where we left off in the Lori Vallow trial. Daybell, excuse me. And then what we'll do, I gotta change it to her. Then what we'll do, I gotta get rid of Moonshine Day. That was yesterday.
She spoke about that she was a person who loved all people, that she has no malice towards people. And then she also spoke about Brandon hiring a private investigator. I want to start with the fact that the defendant is appearing to try to bring in 404 character evidence about herself. Rule 404A does not allow the defendant to bring in character evidence to prove action in conformity, which is clearly what she was doing. Assuming she does, then the rules would permit the state to then bring in specific act evidence of this defendant. The defendant is trying to say she is a peaceful person, she has no malice. I believe that will open the door to allow the state to bring in the fact that she is a 4-time convicted murderer.
I believe so too.
Next, the defendant, in terms of bringing up information about Brandon hiring a PI and trying to make it appear that he has some vendetta against her, we have worked very hard to try to say there is an incident in Chandler. Brandon Boudreaux was very aware of the fact that this defendant and her brother had shot and killed Charles Vallow. And this is why he was very afraid for his life and trying to realize where she was and where Alex was. So if she wants to go into all of that information, then again, I believe she will be opening the door to allow Brandon to then explain why he was in so much fear for his life, why he was hiring a private investigator to locate this defendant and locate Alex Cox. So I just want to make it very clear that should she go into those areas, I will be asking to then bring in the fact that she has been involved in the murder of Charles Vallow, her own children, and her current husband's wife.
All right.
And I believe 405 will permit that, Your Honor.
So I had literally the same thoughts during her opening statement, especially when she started talking about I'm not a I'm a person with good intent, kindness, peace and love, etc. And I was thinking in my head, wow, she's opening a big door right here. Now, it's not witness testimony. The jury has been instructed specifically that that's not evidence or testimony. But I think the notice that the state is putting out right now is well taken, because if you elicit testimony through a witness or you testify yourself along those lines, there's several doors that would be opened in that instance. Do you understand that?
I understand what you're saying, Your Honor.
Okay. The
I
schedule.
also understand that the state also withdrew their 404B, that they had
Well, that
no
doesn't
intention of doing that. So
That doesn't mean you get to say whatever you want.
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm just saying they did give a notice for 404B and then they did withdraw it. So they didn't have any intention. I didn't have any intention.
The issue is if you bring in your good character as a reason of why this didn't happen, they're going to be allowed to rebut that type of testimony because you've opened the door to it. The schedule for today, I'd like to finish the witness that was on the stand yesterday, if he could come up.
And then Judge, just for scheduling, I have one civilian witness who only had a Ring camera. She is very fast. I would like to, after Detective Ferrer is done, put her on quickly before we recall Brandon, just so she isn't waiting around.
All right, so it'll be the witness from yesterday. We'll conclude with him. The defendant was in the middle of her cross on him. We'll do that civilian witness. At some point in the morning, we'll take a short break for the court reporter in about an hour. And then we'll recall Mr. Boudreau to complete your cross, or start and complete your cross. All right? Are they lined up? Go ahead and line them up.
And if I can go get the witness to bring him in.
This is chicken. I don't even know what it's called. I can never remember. My kids order it for me. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Yes, let her talk about her character. Let's hear what she thinks about herself. Yeah. I think the judge is done. I think the judge is definitely putting in the stops on her, and she's going to have to start being obedient to the rules. Her advisory council sitting next to her, and she's going to be in trouble. She may serve some jail time for it, per the judge's comment earlier. All rise, bring the jury, as I stomp in.
All right, welcome back. Please be seated. Thank you for your patience. All right, the defense can continue with its cross of this witness.
Okay, Detective Ferrer, yesterday we were talking about you collected the evidence, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so what all evidence did you collect yourself?
The projectiles from a bullet.
Is there any other evidence that you collected?
At the scene or?
Yes, at the scene.
Yes, just the projectile.
Okay. And then, was there a cigarette collected at the scene? Is that correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay.
I did not impound that.
You never saw it?
I don't recall it.
Okay. And you had collected the items that were in the Ford F-150, is that correct?
Yes.
And you collected the earplugs that were in the truck?
Yes.
And you stated that those were common among people who frequent a shooting range, is that correct?
Yes.
And during the course of your investigation, did you learn that Alex Cox frequently visited shooting ranges?
No.
Okay. You mentioned that you remembered Alex Cox's vehicle license plate because it was personalized. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then in the course of your investigation, did you discover what his license plate stood for?
No.
Okay. Or what it was a reference to?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you learn in the course of your investigation that Alex did stand-up comedy?
No.
Okay.
Why is that important?
We talked about the hole in the Tesla, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said it was consistent with a bullet hole, is that correct?
Yes.
And so that could be a bullet from a rifle or a handgun?
Yes.
Okay. So either one.
Either one.
And those fragments weren't tested to find out if that was from a bullet or, I mean, the bullet was from a rifle or a handgun?
I did not send it for testing.
You also said that you were the one that canvassed the neighborhood for videos?
One of many.
Okay. But in your report, you said that at 3854 Phelps, that the individual had heard a loud bang, but did not investigate it, said it didn't sound like a gunshot. Is that correct?
Can I object to hearsay?
Sustained.
And you had stated that you did collect the fragments, is that correct?
Objection asked and answered.
But the majority of the bullet was never located, is
Let
that
me
correct?
rule on the
Oh, sorry.
objection. It's sustained. Next question.
And the majority of the bullet was never located, is that correct?
We had a projectile. That's what we found. Just pieces of it.
Okay.
Fragments.
And you had put in your report that you believed it had fallen out during when the victim drove away?
It's possibility. There's a lot of possibilities.
So my question is, how would it have fallen out? How could you explain it falling out? Could you explain that to me?
It depends where the bullet hole or the projectile goes into a vehicle. There's several, a vehicle is not sealed. All sealed up so there's not ever breathing or anything like that. So there's holes in it and there's ways that, let's say like venting and that type of stuff for a vehicle. So when a vehicle is in motion, it moves. Right? It rocks, goes over bumps. That's why they have shock absorbers. So anything that's on top, it's just like when you accidentally leave your coffee on top of your vehicle and you drive off. It's a good chance it's going to fall off. And it's the same as a projectile on a vehicle also.
Okay. So how far down were the fragments that you found into the hole that was made in the Tesla?
It was located by another detective, but it was easy enough for us to retrieve.
So like it
I don't,
inside the hole somewhere.
yes,
But just so I understand, the bullet breaks apart, is that correct?
yes.
And so maybe the majority fell out and those pieces were left inside.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how much of the bullet was taken apart or how much damage that bullet or projectile would have had.
Okay. But some of the pieces could be in there and the majority of it could fall out?
That's the theory, yes.
And it wouldn't be wedged in?
We didn't locate anything that was wedged in.
But that could have been due to just driving around the block because, like you said, the car jostles.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
If the car had not been in motion, then the bullet should have been intact. Is that correct?
No, when a bullet hits, it depends on the type of bullet, frangible or non, the make, the model. If it hits a solid object, bullets have different properties. So some will break apart a little easier than others. Some will go right through. It just depends on the make and the model of the bullets.
Okay. So no testing was done on this bullet to find out what kind of bullet it was?
The projectile.
Correct. I mean, no.
I did not send it for testing.
Okay. Is that something that could be found out?
What do you mean?
What kind of bullet it was from the fragments?
I believe there's a test that possibly does it.
Okay. And you didn't think that was necessary?
I was not the case detective on this.
Okay.
Come on, Lori, get it together.
So since those bullet fragments were not tested in any way, the markings on there that you had testified to yesterday that were copper were part of the jacket, is that correct?
The coloring,
Yes.
the color, yes,
So that's just from a visual, that's not from any kind of testing of the copper, is that correct?
right.
Okay, so just looking at
It's
it.
the color.
Okay, that color, copper color could have been from the Tesla itself?
Hey, sticky
I
widget.
didn't see any copper coloring on the outside of that Tesla. It was white in color.
Sorry, I was eating.
Okay. And then when you said you canvassed the neighborhood or the Gilbert Police Department canvassed
Well,
the neighborhood.
the kind
there
of
was
bullet,
no camera coverage to your knowledge, is that correct?
the kind of bullet can be kind of important because there's many different kinds of bullets. There's what I call planking or regular bullet. You got hollow point, you got all kind of different bullets, and then, or leads, excuse me. And on top of that, the gauge and all of that plays into what weapon was used. So, but in her case, yeah.
Correct?
People I talked to did not have any. I believe there was camera footage found by other detectives or officers. Yes,
Oh, there was,
possibly. Yes.
but you did not discover any,
No.
and you have never seen any?
No.
Okay. And have you been working on this case this whole time, or what was your involvement as far as from October 2nd to when you worked on this case?
The original call out I was part of, and then I was requested to execute the search warrant on the Ford F-150. And that was December 23rd.
And that kind of ended your
Yes,
dealings with this case?
yes,
Okay. So all of the reports that you had written were in between that time frame?
yes.
Okay. No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
And don't forget, this jury can ask questions. Just FYI.
Detective, I'm going to start with sort of where we were just ending and go back to some issues from yesterday. In this Tesla, did you note damage to the molding where the window would have gone up into the frame of the Tesla?
Yes.
Can I have the Almo, please? Thank you.
What?
So we're looking here at Exhibit 39. So would it be fair to say that there's not a great seal anymore between where the window went up into the frame and the car itself?
That is correct.
And did you also view the glass itself?
Yes.
That was laying on the driveway?
Yes.
And did you also, Exhibit 46, note that little notch or divot in the glass itself?
Yes.
And was that sort of consistent with the location of where the window would have gone up into the frame of the vehicle?
That is correct.
So when you're talking about a seal of a window going up into the frame, does the fact that the molding was broken and that there's a divot in the glass and the glass was completely shattered impact whether or not all those fragments or pieces of that projectile might remain inside the Tesla?
There's a good chance they would fall out of the Tesla.
Because the seal is no longer the same as it once was, right?
Correct.
You were asked yesterday about the length of the bullet hole or the size of this bullet hole. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you're talking about the A here, were you trying to measure from not just the damage of where the bullet started to impact or cause that concaveness in the frame, but just the actual hole itself?
Yes.
Does that still tell you the size of the bullet?
No.
That's just the damage that it caused as it entered into the frame of this Tesla?
That is correct.
You were asked yesterday about casings and fragments, and can we explain what a casing is, what a projectile is, and what
You beat me
fragments
to it,
are?
Ronnie.
Sure. A casing is what the bullet is contained in. That's where the black powder and the actual bullet itself is attached to. A casing is usually discarded after the bullet is fired out of the gun. And it's usually, it could be caught, it depends on what kind of weapon there is. Revolvers actually keep the casings in as a circle. Rifles are known to, could keep the casing inside until you eject it yourself. The semi-automatic weapons which police use and which are more common, they have it's a semi-action. It will eject the casing out. The casing just holds the bullet. Once the bullet is fired from the gun, it comes out very, very hot. We're trying to explain is when it hits a certain item, it just depends on the integrity of the bullet itself. How strong is that bullet? Is it going to be strong enough to go through metal? Usually not. And so once it hits an item, it is compromised. The bullet is compromised and it makes fragments. It falls apart. And that's where the fragments come from. And that's what we found in this Tesla, with just fragments of the actual bullet.
The bullet itself can explode.
Okay, so when we're talking about the fragments that you recovered, those pieces of the projectile after it broke apart and after it had first gone through or into the Tesla frame, this metal, and then broke apart. That's what you're talking about when you talked about the fragments that you recovered?
That is correct.
Now, the defendant asked you about casings and if you found any at the scene. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do remember that.
If you were advised that the person firing the rifle was laying or lying in wait inside of the back of a Jeep, that only part of the barrel of that rifle came out the rear window, and then the rifle was fired, where would you expect that casing to land?
More than likely, it would still be inside that vehicle, the Jeep.
Okay, so you would not expect it to fly forward out of the Jeep and land out on the ground?
No.
The defendant asked you about if you saw a casing over by the pool. Would you expect, absent, I guess, a hole in the floor of the Jeep, to find the casing over there if it was still in the Jeep?
No.
So,
Never found the casing next to a pool.
but you wouldn't expect to find a casing over
No.
there, right?
No.
There was no evidence of anyone shooting over there,
Right.
and there would be no reason for a casing to be over there.
Correct.
So in this case, given the information you were given, were you surprised that you didn't find a casing?
No. It's it doesn't mean we don't look for the casing. We automatically look for the casings. But since it was inside of a vehicle, it's just like a drive-by shooting type of thing. We'll say once we pull the car over, the casings will be inside that vehicle, most likely. Then one or two might pop out if they have their gun outside the window, something like that, the casing might. But usually we search, there was no casing found in this. So we determined it was more likely than not, inside that vehicle still.
And the casing was in the windowsill? Sorry.
Yeah, the casing was more likely than not inside that vehicle still.
Inside the Jeep still?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Are there any questions from the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If I may go get the next witness?
Go ahead. All right, ma'am, come on up here. You're going to stand right here in front of my clerk and be sworn in.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name? Mendoza, M-E-N-D-O-Z. Can you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah, go ahead and have a seat right here. You'll scoot into that microphone there.
I think she's the ring cam person. Yep.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Lynette
And what's your last name?
Mendoza.
Thank you. Do you currently live here in Arizona?
I do.
Back on October 2nd of 2019, where did you live?
In Gilbert,
And what was your address back then?
3893 East Fairview Street.
And how long did you live at that location?
In total, 6 years.
Okay. I'll show you. I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 2. you to look at Exhibit 2, a map. Does that show sort of the area of your neighborhood as well as where your house would have been located back in October 2nd of 2019?
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection.
2 is admitted.
Okay. So you told us your address was 3893 East Fairview Street.
Yes.
We see Fairview here on Exhibit 2.
Bingo
Approximately
card.
where was your residence on this map?
It is the house on the very corner.
Is it the corner of Fisher and Fairview? Or which corner are we talking about?
It's been a little while. It's been a little while. I'm sorry.
There's a map right from you.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to think. Wrecker. Turn
This
down.
is Fairview.
Right. So it's either Fisher or Cole. I can't remember which street corner. So there's a park, and it's right on the corner.
Okay.
Fry, Wrecker, turn in, Morelos around to Fairview.
Let me put up 3. Is this the park you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So right on the corner here.
Cole, Phillips. Yes, right there on the corner.
Okay. So you're
Right there. Yes,
right
ma'am.
here. Okay.
Yes, that's the house.
Back on October 2nd of 2019, did you have a Ring doorbell?
Yes.
Did your front door sort of face out towards Fairview Street?
Yes.
And do you recall sort of where your Ring doorbell was located?
Yes.
Where was it?
So from the front door, it sat off to the left-hand side if I was in the home at the front, and it faced out towards that street.
Did it sometimes get a little bit of this intersection here?
All the time, yes.
Okay. And was it sort of motion activated?
Yes.
Okay. So that means that when there was some sort of vehicle going by, it might activate it to start recording.
Yes.
Do you recall back on October 2nd, an officer coming around and asking you if you had a Ring system and to kind of look in the time range of 9:15-ish to see if you had any footage of vehicles going by?
I do.
And were you asked to email any recordings to the police department?
Yes.
Defendant Exhibit 120, if I can have my paralegal show that to the witness.
All right, so the court, please. Reserve that drink.
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
So jurors, we are going to stop today at 3:45. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Really? Yes. That way we can get to Lori Daybill.
All right, so, okay, great. Thank you.
Ross.
All right, do we have the actual? Okay, great. Yep. So,
Exhibit 216.
thank you. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Good afternoon,
Have
Dr.
fun.
Wolf.
Good afternoon.
When you testified in direct, you shared with the jury some of the work that ARCA does. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you had mentioned a couple interesting things, that there had been some work with the Department of Defense.
Correct. Yes.
The work with the Department of Defense, was that during your time or before you got there?
That would have been prior to my employment. Yes.
So when you were telling them about working with the Department of Defense, that really had nothing to do with you. That was ARCA before you began working there.
ARCA as a whole, yes, the work that we do, yes.
Not you.
As I said, I wasn't involved specifically in that project, no.
And you mentioned that you did some stuff, or the company does some things for the NHL.
Yes.
You didn't tell us much more about what you do. There's other things that ARCA does as far as clients, right?
Certainly.
Did you share with us that you work for lawyers and law firms?
Yes, we do.
And you do litigation, insurance companies?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any reason why you highlighted the Department of Defense that you don't do and the NHL, but didn't share the rest of the stuff with us?
That's just some of the prominent clients that we have.
I see. You provided us a CV, didn't you?
Yes.
And that's like a resume, tells us a little bit about your education experience. You get to highlight some of the things, your accomplishments.
Yes.
You shared with us.
If he attacks his education unjustly, I'm going to go code red goat vando BS.
You've been the director of accident reconstruction at this company, ARCA, since 2017.
No, not since I started.
You started with ARCA in 2017.
Correct, yes.
When did you become the director of accident reconstruction?
I think that would have been in January of 2024, so about a year and a half.
About a year and a half ago?
Yes.
And you received your certification from ACTAR.
Yes.
Did you pass the test on both parts first time?
I don't recall if it, I think it was I had to retake, I think, the practical section in the afternoon.
Well, you would recall something like that, wouldn't you? Did you pass both parts on the first try?
No.
Like I said, I think it was the second part I had to retake.
Well, this is a pretty important test, isn't it?
Not really.
It's your certification.
It is, but much of the concepts that are covered in it are very elementary.
Well,
So
not
why didn't you pass it?
elementary. You had a hard time with part of it, didn't you?
Well, with respect to the portion that I had to retake, it's a practical exam where you have to reconstruct an accident, where you have to determine approach angles, departure angles, and it can be very sensitive to those inputs. And unfortunately, if you mess up one of your first angles and you carry out that calculation, then the whole problem is graded wrong, even if you did all of the math correct.
So we understand there's a multiple choice question part that's the easier part, correct?
I don't know if it's easier, but there is a multiple choice part.
There's a more practical part where you actually
How many times did it take for you to pass the bar, sir? How many times did you have to take the LSAP, sir?
have to go out in the field and do assessments, kind of like things that you did today.
You don't go out into the field, no.
And, when did you first take that second part that you didn't pass?
I don't recall.
You don't remember when you took the test?
No, I don't.
Suffice to say, you took it again.
Correct.
And ultimately, you passed both sections of that test?
Yes.
In your CV, you list your schooling, and you list your degrees, don't you?
Yes.
You mentioned some of the things that you focused on in your academic experience, don't you?
Yes.
And you have publications.
Correct.
Recently, you did a publication regarding vehicle control history on Toyotas.
Correct.
Vehicle control history is data that is stored in a vehicle,
Yes.
and Toyota owns Lexus, correct?
Correct.
So you have familiarity with vehicle control history. In fact, you have a publication on it.
Yes.
In your entire resume, you only mention pedestrian collisions, or that you're involved in pedestrian-type events 3 times. Is there anything specific in your resume or your publications that show a published accomplishment, for example, in pedestrian collisions? Do you have any publications that have been peer-reviewed or published in that area?
No, I don't have any publications in pedestrians.
You write or you note areas of specialty, and you list a bunch: accident reconstruction, human factors, EDR, commercial vehicle, HD EDR, pedestrian bicycle accidents, nighttime visibility, and a number of others, correct?
Correct.
Is there anywhere in your resume that notes particular classes that you've attended and completed regarding pedestrian collisions?
No, I haven't taken any classes in that.
You haven't taken any classes on pedestrian collisions?
No.
Have you ever taught regarding pedestrian collisions?
No.
Have you ever been a speaker in a presentation about pedestrian collisions?
Yes.
Okay. Is that listed in your resume?
I don't list lectures or presentations, no.
You were asked questions about your involvement in this case. Yes?
Yes.
And you had shared with us that you, at the beginning, were working for a separate party or a third party, you said?
Yes, another agency.
Another agency. And at some point, you came into court and testified last year.
Yes.
And during the time before you came in and testified, you weren't wholly independent of the defense, were you?
Well, certainly before all of our testing, at the point at which we did all of our testing, report, and analysis, as I mentioned on direct, I didn't know the Commonwealth or the defense in this case.
My question, more precisely, before you testified, before you came into court and gave your testimony, you weren't totally independent from the defense, were you?
No, I mean, I had to communicate with them to be able to determine when to appear for testimony.
So you were communicating with them, yes?
Yes.
And in fact, some of the time that you spent, ARCA actually billed the defense for, and they paid that bill, didn't they?
Eventually after the trial, yes.
During that time, you know what a sequestration order is, don't you?
Yes.
Do you think that you're under a sequestration order today?
Yes.
Did you talk to anybody about any of the prior testimony in this case before today?
No.
How'd you get here today?
How did I get here today? I took a car ride over from the hotel.
Who drove you?
It was a driver. I don't know his name.
Who set up the car?
It would have been someone on the defense team.
Was it like a window, like a limo?
It was an SUV.
Was there anybody from the defense with you on the ride over?
There were 3 young ladies in the back seat. I think they might have been interns, and Mr. Woke.
And who?
Mr. Wolk, I think is it pronounced? Am I saying it wrong?
Have you discussed anything about this case before your testimony today as far as the trial?
Before today?
Yes.
Yes.
Have you discussed anybody's testimony in this case?
Nobody's testimony, no.
That was different last year, though, because before you testified last year, you did have discussions about testimony, didn't you?
Not with the Commonwealth or the defense, no.
But I'm asking, though, you did have discussions about testimony before you testified last year, right?
Correct, yes.
And you know what a sequestration order is, don't you?
Yes.
after you testified last year, the court ordered you to provide all of your text messages, all your communications with the defense, didn't they?
Yes, earlier this year.
And when you were ordered to provide all of the actual verbatim communications with the defense, did you provide those communications?
Yes, all of the records that I had at the time I provided.
Well, not the records. You know what I'm getting at. Did you provide the communications?
I provided everything I had in my possession, sir.
A text message isn't just a time and date. It's actually substance when you text somebody, isn't there?
Correct.
And when you texted, how many texts do you think you had with the defense?
From what I recall, I think it was around 50 texts that I sent.
It wasn't 100, I think it was 50.
Well, I think it was around 100 total in terms of back and forth, but it was, I think, 50 that I sent.
And during those texts, communications, conversations, correct?
About logistics, yes.
Did you provide the content of those text messages when you were ordered to by the court?
Well, those text messages spanned from, I guess it would have been April or so of 2024 through May to June of 2024. Ultimately, I think I received the court's order in May of this year, April of this year. So it was a year after the fact, and I had already deleted the text at that point.
How many of those text messages did you delete?
I just swiped the conversation, so it would have been the whole conversation.
Not how you did it. How many of those 100 or so text messages did you delete, sir?
It would have been the whole text chain. I didn't individually delete them. It just, when you swipe, it just deletes the text chain.
After you deleted them, did you go into the recently deleted and then delete them so they were unavailable?
I don't recall doing that.
Well,
All right, guys, let's just say this. I think he did this last time. He went nuts over this. He's upset because they don't have access to the text threads. And, you know, when I work, I have a deaf client that just called. She's in the middle of a lawsuit, and for me, I'm helping her. When I am done with that, hold on. When I'm done with a client, they finished their courts, they finished everything. I delete their text threads. I don't want to keep everything on my phone if there's no need. So how's he to know that he was going to be back in court?
you were asked to search your records of the text messages. Did you do a thorough search to see if you still had them or whether you had destroyed them all?
I checked my phone, and I also checked with my phone carrier.
So do you know if they were still under the recently deleted part of your phone, or did you go and take that extra step and totally destroy them?
From what I recall, I did not find any of the text messages, no.
Is there any reason why you deleted all of your text communications with the defense?
Okay. One of the things also is that yes, you can delete the text. Yes, it can be recovered so long as that part of the hard drive or the chip or whatever you want to call it in the phone has not been rewritten over. And they would have to subpoena him for his phone to do a Cellbrite extraction, and they're not going to do that to this guy.
Well, it's something that I routinely do. I work with attorneys and clients all the time, whether it's appearing for trial or inspections, and I don't have a habit of keeping a text chain that talks about logistics and things. It's just I routinely delete them after that communication is over with, and certainly after the prior proceeding, once it had concluded, there was no reason for me to preserve those.
And so
he thought.
At some point, you switched from text messages to another form of communication, didn't you?
Yes, earlier this year.
Tell us a little bit about this new form of communication, not text messages.
So Mr. Jackson had indicated that He and his defense team utilized an
Oh yeah, we saw this. We saw the void dire. Oh y'all, this is going to get dicey, real
application
dicey.
known as Signal
It's going to look shady as hell.
for their communications amongst their defense team. Ultimately asked if I would also use that application to communicate, which I agreed to.
Is Signal an encrypted app?
It's a
But I don't disagree with you. We're getting into that. But with the last trial, it was over. It was finished. He thought he was done. And so his part was done. He deleted. I don't have a problem with that. This part, I may have a problem.
secure encrypted app, yes.
It doesn't leave any records, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Well, you have it. You're using it. Do you have any records from your Signal use?
I'm going to allow that.
Do you have any records from your Signal use?
I do not, no.
So you know full well that Signal as an encrypted app leaves no record.
There may be a setting that you can change. I just know that the way that it was set up, there was no record.
Well, who set yours up to have no record?
I don't know. I think it was
Yes.
default.
That I do.
Have you ever checked your Signal app to see if you have any record of your communications pursuant to that court order?
Well, I don't have the application anymore, but at the time I did check the application.
Out of all these clients that you've had, how many times or how many clients would you use Signal with?
This was the first time.
Have you used it since with other clients?
Not yet, no.
The uncomfortable, let me take a water to recover myself from the uncomfortable position you just put my ass in.
Before you testified last time, at the last proceeding, or should I say when you testified at the last proceeding, kind of like today, you attempted to portray yourself as totally independent, didn't you?
Sustaining that.
When you testified at the prior proceeding, did you attempt to portray yourself as totally independent?
Yes.
The truth is, before you testified, you were communicating with the defense and attempting the best you could to assist their cause, weren't you?
I wouldn't characterize it that way.
So before you testified, you wrote out questions that you thought could help, that you should be asked when you testified, correct?
So something I routinely do before testifying is prepare an outline of topics and questions that would best help be able to get out my opinions and the analysis I undertook, ultimately so that you all have an understanding of what I did.
So I'm asking you a question. You gave the explanation, but you're skipping over the answer to my question. So
Sustained.
I'll ask you again. Before you testified, did you write out a list of questions that you wanted to be asked?
Yes.
And when you listed out the questions, you also listed out the answers, didn't you?
A general response. It wouldn't be verbatim to that.
I didn't say verbatim, but did you list out the answers?
A lot. I want to touch on this. Experts, especially if they've not dealt with you before, attorney before, well, sometimes after they give their findings and they're preparing for trial day, we'll send a information packet, i.e. their expertise levels, their educations, who, what, when, how, and why, the information on the investigation that they did or the expert is going to be testifying to, what their analysis are, whatever. But it also is not uncommon, because I've asked a couple of attorneys here, at least locally, over the course of this past couple months, when I've run into them or I've had conversations with people in the legal field, and I have asked this question and I asked about this, and they said, it is not uncommon for an expert witness sometimes to send information that would be helpful in explaining their documentation, especially if it's something that we don't commonly see in court on a regular basis. You know, like Cellbrite is a pretty common term, and lawyers pretty much know, for example, what questions to ask and how to extract the information. But what he did, they're trying to make it, Brennan's trying to make it out to be nefarious when in fact it's really not. It may not be done by all experts, but it is done by some. And I just think it's just trying to throw the monkey wrench and confuse the jury and to create a level of distrust that really isn't there. What he did is not nefarious. It's more common than we think.
Each and every one of the questions that you had prepared.
Yes.
And
For every question, there's an answer that you
the lawyers don't have to use all those questions.
provided so that you could follow a script, so to speak, yes?
I wouldn't characterize it as a script.
One of the questions asks, so not being able to inspect vehicles is something that is not uncommon in your line of work? And your answer, absolutely not. Remember writing that out?
Yes.
Then you put a footnote, a comment. And you say,
And?
not sure if you want to put this somewhere in the direct examination. I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicles. I had enough information.
Once again, he is not an attorney. I'll roll it back. He's not an attorney. He's just offering his advice and his perspective. Does not mean that the attorney's going to take it. Number one. Number two, he even admitted that Jackson and their team did not ask him to do what he did. He did it on his own initiative like he has done in the past with other cases.
From the material I reviewed, so it wasn't necessary. If you need to show the jury, it doesn't matter in this case. Did you write that?
Yes.
When you're talking about they, I have a feeling they are going to argue I didn't personally inspect the vehicle. Who's they?
That'd be the Commonwealth.
And so when you were writing out these questions as is your routine with the answers, is this the mark of independence to you?
Well, I think, again, whether the Commonwealth asked me that question or the defense asked me that question, my response would be the same. It wouldn't change depending on who called me to testify. There are a number of cases, by the time I get involved, the evidence has gone from the road.
No, I'm not saying you can't tell Brennan doesn't know how expert works. He fully knows how it works, and he's just throwing smoke in the jury box. Yep.
Roadway, the vehicle is gone. So it's certainly not necessary to inspect a vehicle. And I wanted the jury to have an understanding that because I didn't physically inspect the vehicle, it didn't affect my analysis in the case.
So you think that showed independence?
Yes.
Then you also had another question. Would it be fair to say that because you do a lot of nighttime visibility work, your cases frequently involve pedestrians? Remember that?
Yes.
And you said, yes, unfortunately, there is a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian fatalities. Is that true?
Correct. Yes.
And do they happen more often in the day or at night?
More often at night. Yes.
Statistically speaking,
I was going to say something important. Oh, ARCA. Here's the thing, guys. Some of you who are new here may not know this, so I'm going to go ahead and say it. ARCA was hired by the FBI during the FBI investigation. ARCA was originally paid for by the FBI for their investigation. The defense, after this gentleman testified in the first trial, paid him for his time, the company for his time on the stand and his travel, which is nothing wrong with that. Now, the other thing is that the defense had the same information, including, well, not including, they had it all. The defense and the prosecution had a carbon copy of everything. The prosecution chose not to use ARCA in their case in chief in the first trial, but the defense did. Now they're kind of kicking themselves in the butt. Now they're trying to salvage it, in my humble opinion.
by the way, this case involves nighttime, doesn't it?
Correct.
Statistically speaking, most of pedestrian fatalities occur during the evening and night hours. So my specialty in the area of light.
That's true too. Once trial ended, Aaron E., you're correct. Once the case was closed or ended due to mistrial, he was not required to keep those texts. now the documentation, some things they're required to keep, but the text, he's not required to keep, and he can delete it at any time if he doesn't want it taking up the memory on his phone.
Human factors results in a lot of my cases involving pedestrians. Did you write that?
Yes,
In fact, when you testified, you shared that with the jury, didn't you?
correct. I've testified to that twice last year as well as this year.
And in the notes that you wrote, when you shared it last year and this year, was it an important point for the jury?
I think so, because it helped gave them an understanding, I think, of my background and lighting and human factors. And as I mentioned earlier today, there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian impacts, right? So my specialty in lighting and human factors results in me seeing many, many different types of pedestrian impacts.
So if it's important, why did you include a note? If you don't want me to say this, that's fine. Why did you include a note to the defense that if they didn't want you to say something that you thought was important, you would leave it out?
Well, I think because I didn't want to confuse the jury about a statistic that just because we have inclement weather and dark lighting conditions, it doesn't automatically equal a pedestrian impact, right? We have to look at the evidence and the damage to the vehicle and the injuries to determine whether or not a collision occurred, not the visibility.
That's
so you
fair.
weren't trying to mislead the jury, you were trying to help them because they wouldn't understand something that you were trying to explain? Is that the way you're phrasing this?
I think at the end of the day, it was to help them understand my background, how it relates to seeing a lot of pedestrian impacts.
Something was important that helps the jury get to the truth. Why would you offer to leave it out?
Well, I didn't leave it out.
No, but you offered to. You would have if requested. Why did you invite, why did you invite somebody else to interject in your independence and guide you to leave something out?
Well, I would agree with you, June, for the most part, if it was a witness that was paid for by the defense to do an investigation like the last gentleman that was on the stand. And they were paid for, I lost my train of thought. They were paid for by the defense to conduct an investigation or conduct some kind of research, and they hired them, and we had a mistrial, and then he deleted everything. I kind of get that, but the whole point for me, it all goes back to he was hired by the feds. His information, he was hired by the feds. The case was declared a mistrial. I wouldn't think that they would hire me to come back on a second trial. I would not have assumed that. I would have deleted.
Why would you even provide that invitation to them?
Again, it's because I didn't want them to get hung up on a statistic that just...
A lot of times experts in the first trial do not come back in the second, depending on who they are and what they were doing. But once again, he was not hired by the defense initially. He came in after the feds hired and did the investigation. I think that's a distinctive difference.
Because we have more pedestrian impacts at night and in bad weather, that this alleged incident happened at night under bad weather, to give it more weight, to weight the evidence more because of that statistic.
You done?
Yes.
If you make a mistake in court under oath, would you take the affirmative step on your own and correct that mistake?
Heck yeah.
I'll allow it.
I would do my best to do that, yes.
Well, when you say do your best, would you do that if you became aware of it?
I'm going to allow it.
Of course
Yes.
you're going to allow it.
Before
Auntie Bev, you wouldn't allow it if it was the other way around.
you testified in a proceeding last year, there was a hearing that you testified in front of Her Honor and other people that were here, correct?
Correct.
I wasn't here.
No.
You were.
Yes.
And you testified about your experience, didn't you?
Correct,
When you were
yes.
sharing your experience with the court, it was important for the court to have an accurate understanding of what your experience was because it was being evaluated in that hearing, wasn't it?
Correct.
When you testified to the court, you testified that you had been qualified as an expert to testify over 20 times, didn't you?
I don't have the transcript. I believe I said approximately 20 times.
The reality is you hadn't. You've only testified and been qualified 11 times at that point.
Correct. I misunderstood the question. I thought it also encompassed deposition, so I added those two and approximated at 20.
And at some point when you realized you had made a mistake in your testimony to the court, you had a chance to come back when you testified last year and fix it and clarify the record, didn't you?
Correct, which is why I provided a comment with the specific breakdown for clarification.
And when you came back and testified under oath the second time, on the record, under oath, did you clarify and fix the mistaken testimony that you had provided just days earlier?
I don't recall being asked a question, no.
No, it wasn't whether you're being asked. The question is, did you take the affirmative step to fix the misstatements under oath that you made? Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Of course you are.
Sure.
Bye, Bob. We got deleted messages on the bingo card. Okay, so here's the bingo card for Karen Read. We still need Google search tow truck times 227, 3-point turn, time drafts, key cycle, sally port, open tab, KC 1162, and running clock. Those are what we still need. Come over here real quick. I'm going to speed up her, because this speed is brutally slow.
Move to admit Exhibit 120.
Any objection?
Yes, if we could move.
Sorry, that was quick. I expected it to take a little longer. We'll hold off. Okay, here we go.
Made a statement under oath that was wrong, didn't you?
Yes.
In fact, you made a note. I realized in my testimony I said about 20 times when you asked me how many times I'd been qualified. I misinterpreted your question, which was my fault, but in looking at my D&T list, it's 11 trials, 7 depositions, 18 testimonies total. Not sure if you want to clear it up or just leave it. Was it
Correct.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you just leave it?
I'm not responsible for asking the question, sir.
Do you ever heard the terms confirmation bias?
Yes.
Do you know what confirmation bias is generally?
Generally, yes.
Do you think that you suffer from any confirmation bias in this case?
No.
Do you have any close family that supports one side over the other? Not the facts or the data, but one side over the other.
Close family?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Wife?
My wife?
Yes.
I don't really know what her thoughts are on the case.
May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at that document. Have you seen that before?
No, I have not.
Never seen that.
No.
Take it back. You're unaware of anything that may influence you to lean one way or another?
Correct.
When you first took a look at some of the facts in this case, you had some information. Since then, you've received a lot more, haven't you?
Correct, yes.
Part of your testimony today to this jury was to provide opinions that you do not think that the holes in Mr. O'Keefe's clothes are consistent was some type of collision. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
In coming to that opinion, you relied on some of your testing that we saw in those videos, didn't you?
Yes.
And that testing involves a hybrid 3-arm, doesn't it?
Correct. Yes.
A hybrid 3-arm is an arm from a crash dummy.
Yes.
That's not the technical name, but that's what it's often referred to.
Yes.
And you and Dr. Retrial have been working together on this case, haven't you?
Yes.
You've discussed ideas and shared thoughts.
Yes.
In fact, you've worked so intimately together, you know some of the things he's going to testify if he comes to testify, you've said many times today, right?
Yes.
And so some of the data that you shared and some of the opinions overlap with each other, wouldn't you say?
Certainly. He's going to rely on a lot of that test data, yes.
When you were forming your opinion about holes in clothes and potential abrasions to somebody's skin, all of those tests, all of those that you did, were using a crash test dummy arm, weren't they?
Yes.
In your report, you cite, or Dr. Retrial cites, 3 different sources regarding testing clothing and skin, correct?
I'm not sure.
Well, haven't you read his report?
I've skimmed it, but I don't know what the basis are for his opinions.
Did you see footnotes 24, 25, 26, 24 being skin tissue cutability and its relation to lacerations, severity indices? Did you read that?
Let's see if there's a foundation.
No, I didn't read that reference.
Did you read 25, the book that is cited, Forensic Pathology, 2nd edition?
I'm going to have you come to sidebar.
Okay, I'm getting sorry about that. I had to deal with getting a bunch of spam calls. Some people thinking I'm trying to buy a home and build a home and I'm getting all this crap. And I was talking to, I mean, yes, we're getting married. Yes, we're gonna get a loan to buy the house I'm living in. But no, oh, I hate it when this crap happens. Hate it. It's the nature of the beast of trials. Let me go back and look. I'm sorry, guys. All of a sudden, I've been getting call after call after call after call from builders. Every single one of the CW expert exhibits come from bias. Get the off. I don't know what that is. I'll be honest, both sides get rough when it's on against the opposite side. The defense, when the prosecution was up there, the defense was hard on their witnesses. When the defense is up there, the prosecution's going to be hard on their witnesses. It's supposed to happen. Bingo! Congratulations.
Let me again ask you about this book that is cited in Dr. Retrial's report. By the way, have you read Dr. Retrial's report?
As I mentioned, I skimmed through it.
So in all of your preparation with Dr. Retrial, you merely skimmed through his report? You didn't take time to read and study it?
Well, none of my opinions are based on work that he did. He's undertaking a completely separate aspect in the analysis.
But that's not the question. The question I asked you was, did you, in working closely with him, take the time to study his report?
As I mentioned, I skimmed it. I didn't read through, as you mentioned, all the references or what he cited. I didn't do that.
Did you read his report?
I did read the report, yes, but I didn't in depth go through each reference and look at what he was citing.
So you read his report?
Yes.
And when you read his report, did you see there were footnotes for a number of different propositions that he made?
I know that there were footnotes in the report, yes.
Well, on the issue of whether or not crash test dummies should be used during experiments as a basis for an opinion of whether abrasions can happen through cloth or an arm, wouldn't that particularly interest you since you were going to come here and testify about it multiple times in front of this jury?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You knew you were going to come in here and suggest to the jury that you thought that these tests were inconsistent with causing any type of holes in clothing similar to Mr. O'Keefe's or abrasions on his arm. You knew that was going to be part of your opinion today, yes?
Yes,
And
yes.
as part of forming a valid opinion that people can rely upon, wouldn't you want to do as much study as possible on the background for that opinion before you give it to a jury?
I suppose, yes.
Well, you suppose. Don't you think if you come in here as an expert, the jury is relying on your background and education? Don't you
Yes.
think- and they're relying on the fact that you're representing something definitively or with an opinion to a reasonable degree of certainty? You understand that, right?
Yes.
And don't you think when you do that, that it's important that you have proper study and foundation before you just come into court and give an opinion?
Well, I will note that the ATD crash dummy is a generally accepted test device to use for not only assessing occupant forces in motor vehicle crashes, but also to assess impact forces. So that the use of that device is certainly generally accepted.
When you get uncomfortable with my question, Judge, you generally tend to answer a different question.
Sustain, Mr. Brennan, next question. Strike that, Jules.
Let me ask you again. Don't you think, as an expert, it's important when you come in and you're going to present an opinion based on science or engineering or whatever you want to do, that you study the basis for that opinion before you give it?
Yes.
When you saw in Dr. Rentzler's report references to this very issue about what should be used when you're doing demonstrations or study of what can cause tears to clothing, weren't you interested in the basis for those opinions?
Well, again, it was something where Dr. Rentzler and I worked together, and we were in agreement that we could utilize the ATD arm clothed.
When you decided to have an agreement that you could use that arm, did you read the book that he cites as support, Forensic Pathology, 2nd edition, Vincent J. DeMaio? Did you read it?
No, I did not.
Did you brief it?
No.
Did you peruse through it at all?
No.
When you decided to come to this agreement that's going to have a foundation for your opinions, did you look at footnote 26, understanding the acute skin injury mechanism caused by player surface contact during soccer, a survey and systematic review? Did you review
Chris, no spoilers, please.
Have you seen any articles that support the proposition that a hybrid 3 arm of a crash test dummy is appropriate to use when you're trying to provide a foundation for an opinion about whether or not tears can happen to clothing or abrasions to skin? Do you have any support for that in your report?
Well, again, Dr. Rentzler is going to be addressing the... You're shaking your head.
So I'm going to let him answer the question first, Mr.
So as I mentioned, Dr. Rentzler is assessing the injuries to the arm, okay? He indicated to me that we could utilize the hybrid arm to assess the injuries to the arm.
So you have no independent experience or research or knowledge? Not Dr. Rentzler, you don't have any independent research or science or knowledge to report your idea, your theory, your opinion to this jury about the tears to the clothes into the skin?
I was relaying the observations from the testing that we conducted with the ATD. Ultimately, like I said, Dr. Rentschler, it's my understanding that he will testify to the abrasions or the lacerations to the arm.
You've given multiple opinions about this to this jury, didn't you?
Correct, yes.
I'll ask you one more time. I'll ask it this way. Name, other than someone called Dr. Rentschler, name the papers, the studies, the learned treatise, name the resource material you relied on as the basis for those opinions. That a hybrid pre-arm
Okay.
can be used
We just
in these type of demonstrations as a basis for that type of opinion.
I certainly, ATD crash test dummies can be used for impact testing, yes.
Not impact testing. You're talking about tears to clothes, abrasions to skin. I'm asking for the third time. Name.
Y'all, if anything happens in the LV trial, private message me in Discord, and that will be great. We can discuss it there. Please, no spoilers. I know I should have said something earlier. I'm not mad at anybody, but we will be watching that as soon as this is in break and or done for the day. They're going to be ending in about an hour.
One journal, one paper, one study that supports your proposition that you're relying on for the basis of your opinion in front of this jury today. Name one.
I did not cite any in my report, no.
Can you think of one that you didn't cite?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
I don't think this had as much impact as they were hoping it would. I'll be honest. I don't think it is.
You had mentioned on direct examination that when you first started looking at materials some time ago, at the beginning, you were unconstrained in the scope of your study. Is that fair to say?
Are we talking about 2023?
Yes, we are.
Okay, yes.
You were unconstrained. You could have done anything you wanted to.
I don't know about anything.
When you said unconstrained, what did that mean?
Well, the agency that retained us didn't ask us to do specific work per se or specific tests.
You didn't do any type of crash test at that time, did you?
Not like was demonstrated today, no.
Instead, you started a working theory that perhaps a glass was thrown at the rear taillight of the defendant's car?
Yes.
Did someone suggest to you that was a theory?
No.
It's just something that you and Dr. Rentschler thought up together?
Based on the evidence that we had, yes.
When you thought up that as a potential theory, that's why you built the potato cannon?
The pressurized cannon, yes.
Pressurized cannon.
Potato
and you shot a
cannon,
glass at the rear
pressurized cannon.
taillight, yes?
Yes.
You determined that at 37 miles per hour there'd be similar damage?
Yes.
And then you came into court last year, didn't you?
Yes.
And you provided that opinion of consistency to the jury, didn't you?
Yes.
You got up and you said that something to the effect that that speed is consistent with the damage?
Yes.
Now, when you gave that theory last year to the jury, did you know about other evidence in this case? For example, if a glass was thrown at the back of the car, how would the bottom of the glass bounce off the car and land near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Ask it differently.
Did you consider, when you came in last year and opined, gave your theory about a glass being thrown at the tail light was consistent with damage, did you think about how, if a glass was thrown at the rear tail light, the bottom would have bounced off the vehicle wherever it was and landed near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I'm aware that it was found near his body, yes.
knowing that it was found near his body, or you knew his body was about 7 or 8 feet off the road, didn't you?
Yes.
Knowing the bottom of the glass, the broken glass was found near his body 7 to 8 feet off the road, did you consider if somebody threw a glass and broke that taillight, cross your mind how would the bottom of the glass bounce with him to where his body ended up?
No, I did not analyze that part of it.
If a glass was thrown and bounced off that car, did you consider how the speaker would be left at the curb?
No, I did not evaluate that.
If glass was thrown at the car and broke the taillight, did you consider how the debris field would end up on the lawn?
Well, it's my understanding, I think that there were plows that came through that night, so I don't know that where the debris field was eventually found, if that's where it would have been at some point earlier.
Did you ever talk to Lieutenant O'Hara or anybody from the state police to see if the plows went all the way to the side of the yards or were just down the middle? Look into that at all?
No, I did not.
So did you give any careful consideration to if the glass was thrown and hit the back of that taillight, how there would be a debris field on the front lawn of somebody's yard?
I don't think that was a part of our scope. It was more or less to determine whether or not, if the taillight was impacted by a projectile like a glass, could you get generally consistent damage to that taillight? That was the objective of the test.
So when you came in and testified last time, you weren't considering all of the other evidence that may not support that theory, were you?
I think our objective was to determine whether or not the damage was consistent with an interaction with Mr. John O'Keefe, and could there be another mechanism to cause the tail light to break?
Is there a reason why you were backing off that opinion on direct examination today?
Objection. Sustained.
You weren't fully embracing that theory today, were you?
Objection. I'm going to allow that.
Of course you are.
I don't know if I agree with that.
In this case, you provided reports recently?
Yes.
When did you provide your report? Was it April 6th?
April 6th?
Or was it May 6th?
I think it's May 7th,
May
if I'm not
7th.
mistaken.
So you provided a report May 7th, yes?
Correct.
And do you know when this trial started?
Oh, so you didn't like it when Jackson asked your expert that very same question. You didn't like it, but it's okay for you to ask his. Wow, that's an interesting little thought.
Early April?
You provided your PowerPoint. When did you provide your PowerPoint?
I think it would have been Thursday of this week.
When I had it?
Well, it wasn't last night.
Sorry,
It's probably-
maybe Wednesday.
probably
Wednesday or Thursday.
Wednesday. Is that fair?
Yes.
In looking at pedestrian accidents, it's important to try, if you can, understand the exact positioning of the body, isn't it?
If a collision occurred, yes.
And if a collision occurred, you can't always identify the exact position of the body, can you?
No, oftentimes it can be very difficult, yes.
You would want to know if it is a collision between a car and a pedestrian, whether the person was fully impacted or it was a clipping type incident. Wouldn't you want to know that if you could?
That would certainly affect the trajectory, yes.
And you would want to know, if you could, the body posture, whether the person was standing up straight or crouching.
If a collision occurred, yes.
Whether they were turning or standing straight, or they had their arm out. That's helpful information, isn't it?
It can be, but when we're talking about how quickly this impact duration is, right? If you recall back to the PowerPoint, right, we're talking about a 10 millisecond window. So however the body is positioned at contact, that's how it's positioned. It's not going to be able to have any significant movement or change in orientation in that 10 millisecond window.
The position of the body can change the trajectory of the person who's hit, can it?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Positioning of the body, the way they're positioned, that can change the trajectory if they're hit, after they're hit, can it?
It can, yes.
Whether they're moving towards the vehicle or away from it could affect the trajectory, couldn't it?
If they have some relative velocity, yeah.
Trying to determine the point of impact when you're looking at a scene, it's important when you do trajectory studies to know where the point of impact is, isn't it?
If you're going to utilize studies that look at projection of pedestrians when you're contacted at the center of gravity and you get projected some distance, you can rely on those studies, but you have to have an understanding of where the point of impact is and where the point of rest is.
If you don't have the point of impact, if you don't know the point of impact, you don't know the exact body position, that creates variables in your studies, doesn't it?
Well, again, talking about those studies, they're not applicable when you are contacting, for instance, just a limb or you don't have a center of gravity hit. Those when you're talking about how far will a pedestrian get projected, if it's like a forward projection or what's known as like a wrap projection where the pedestrian wraps onto the hood and then becomes decoupled, those studies are applicable there. But when you're talking about where there's minimal overlap between the body and the center of gravity, then you can't utilize those studies.
So you would not want to know where the point of impact is?
In this particular case, no, I don't think it would be helpful.
You would not want to know the body position?
I don't think that it would be helpful in determining, because again, we have to start with, is it consistent with a collision?
So you would not want to know the body position. That's what you're telling us. You don't want to know that.
Well, if the evidence indicates that the contact is inconsistent, then that's kind of where the reconstruction.
He's doing his job. It's whether or not the jury believes this guy over the other guy.
Stops. You can't.
But that is a good point. They don't know where the body was. They don't know which direction he was facing. They're assuming he was facing with his right arm this way, so he'd be facing away from the rear. But they don't have any information. It's all assumption at this point. Have they proven, the whole thing is, have they proven that she hit him with her vehicle? That's the whole case.
You can't go to a point of impact and a point of rest if there was no contact.
So you don't want to know the body position?
Objection. Can you answer that?
I don't understand his question, Your Honor.
When you're doing studies, you don't want to know the body position?
Objection. Can you answer that, Dr. Wong?
Again, it depends on the type of impact. For the alleged contact in this case, you can't rely on those studies about impact location and point of rest. They're not applicable to
I was
this.
talking about studies, as far as data, information. You, as the person doing tests, would you want to know the body positioning?
Objection.
Yes.
And this time we'll get an answer, and that'll be it.
You got an answer every single time.
Can you answer that, Dr. Wong?
I feel like I've answered it the best I can, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
You don't like that question?
No!
Strike. Jurors disregard.
Okay. When you were doing these video demonstrations, was it important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
Data changes if information changes, right?
I'm not sure I understand your
That's
question.
a tough question. You want to be precise as you can in ultimately having a conclusion regarding data, don't you?
Yes.
Could I have PowerPoint page 12, please? Now look at force on the bottom. The first letter F signifies force, correct?
Correct.
And the last two letters, MA, signifies mass, yes?
Correct.
That's a very important part of that equation, isn't it?
Yes.
If you,
Correct.
in real life, a 6,000-pound Lexus, upon contact with an arm, doesn't usually stop on a dime, does it?
No.
Could I have the photo from test A, please? And so there is no break, but there is a crack in this light that was a result of this experiment where this light hits that restrained dummy, yes?
Yes.
And this is at 10 miles per hour in your world and 7.67 if you take off the 26% weight.
Sustained is to that point.
We can move to test B, please. Now this test B, a similar test, it has the same limitations, doesn't it? This dummy is
I think that's where we are, June. I can or cannot say the evidence supports whether or not he was hit by a vehicle. That is the whole question. And if you can't answer that beyond a reasonable doubt that it did, honey boo, there's no more case.
strained at the pelvis.
Oh,
Yes.
I know.
Could you show the video, please? There's two videos. We can see the first one. And was the dummy restrained by its head as well?
Yes.
Was its arm restrained in any way?
It was tethered, but it was free to move.
This test you have is 17 miles per hour with the arm that's 9.38 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe, 11.86 pound arm. If you consider that 26% difference, wouldn't it be fair to say that this test, rather than replicate 17 miles per hour, would actually replicate 12.6 miles per hour?
No, can you answer that?
I just
Not
asked,
the way it's
where
phrased,
are
no.
you, my friend? I asked her. I
And
think
so
she's
looking
working.
at this test, test B, which you say is 17 miles per hour, can you do a calculation for the 26% difference, or is that something that you don't think is fair?
I don't think that'd be a fair way to characterize it. Again, if no matter what the mass is there, if you're accelerating it, if you're impacting at 17, that arm is going to move at 17.
Well, not just the movement, the damage. If this arm was 5 pounds, do you think the test would have the same exact result?
If it's 5 pounds,
Yes,
probably would be less damage.
it'd be less damage. So to get this amount of damage, you would have to increase the weight, right?
Sorry, what was your question?
To get this amount of damage, you couldn't use a 5 pound arm. There would be less damage with a 5 pound arm.
Correct.
Right, because the less weight you use, the less damage at that speed. That's
Correct.
basically how it works.
Correct.
Okay. So, in this test, if we could run that back again, you have a restrained dummy at the hips and the head. There's no follow-through of the light or the body that's attached to that arm, correct? And at this speed, you can see the shards of taillight. You can see them move, can't you?
When you say move, you mean just
Not stationary.
yeah, I mean they're moving from the taillight as they break.
Detached from the taillight.
Correct, they're
And
broken.
that could create a debris field, yes?
Yes.
And you can see them floating in the air, some of them actually floating and then touching the sweater. Do you see that?
Possibly. Some of it might be, again, some of that polyurethane foam.
Yeah, some might be. And why don't we play it again so we can see clearly? Some might be taillight shards too, right?
You can see the difference between the tail light. See all this white speckly stuff? That's the phone. See the black stuff? That's the tail light charge. Foam,
That black...
the foam is so light. See how it's just hanging out there where the charts, I'm going to back that up just a little. So when you see the shards of glass falling, look at the difference. Look, you'll see the
shards of
difference.
taillight. You can see them move, can't you?
When you say move, you mean just
Not stationary.
yeah, I mean they're moving from the taillight as they break.
Detached from the taillight.
Correct, they're
And
broken.
that could create a debris field, yes?
Yes.
And you can see...
But y'all, does this not debunk the pieces that were found at 34 Fairview that creates a 90+% total reconstruction? Look at all those little itty bitty pieces that have disengaged from the taillight. When you reconstruct, you're going to have a lot of that missing. because I guarantee they couldn't recover that much. When I talked to my friend who is a retired evidence police officer for Boston, Mass, she said there's no way when she saw that tail light that was broken in an uncontrolled situation because too much of it was recovered. It is not possible to recover all those small pieces of charge. You're going to have a lot of holes in amongst the bigger pieces, and this just shows that.
Them floating in the air, some of them actually floating and then touching the sweater. Do you see that?
Possibly.
So that's how he's going to say that John O'Keefe got the shards on his sweater.
Some of it might be, again, some of that polyurethane foam.
Yeah, some might be. And why don't we play it again so we can see clearly? Some might be taillight shards too, right? That black object spinning, that's not poly foam, is it?
No, it would not be.
That'd be taillight shard, right?
Correct.
And so even at this speed, you can see in this type of collision, there is significant, bless you, significant amount of taillight shards that are broken from the taillight and spewing into the air, yes?
Well, I think on the one of the slides I had, I think I showed the fragments that were left. And from what I recall, I think there was 4 pieces from the taillight, from the lens.
If you could put that back a little so Dr. Wolf can see it again, to the point of the collision. Even at this speed, go ahead. Stop. You can see pieces, large, small, medium, maybe even microscopic, are now breaking off from that taillight and being littered into the air, aren't they?
Yes, there are pieces coming off.
If we can go to test C, please. Now, in test C, you actually use only an arm. Isn't that fair to say?
Correct.
You don't use a body or a crash test dummy.
No.
You don't, in fact, this is not the 12-pound arm either. This is the 9.38-pound arm.
Correct.
And when you do this test, you have the arm, it's basically just an object suspended in the air, isn't it?
Yes.
And you said, I think on direct examination, I think you said that this is the same as if it was on the dummy. Is that your testimony?
Well, in terms of, again, the amount of weight that would be interacting with the taillight, whether it's attached to the dummy or not, what's in direct contact is going to be the same.
Well, the fact that it's just floating up in the sky like that, it's very different than if it was attached to a person or a dummy, isn't it?
In terms of how it moves immediately after the impact, yes.
Not just how it moves, as far as the impact. Isn't it different?
I don't know that I agree with that.
Okay. Well, wouldn't you say that in addition to the arm, if you had another 200 plus pounds being held down by gravity, that would affect the force that's acting on the arm?
Well, the arm, again, is going to be accelerated, but the center of mass of the body is not going to see that acceleration.
Have you testified before in this case about the importance of the full body and gravity?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Have you testified before in this case about the effect of gravity and the full force of a body as opposed to just an arm?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember whether you thought it important on a previous time you testified that there was significance to the arm would be attached to a 200 plus pound body and there was the issue of gravity that would affect force?
From what I recall, I think that had to deal with whether or not the pedestrian would be projected based upon an interaction with the arm or a full-on center of gravity hit, right? When we're only hitting the arm, we're not hitting the CG of the body.
You did test B, and you claim it was at 17 miles per hour, test B.
Correct.
And we saw the damage. This is at 15 miles per hour, test C. Could you play this, please? It might be a delay, so you could fast forward a little bit, please. Okay. How many times do you think that arm spun around?
I don't know.
That's not what would happen to a person who got hit. Their arm wouldn't spin through their body like that, would it?
Correct. It
Their
would
arm
not.
wouldn't spin that many times.
No.
There'd be the pull of their body weight, yes?
I'm sorry, what was your
There'd
question?
be the pull of their body weight,
The body weight, yeah, would affect the movement afterwards, yes.
gravity, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. And so there's a reason why you do this test at 15 miles per hour. Is there a photo related to this, to the damage to the taillight? There is a reason why at 15 miles per hour, the damage is much different than the other tests at 17 miles per hour, isn't there?
Correct.
Right, because at 17 miles per hour, you have a dummy that is strapped by a harness in its pelvis. When it's hitting the arm, it's affecting it much differently than just a arm floating in air. Yes?
No, I don't agree with that. The primary reason there's a difference in the damage is because of the amount of the arm that's outstretched and interacting with the taillights. There's a difference in those two tests.
And so the body and the weight of the body, you're saying, has nothing to do with the amount of damage.
Not in these tests, no.
So when somebody gets hit, does the body weight have anything to do with the damage? Not just the area that gets hit. Does the body weight affect it at all?
Not in terms of the impact, like the rest of the body, it's not going to matter if, for instance, only my hand, like in that last test we just saw, it was the hand and the wrist. How much my stomach weighs, my head weighs, is not going to affect the damage to that taillight in that interaction.
And by the way, this test, you said 15 miles per hour. If you consider the 26%, you're only at 11.1 miles per hour. Is that the right math?
Again, I don't agree with that because if you look at the data and you integrate the acceleration data to get the speed, right, that we saw in those plots, the hand basically gets up to, I think it was 14 or 15 miles an hour. It reaches that common velocity of the vehicle.
Let's go to test F. On test F, you placed the dummy more behind the vehicle, didn't you?
Correct.
And when you test and you put it more behind the vehicle, this is more of a full impact than it is a clipping, isn't it?
Certainly, yes.
And when you put this dummy behind the car, this was not a legitimate crash test dummy. It was a different type of dummy, wasn't it?
Yes, it's called a Rescue Randy.
A Rescue Randy. And that is not typically the type of dummy that you're going to use for crash tests, is it?
I wouldn't agree with that.
When you did the Rescue Randy and crash test F, did you use the 12-pound arm or did you stick with the 9.38?
The hybrid arm wasn't attached to the Rescue Randy.
The hybrid arm was not. Is that what you said, or it was?
It was not. No, not in the full impact test.
Okay, so what was the weight of the arm on the Rescue Randy?
I don't know specifically the weight of the arm. I know that the total mass of the Rescue Randy was 200 pounds.
Isn't the weight of the arm important when you're talking about impact with the arm?
I don't think relative to the rest of the mass of the body.
So now the mass of the body counts, but before it didn't.
Objection. Sustained enough.
Okay. If we can see in test F, we have some photographs. Start with the first one, if you could widen that, please. Now, this is a direct hit.
Correct.
Okay. Is this simply a photo or a video? Could we go to the next one, please? So the Rescue Randy's placed much further in the car than the other type of test that would be more similar to a clip, yes?
Correct.
Next photo, please. Okay. And that is the result of the impact?
Correct.
Do you see the debris field?
Yes.
Is it near Rescue Randy?
Some of it is, yes.
Yeah, it's spread out a little bit, yes?
That's fair, yes.
But it's not right on his body. It's a distance from his body, yes?
There may be some, I can't tell from this photo, there may be some around his body, but yes, there's also debris close to the Lexus as well.
And could we, and this is the demonstration where you didn't turn on the videotapes with.
Okay, guys, this What? Okay, guys, first of all, this was a full-blown impact. Look at the damage done to the vehicle. See how far he is behind the vehicle? Yes, there's shards of glass all over here. All of this is the debris field. It's not to the side where the tent is. See where it says court TV up here? John O'Keefe's body was found way over here, not behind and in the street. Just saying.
We don't have a videotape?
Correct. We had the false start. Yep.
What's that?
We had the false start.
The false start. Is there another picture after this? Those clothes. Are there holes or tears in the clothes?
Yes, there's damage that's consistent with road rash when clothing or a body makes contact with the pavement and is grinding into the.
Okay, good point. These look like punctures, but they're really tears from the pavement and whatever's on the ground. If you have been around people who have been in motorcycle accidents as much as people like I have or first responders, this is a definite road rash damage to the clothing. It's not like a puncture that we're talking about. One thing you can see for sure is look how the edges are super frayed. Got an itch. You can start seeing some of that around here. Oh, it's harder to see it on the smaller ones, and they kind of fan outward. If you look on John O'Keefe's sweater, it looks like they go in. Just saying. This is only helping me convince. Hold on, Matt. You didn't get the door. Yeah, there was somebody here. Go get him. Sorry, somebody came in and left. And we're like, what the hell? The bell didn't go off.
The pavement.
Pavement's hard.
Yes.
How about frozen ground, frozen dirt?
Is that hard?
Yeah.
I suppose it can be.
Well, do you have any doubt whether frozen ground in the Northeast in the winter is hard as a rock?
I haven't done any analysis to assess that.
And so seeing holes in those clothes is what you would expect after Randy hits that hard ground, right?
Are you talking about frozen grass or paved?
I'm talking about Randy right now. These holes in the clothes are what you would expect after Randy hits the hard ground, correct?
Objection. I'm going to allow that. Is that what you'd expect? All right, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Are we going to a sidebar? Okay, while we're on a break, we're going to go over to the Lori Daybell and we're going to. That's not, we're over here.
And if we can just show at the beginning, we missed where a black vehicle.
Yes.
So in this video, were you asked to look for vehicles and a sound of any shooting?
I remember being asked to look for a vehicle crossing in that time. And
My gosh, that was quick, y'all. I didn't expect it to be that quick. Sorry.
So holes in the clothes is what you would expect after Randy hits the ground, yes?
If there is prolonged sliding contact with the asphalt, certainly you could expect to see tearing, large holes, material fraying, and even transfer of pavement material onto the clothing.
Yep.
You've done no studies on...
And that was not on any, even in wet, guys, even in wet, you're going to have the dirt, the dark, the mud, the scraping as you hit that ground. We call them staining. You know, he had grass stains on his ass, Maybe because he was dragged. I don't know. I'm being facetious, but he could have been. But we don't see anything like that on the arm or the top.
On hard ground, like a front yard, have you?
Snow rash.
In terms of a pedestrian sliding on the grass?
In clothing tears, yes.
No, sir.
And if you could go back one slide.
But you would see the grass stains on his pants would have been on his upper body if he slid on his upper body.
You see the debris field is near but not on, Randy? Can you tell if there's any small pieces or microscopic pieces on or in Randy's clothes in the study? Did you look?
No.
If I could go to test E, please. Test E you cite as having a speed of 24 miles per hour, correct?
Correct.
And that's with a arm that is 9.38 pounds. Yes?
Correct.
And to remind you, Mr. O'Keefe's arm would be about 11.86 pounds. Yes?
Correct.
If you would
Our arm's
reduce
that heavy?
26%, you'd be at 17.8 miles per hour, wouldn't you?
Are you doing the math, Dr. Wolf?
I don't agree with his characterization, Your
Okay,
Honor.
next question.
I understand you don't agree, but if you took 26% off the 24 miles per hour, you would come out to 17.8 miles per hour, wouldn't you?
I'm going to allow that. I'm going to allow that.
That's what the calculation would yield.
Okay. On test E, there are some differences between your test and what would happen in real life. For example, there is a harness, correct?
Correct.
And the harness prevents the dummy from being thrown naturally.
Correct.
The harness affects your ability or one's ability to see this study and see what the trajectory would be after impact, correct?
Well, that wasn't the purpose of the study, to assess the trajectory, sir.
I understand. I'm not trying to criticize, but it affects the ability
to
see the trajectory when the dummy's on a harness, doesn't it?
Yes.
Could we put up the first video on this, please? A photo 115, if we can start with. If you could stop it right there. And you can see the feet aren't as firmly planted on the ground as a person would be in most circumstances because of that harness, yes?
Correct.
And that affects gravity, doesn't it?
Affects gravity?
Well, when the car hits, the gravity, the weight of the dummy is less because it's held up by a harness, isn't it?
Remember I said he was going to go here. And their experiment, their guy held the dummy up and just let him go and hit the ground to represent the force of impact on the brain and the skull without taking into account that John O'Keefe was not passed out or deceased at the time that he fell, and that he would have reasonably tried to just body reflex catch itself so it wouldn't have hit that way. So now they're tearing him up. Yep, tit for tat.
Right. So gravity really is, again, is suspended at this point, just above the ground.
The arm that's extended, is there a glass in that hand?
No, there's not more weight in the hand.
So there's no object in the hand in any of these tests?
No,
So they want him to put a glass in the hand.
because ultimately what would happen is, because of the accelerometer being mounted on the palm of the hand, if you had a glass there, it would interfere with those measurements.
I understand why you didn't do it, but would you say it's fair to say that if a glass was in the dummy's hand on these tests, it could affect or change the damage?
Well, if you add another, I think that the drinking glass we utilized for the testing last year, I think was 0.7 pounds. So if you add another 0.7 or pound to the hand, that hand contacts the liftgate taillight, you certainly could see damage to that taillight, which we certainly didn't see on the subject vehicle.
So weight does kind of matter, right?
It can, yes.
Not just 0.7 pounds, the 2.5 pounds can matter too. Weight matters.
Yes.
Because that's
A
kind of what we
glass-
were talking about.
A glass does not weigh that much. Doesn't weigh that much. Just saying.
For the last half hour, weight matters in these tests, doesn't it?
Correct, but you can't look at this in isolation just between damage, and you can't separate it from the injuries, right? What's going to happen to the body in terms of the injuries in a 24-mile-an-hour impact?
Does weight matter?
In terms of the force?
And so we see this dummy with the arm stretched out, correct?
Correct.
Okay, can we bring this back? Stop right there. This isn't approved crash test dummy, is it?
The Rescue Randy portion, no.
No.
It's not instrumented like a hybrid.
Is the arm the hybrid 3?
Yes, the arm is the hybrid 3.
So you took, in test F, you didn't put the hybrid 3 on the Randy, but on this one you did?
No, because you risk, these AT devices can range from $100,000 to $150,000, and you run the risk of destroying that equipment in a test like that.
So in test F, did you put the hybrid on the Randy, or did you keep Randy's original arm?
It's just the Rescue Randy in the last test.
On F?
Correct.
This one, you have the hybrid arm on Randy.
Correct.
So you're switching up between tests, what pieces you're using, aren't you?
I would say adding, but...
Well, adding and subtracting. It doesn't have two arms. There's one off, one on. One's Randy and one's hybrid. So you're switching.
Yes.
Different result.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay.
Are you trying to say a different result between test F and this test? Because they're not the same test.
Oh, I understand. I understand. If we can have this come back a little bit more. Okay, and let it run. Stop. You can see the shattered taillight moving, and most of it's moving in the same direction, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's what creates a debris field after a collision, doesn't it?
Yes, I mean, components will break off and fall to the ground, yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, since Randy is on a harness, he's not going to be thrown the same way as it would happen in real life, is he?
Correct, and that wasn't the purpose of this test,
I understand. When you chose 24 miles per hour without the 26% deduction, which would make it 17.8 miles per hour, when you chose 24 miles per hour, it's because you had looked at the text stream data that had been taken from the defendant's Lexus, right?
Correct.
And when you looked at that data, you understood that during that event, 10 seconds of data is captured, yes?
Yes.
But that doesn't define the whole event, does it?
That only encompasses what was recorded.
And you said you chose 24 miles per hour because that was about the speed at the end of that 10 seconds.
Correct.
You do realize at the end of that 10 seconds, the car, the defendant's Lexus, was going faster. It was still accelerating, don't you?
Objection. I'm going to allow it.
From what I recall, the last data point, I believe the throttle was still at around 74%.
Well, ARCA specializes in text stream data, don't they?
Yes.
Okay. So you are looking at that, you would agree that at the end of the 10 seconds, the defendant's Lexus was increasing in speed.
Well, we don't know, again, beyond that data point, what the data is.
At the end of that 10 seconds, the car was going up, not down, in speed, yes?
Correct.
And you can't tell how much longer that car traveled for after that 10 seconds, can you?
Correct, we don't know.
So when you chose the 24 miles per hour, it was just based on a data point. It wasn't based on you believing that there was an impact at a certain speed, was it?
No, and the triggering event itself it's not a collision by definition, and nowhere in that data can you parse out whether or not any contact even occurred.
We know that.
Okay.
The point is, you can't tell how fast the vehicle was going if it was in a collision from that data, can you?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
If that vehicle was in a collision, you wouldn't be able to tell from that data what the speed was at the time of the collision.
If contact allegedly occurred at some point in that data set, no, you would not be able to pick a row in that data and say, this is where the collision occurred.
Or after that data set, you would have no idea.
Outside of the data?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And so when you look at this experiment that you did, if you were to add, you said 24 miles per hour, but that's not considering the 26%. If you were to add 7 more miles per hour to this collision, would you expect more damage to that right taillight?
Potentially, yes, but you're certainly getting into the realm of injury at that point.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking you a simple question about damage. If you were to add 7 miles per hour onto this test here, would you expect more damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes.
Okay, can you finish the video? Okay, now I want to ask you some questions. You can stop there. I want to ask you some questions. Can you bring it back to right before the collision, please? Speed changes the result of this, doesn't it?
In terms of the impact speed?
Yes, the impact speed can change the result of this, of the damage to the right rear taillight, can it?
Correct.
And the angle of the arm can change the damage to that right rear taillight, can't it?
It can, yes.
Did you take any pictures of the debris field after the impact and damage in this test E? Did you take any photographs of the debris field?
I believe so, yes.
Was it included in your materials that you provided us?
It should have been in all of the test materials that was provided, yes.
Was the debris field within a certain range? Was it within a certain circle, 10, 20, 30 feet?
That sounds about right.
We'll see.
And so a debris field, although it might scatter, it almost forms kind of a ring, doesn't it?
It can, yes.
And it can form that ring away from where the body lands, can't it?
It can, yes.
And in this test, which you say is 24 miles per hour, without the reduction to 17.8 miles per hour, in this test, upon impact, there is a number of pieces of taillight that shatter, isn't there?
Yes.
Did you count how many?
About 19 pieces.
19 pieces. Could you move forward just a little bit? And when they break and scatter, some of them go up, some go down. Stop, please. Yes?
Correct, yes.
Some of them come in contact with Randy's arm, yes?
Correct.
Now, Randy being on a harness, it's not like real life when the Lexus goes by, could continue to push him with it, right? He can't go with the car or the Lexus because he's on a harness. Yes?
Correct. He's not going to move from that position.
If you can move forward, do you see Randy's feet?
Yes.
See the right foot?
Yes.
It's twisting, right?
Correct.
Turning. Stop. Could you show the photo of the sneaker, please? When you were reaching your conclusions that you offered to the jury today, did you consider this photograph?
No.
Did you know that this sneaker was up against a curb in the area?
Yes.
And you didn't consider this at all?
Wasn't a part of my analysis.
Okay. can go back to the video. You see the spin and rotation on the foot?
Yes.
Can you keep going? In the turn of the sneaker?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to go back, Ms. Gilman, please, to the point of impact. In your studies, you would agree there can be a clip of a pedestrian that causes significant damage to a taillight where the pedestrian incurs no lower body injuries whatsoever. That can happen, can it?
Well, I don't know that I would describe this as a clip to the arm. This is a full-on impact to the arm, so it's not a clip. Again, you saw at the 15 miles per hour. I think that's more analogous to a clip or a side swipe where the arm just kind of gets brushed out of the way. This, I would say, is a full-on impact to the arm.
Okay. To use your words, in a full-on impact like this, a pedestrian could be involved in a full-on impact causing that amount of damage to the taillight that's reflected in this video, but suffer no lower body injuries. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't address injuries, sir.
Well, let's play it forward. Do we ever see Randy's knees hit the car? Hips? Ribs?
I see the foot getting run over, but I don't think there was contact with the legs, no.
Would you agree that a pedestrian could be in this type of collision and suffer no lower body injuries based on your presentation here?
Sir, I don't address injuries. Biomechanics is not my area of specialty.
You said it's common in vehicle-pedestrian collisions that there is some type of bumper displacement. Have you
Correct.
said that?
Yes.
Okay, bring it back to the beginning, please. Stop. Any bumper displacement in this collision?
In this specific test, no.
You said that on direct, you would expect that there would be some panel deformation. What does that mean?
So if for instance, let's say the hand is not contacting the taillight or a portion of it is contacting the lift gate, you could see deformation to that body paneling.
You said that you would expect to see, not that you could. What you said on direct is you would expect to see panel deformation.
Yes.
And you said in this case, there was none, right? Talking about the defendant's Lexus. You said, I would expect to see panel deformation, and in this case, the defendant's Lexus, there was none. That's what you told us on direct.
Correct.
Let's watch let's watch your video. Play it ahead. Is there any panel deformation, stop, in this?
No, sir.
Okay. So when you said on direct examination, relative to the defendant's Lexus, you would expect panel deformation, there was none. There are examples, one that you gave us yourself, where there is a collision causing this amount of damage to a taillight where there's no panel deformation.
I'm going to allow it.
Right?
If I recall, I think you're referring to my prior testimony in another proceeding where I had not conducted this testing yet. So ultimately, that's part of the reason why this testing was conducted, to evaluate that.
In this case, the damage to the right rear taillight, there's no panel deformation there, is there?
Correct, there is not.
When somebody is wearing a hat and they're involved in a collision similar to this, can their hat fall off?
Potentially.
Did you look at photos? Is there a photo of the hat, Ms. Gilman? Before you came to your opinions and conclusions, did you look at this photo and see a hat on the grass?
I did review this, yes.
And did you give any consideration when you did your tests to whether the hat would come off Randy or any crash test dummy when you hit it at that speed?
No, that wasn't a part of my evaluation.
Could I have photo 77, please? What's that, sir?
So I don't know if you'll be able to see it in the photograph, but there was some material transfer from the jeans that the rescue Randy was wearing.
And so as a result of that impact, there was scuffing from Randy's jeans onto this exemplar Lexus.
There was scuffing, yes.
Did you look at the defendant's photos of the defendant's Lexus to see
Yes.
if there was a...
Sorry.
It's okay. To see if there was any scuffing in a very similar area?
I don't recall it being at that portion of the vehicle close to the rear wheel.
Where did you see the scuffing on the defendant's Lexus?
I think there was some scrapes along the wraparound section of the bumper cover.
The bottom part?
Correct.
It's not claimed that's attributed to the collision, so I don't want you to consider that. But did you see other scuffs a little higher up on the Lexus?
I did, but I don't know that those could certainly just be normal wear and tear to the vehicle.
Was that normal wear and tear?
This, no, because we observed it in the test.
Could I have photo 153, please? Now, this is a photo without the hatchback up. This is just the lighting fixture, right?
Correct.
And could you close up in on that? And you would agree if you went 7 miles per hour faster, it would cause more damage to that, wouldn't it?
Yes.
When the taillight is shattered and it spreads through the air, does it have the potential to impale a person, for example, on their nose?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
In your test, you saw that upon collision, there was a scattering of taillight that broke from the fixture, correct?
Correct.
Would those shards, as they float or fly through the air, would they have the ability to impale a person on their face or even their nose?
I think that would be unlikely.
And finally, we've discussed, you now would agree with me that weight does matter, doesn't it?
It can if it's significant, yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Jackson? Yes.
Can we, Dr. Wolf, go back to your do you have your PowerPoint
Yes.
set up?
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
I am getting used to this new system on my
You have that ready?
computer.
Yes.
I'm
Can
so
you
happy.
go for
Y'all, I'm so happy. I found out that I can open up multiple desktops. So I have a whole setup for the Karen Read. And then when we go live at 4 for the Lord Daybell, I just have to switch desktops. And it's all set up. Sweet.
forward, and I don't have them memorized, so bear with me.
Okay.
Can you go forward to test E? And I'm going to ask you a couple of quick questions.
Okay.
Okay, if you could scroll through, keep going, if you'd please, to the next slide, the next. Can you, is this a video or is this a still photograph?
It is a video.
Is this at full speed or is this slow?
This is full speed.
Okay, can you go to the next slide? Okay, go back one. This is a test at what speed?
This is the Lexus moving in reverse, contacting at 24 miles an hour.
All right. Let's go ahead and play this at full speed if we could. Dr. Wolf, can you, that's awfully fast. Can you get to a point where you're moving frame by frame just at the point of contact?
There's always going to be a problem with testing. By the way, I got 95% of my quiz.
Am I able to display my screen without doing the... Trying to see how I can get this to work.
If you could just move forward frame by frame rather than...
I don't know that I can in the... Oh, I missed it.
Okay. It may be more difficult than we thought. Let me ask you a couple of questions based on that. Did you review that video
Didn't think
in
about
slow
that.
motion as well as at full speed?
Yes, from a
It's
frame by
okay.
frame perspective.
And
Actually, I love y'all going back and forth. I like having both sides on the same. I like everybody having their own opinions, and I'm so grateful that y'all are being kind and you're disagreeing. We all have different viewpoints. We see things from different perspectives, and I love that we can discuss it friendly. Thank you.
in terms of a couple of different questions about that particular test, when there's impact with that right arm, what's the speed that the arm gets to upon impact?
In test E,
Right. If the car's going 24 miles an hour, what's the expected speed of the arm?
so the hand got up to a little over 24, the arm got a little over 21 miles per hour.
The debris that comes off of the taillight, the fragments, what speed would they be going at the point of impact when they crack and are released from the taillight?
At the impact speed or less.
In order to penetrate the sweatshirt and cut the arm across, would the shards have to be going faster or slower than the arm?
They would have to be going faster. If they're moving at a common velocity with the arm relative to it, they would somehow have to accelerate with more speed to catch up and go beyond the arm, essentially.
Is that physically possible?
No.
I also want to ask you about do you have in your PowerPoint the photographs of the sweatshirt at the full, what you call the full-on impact, test F, as in Foxtrot?
I don't have any of those in the PowerPoint.
Okay. The photo that you were shown, if I could ask Ms. Gilman to show the same photograph that she showed earlier of the subsequent to test F as in Foxtrot with the holes we see.
If she can.
If she can.
Can you do that, Ms. Gilman?
Very kind.
Thank you.
Dr. Wolf, you're shown just the left arm underneath the, whatever you call the dummy, Randy, right?
Yes.
Did Mr. Brennan show you the rest of the sweatshirt?
No.
What did the rest of the sweatshirt look like after this full-on impact when he was launched on the asphalt?
Mangled. So there was not only significant road rash to the clothing all over the torso section, the left arm, the right arm. There was holes in many different locations of various sizes. There was also just on the skin of the dummy, there was road rash on the face had been scraped. The torso had been scraped. So there was significant body damage to the torso as well.
Taking just the sweatshirt, separating that out, what about the bodice of the sweatshirt, the front of the sweatshirt? Were there holes and frays and damage to the front?
It was covered in all of those, yes.
What about the back of the sweatshirt? That also have damage?
I don't believe the back, because I think he fell onto his stomach.
What about the other arm?
Yes, both arms did.
Were the holes and frays larger than the holes, the puncture holes that you saw on John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
They were certainly larger and again spread out amongst the entirety of the sweatshirt, at least on the front side.
Was the damage to the sweatshirt that you saw in this experiment consistent with the damage or defects that you saw in just the right arm, those 9 puncture holes on the right arm of the sweatshirt of John O'Keefe?
No, this is distinctly road rash. There's a clear distinction between the two.
Showing, looking at this particular set of defects in the arm, is that misleading in terms of its comparison to John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
Yeah. Sustain.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to approach very briefly on an issue we discussed earlier.
They're going to discuss. I'll be right back. Just a minute.
Yes, ma'am. So what we're going to do, they're going to end shortly, and then we're going to talk briefly. Thank you, everybody. For some reason, the likes are not hitting. If you only have 4, will you put ILIKED again? Put that in the comments again to be entered into the drawing if you already have done so. My apologies. Bingo! Bingo! I haven't paid attention to the bingos. This is what I have. Anybody else? We still need Google search truck, tow truck, time 227, 3-point turn, time drift, key cycle, Sally port, open tab, Casey, and running clock. So I don't even have a bingo. I don't even have a bingo.
Poor baby.
Miso Nosa have a bingo.
Me so.
Still don't have a bingo.
You're going to do something about that, darling.
When I shift, okay, wait. When I shift, I'm shifting. Diane, I'm gonna shift to the different desktop. Did you lose me in the camera at all?
Switch.
And you can still see me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. So now, I'm gonna show y'all. Watch. When I hit this button, it switches.
Wow. How many monitors do you have up? 3? 4?
Monitor that handles the switching. And then these 3 are information, but sometimes I don't have enough room. And I just saw this new thing I didn't know I had. I could actually add a 3rd desktop, a 4th.
I just really need to get my office straight so I can get
All
another
right,
monitor.
here we go. That'll save me a monitor.
Yes.
You were asked on cross-examination about some of the work that ARCA does on behalf of private lawyers, even insurance companies, correct?
Correct.
You were not hired by an insurance company. That's not who hired you on behalf of Ms. Reed or anything like that in the initial hiring, correct?
Correct. It was not an insurance company.
Thank you. A couple of more questions, if it's okay with the court, Your Honor, before we break.
Okay.
Thank you.
I still got into a comfort break, but I'm trying to hold out. No, because the moment I do,
You were
they'll
asked
stop.
several questions about the glass and whether or not the glass
I gotta go.
weighed in on your analysis of the damage to the rear tail light, correct?
Correct.
Did you consider that the glass on the rear bumper did not match the cocktail glass that was found close to John O'Keefe's body? Or were you aware of that?
I don't think initially I was aware that there was a difference between the glass cup that was found and the glass on the bumper.
You were asked a lot of questions about the difference in the weight of the arm, and I'm going by memory, 11.8 pounds statistically as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe versus 9.4 pounds, have I got that right?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that anybody has ever measured the weight of just John O'Keefe's right arm?
I'm not aware of that, no.
When you were asked questions about whether or not his arm weighed 11.8 pounds, are you aware of anybody ever weighing just his arm?
No.
What is that based on? 11.8, where'd that come from?
I don't know.
Mr. Brennan mentioned the word statistic. Based on the statistics, his arm would weigh that much. Height, weight, etc.
Correct.
Does a statistic determine the actual weight of an arm?
No, not conclusive of what Mr. O'Keefe's arm weighed, no.
As you sit here, do you know whether his arm, John O'Keefe's right arm, if weighed by itself accurately, because pounds and apparently half pounds matter, if it weighed 11.8 pounds or if it weighed 9.4 pounds? Do you know?
I don't know, no.
Do you believe that your testing, the totality of your testing, was dependent upon those 2.5 pounds based on the weight of the hybrid 3, or at least the arm of hybrid 3, and the statistic of 11.8 pounds?
Sustained.
In what way does that differentiation of 2.5 pounds or approximately 2.5 pounds, in what way does that make a difference in terms of your testing?
It doesn't, and that's part of the reason why we increase the speeds to almost 30 miles an hour to look at, again, when you're bringing that much more kinetic energy from the vehicle, that's going to overcome any mass that arm has. If it, like I said, if it's a pound difference, 2 pound difference, the momentum of that vehicle moving at 30 miles an hour versus 24 miles an hour, again, kinetic energy is equal to 1/2 times the mass times the velocity squared. So even if you go up a few miles per hour, you're exponentially increasing that amount of kinetic energy from the vehicle.
You were also asked a series of questions about reducing the speed of the testing by a certain percentage. You remember those questions?
Yes.
Did that make any sense to you mathematically? Okay.
Sustained indefinitely.
What effect, If you could tell us. Well, let me ask it this way. Is the speed of the testing vehicle tethered in some way to the difference of that 2.5?
Thought I had put myself on camera.
No, and again, as you saw throughout the PowerPoint, when that vehicle is coming in at 24 miles an hour, 29 miles an hour, at those speeds, that arm, when it makes contact, is going to get accelerated up to that velocity. It's just going to reach that common velocity. It's not going to, you're not going to somehow affect the vehicle speed due to that, the fact that the arm weighing 10 pounds roughly, and you've got 6,000 pounds. It's not going to somehow scrub off speed of the vehicle.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this point, I would be going through a couple of photographs and videos that might be a good place to.
Okay, I understand you said it's on. So we'll stop today.
Oh, she's got to stop.
All right, jurors, one question I have for you. So I know a long time ago we told you that Thursday would be a mountain day. I'm told that we're nearing the end of this case, so
What?
I'd like you to think about whether you're able to stay all day next Thursday. Think about it over the weekend if you've made appointments or anything like that. I'm not asking you. But think about it, and on Monday, if you let, I think it'll be Tony or Paul, whoever's with you Monday, if you have an issue with it, just let us know, and we'll do that. All right, so.
Yeah, we may be in
do not
jury
discuss
verdict
this
on
case with
Thursday.
anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it, let us know, and again, be very careful with your social media use. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
All rise to the court, please. Close your notebook and follow me.
Your Honor.
Diane, what are you munching on? Because you're making me hungry.
Why don't I see counsel on scheduling?
Now I want Cheez-Its.
Very toasty, extra toasty Cheez-Its.
I want extra toasty Cheez-Its.
When I was out, I happened to go by a Dunkin' Donuts, and guess what I got? I got a Boston Creamfield donut. So, open up. I'll show you one. I ate it for you. I'll enjoy
Well,
it.
Mama is out of there. Aiden Kearney is not in the back right now. I guess he's gone. Wow. So we are in day 28. Tomorrow will be 29. Monday will be day 29, excuse me. Monday will be the day that they had the hung jury. They were 29 days in last time. At this point, we were already in jury deliberations. So it looks like we're going to go at least to next week and hopefully be done next week. Oh, then we're going to have a little break. I've never had extra toasty Cheez-Its. Now I want extra toasty Cheez-Its.
They're much better than regular Cheez-Its. Much better.
I want extra toasty Cheez-Its.
Okay. Send your honey to the store.
I'm not sending my honey to the store for one box of extra toasted Cheez-Its.
I have him get 2.
Well, that's true. We could get 2 because I want one in here and they'll want one to share. Although I did send him to the store. What did I send him to the store for the other night? I had a hankering. I don't remember. I swear it felt like I was pregnant in the middle of the night cravings. No, actually, I never had those when I was pregnant. I didn't have the weird cravings. But he's been known to do that for me. He's amazing. I've never had the extra toasty, June. I want to try me some extra toasty. Y'all need to go over to Discord because, oh my God, the memes are fabulous. But I can't play them because June, I can show this for sure. Because they have music that can get me, This is what June posted in Discord. Just saying. Just saying. Oh my gosh, June, that is funny. Whoever's coming up with all these things are awesome. By the way, June, you're correct, and I'm going to read this while we're waiting. On June 6, 2025, the world commemorated the 81st anniversary of D-Day, the pivotal World War II event where Allied forces launched the largest seaborne invasion of Normandy's beaches. The operation was crucial in shifting the momentum against the Nazi Germany. The day was marked by reflection on the bravery and the sacrifices of young soldiers involved, emphasizing the high cost of freedom. Discussions and highlighted personal stories and heroism, strategic importance, invasions, and ongoing duty to uphold the freedoms these soldiers fought for. Various figures, including military officials and historians, shared insight and tributes focusing on the enduring impact of D-Day on the global democracy of freedom. Oh, wow.
Good morning. Oh, I got yeah, I'm fine. Let me congratulate you on the period of new leadership.
I got to make a phone call. I'll be right here, but I'll be off camera.
These people were just boys. They were just boys when they went to the war. Wow. To all of our veterans who are still alive, who fought in V-Day, 80, 91. He's 100 something. He has to be in his hundreds. I don't know if there's very few left of them, but thank you again for all those who sacrificed for us back then. Thank you. And for all those veterans, thank you. My daddy was a veteran. I'm a veteran family. Some of them were as young as 16. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Oh God, I want to play this, but I'll lose my monetization. I don't care. I'm going to demonetize it. Oh, here they come back. Y'all got to watch some of these memes. They are so freaking awesome. I am for it, y'all. Y'all are doing a good job. Wow. I'm enjoying that. Okay, guys, so we're winding down. So as they're doing that, we're winding down because we have, we're going to go live. I said 4:00 because I wasn't quite sure, but I will go back and adjust that. We're going to go live at 3:15. So I save changes to 3:15. I am loving this switching of the desktops. That is freaking awesome. I love it.
So is it in Facebook or what's it in? Streamline?
What?
The switching or the change?
No. Here, I'll share my screen and show you.
No, I saw what you did, but I'm just not sure what it's on.
Well, I'm going to show you.
Yes, ma'am. I will watch and shut my lips.
Why can't I share this screen? I'm going to share entire screen. Okay. So here's my entire screen. See my little arrow? I'm on you. Come down. You see the donuts down here?
Yes.
See this gray window and a white window?
Yes.
click on it, okay,
Uh-huh.
and you hit new desktop, and it'll create the second one. So then I can just switch between the desktops.
That's great. Makes life a
So
little
on this tech, I already have it preloaded for the next show.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have to. Normally, I would have all of these windows. Let me back out of this. Normally, I would have all of these windows like crazy. I'd have each monitor broken down into 4 tiny screens. Let me go here.
Yeah, I know.
Hold on. So these monitors right here, I can break it down into 4th. So that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. And it's super small and it's hard to see. So now I can just break them in halves and be able to float back and forth. Yes. I love it.
That is great.
Ronnie, I posted it. It's there. I'm looking at it. Go under live. Go to my YouTube, go under home video shorts live, go under live. You'll see that it's waiting there. I'm looking at it. I don't know what we waiting on, y'all. That poor bailiff stands up all day long.
My feet could not do that, darling. It ain't happening.
Trying to see if anything was said. I don't think anything was.
Nope.
Okay. So we're out of there. So let's go over here. Let's get into our stuff so I can get over to the other live. Okay, here we go for the I liked drawing. And I forgot to put the music on. We'll kick that.
Yay, June!
All right, here's the I shared.
Yay! Yay! It's moi! Runner! Look at that!
All right, there we go.
Look at that.
And there's that bingo card.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Say bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Tell it bye-bye. Are we done with bingo for today?
On that case.
Oh, so now we have bingo on another case, right?
So when we go over, we have the Lori Daybell bingo card.
Lori Daybell bingo card. That means I have to go to YouTube and pull it up, right?
Yes, here we go. I'm putting it over there.
All right, let me do this. I can do this. I'm smart. I'm smart. I can do this. Whoops, that's the wrong one.
Okay. Oh, I'm loving having these multiple things. Oh my gosh, this is so freaking cool. All right, everybody. You guys have been amazingly awesome. Oh, I forgot to do something, y'all. I forgot. Hold on. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I am learning to do a lot of new things. There's some things that I've never done before. And so we are trying. I am redirecting y'all. So hopefully, please let me know if you teleported. If you did, just say, I made it. So I know that you made it. Diane, I'll send you the link. Oh, let me go ahead and.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me go ahead and get us one like this. Let me I just got to remember how to do all this because I'm, invite, copy, and then this. And then I'm going to send it to you. Okay, it's just sent.
Okay, Dad. All
Did you
right.
get it?
I did get it. Now I just got to put it in.
All right, I'll sign you out. We'll see you in a minute.
All right, boy.
Bye.
I shall be here. Just a momento.
All right, bye. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining today. It's been an interesting day in court. I thoroughly enjoyed the exhibits of the ARCA investigation. I enjoyed seeing all of that stuff. Yay, it was amazing. Simply the best. Actually, I did see some things I liked. I saw some things that I was concerned about. So we'll see how the jury likes or does not like the testimony of today. I want to thank all of you for joining us. Our channel is growing, so please make sure that you hit the like button or the bell button before you leave. We need the help. We're young and growing. So thank you again for my fabulous mod, Ronnie, who has been with me yet another whole day. We are all going to deserve a much needed rest when this case is done. But no rest for the weary. We're going to hop on over to the other live. I got to go live over there. So in the meantime, you guys be blessed to have a great afternoon. Let me go live over there before I end this one. I'll be right back, y'all. Go live. I'm going live. I like being able to flip. This is way cool. This is awesome. Amazing. And I absolutely love it. So what's going to happen for those of you who don't know, you can be teleported over to the new stream. Let me know if you make it. Hold on. All right. Hopefully you could still hear me. We'll see you over at the Lori Vallow. It is spicy. It is hot. In fact, there's some threats. Somebody gets kicked out of court. I wonder who that was. Come see me over at the Lori. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.